Oh, the chief himself is here.
I don't know how they got me on quick, but you should have been. But anyway, let's start the show.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of the Tuesday edition of the closing argument. You know, I'm here. I am your homeboy, Jerome Gaiman, the son of Grand Bassa County, as usual. You know who I am. I'm going to have with me the chief himself here today. As usual, I told you that this week we were going to do a lot of stuff on the local high schools. And today is the indomitable Cardinals of the Republic of Liberia, William V. Tubman High School. We are going to profile William V. Tubman High School later on, about 6 o'clock. We're going to put out the structure, William V. Tubman High School in Monrovia. We're going to look at the school. We're going to look at the history. We're going to look at the Alumni Association. What have they done? What are they doing? We're going to do that. As usual, share the show. Call your friends. We are talking about the Cardinals, the William V.S. Tubman High School in Liberia. I'm always well dressed. Thank you very much. Yvonne, I will send you a gift. So this is what we are talking about, the different high schools in Liberia. We have always had great education in Liberia, and the men and women of these institutions are great ambassadors of our country. They are in different professions. They are in law, they are in law enforcement, they are in nursing, they are in medicine, you name it. William V. Tubman has produced some of the best minds in our country. They are proud of their tradition. At one time, they were the largest high school in the entire West Africa. That's William V. Tubman High School. We're going to profile William V. Tubman High School today. If you know anybody from William V. Tubman High School, call them at 6 o'clock in 20 minutes. We are going to begin to profile William V. Tubman High School, their accomplishment, the pride of Monrovia. I know my co-host, Mr. Namwit, is going to be here. I know in a few minutes, we're going to have Sarah Dapo tuning in. Sarah Dopo is a graduate of William V. Tubman High School. She's a prior alumni of that institution. She boasts about William V. Tubman High School. If you were ever in Monrovia and you ever went against William V. Tubman High School, whether it was through debate, football, politics, soccer, kickball, volleyball, or just plain street fight, they're ready for it. They are great guys and great girls. We'll be talking about William V. Tubman High School today, going through the history of that magnificent institution. But let's look at the front pages of the papers in Liberia today. Custom Brokers Association of Liberia decried new put law, fear economic repercussion. They are talking about the laws that have been passed in secret. It does not take into account the Liberian people. And if you have ever shipped anything to Liberia, you know the difficulties in freeing your stuff. And according to this release, it has gotten even worse. Instead of asking the port to pay the association, to pay the budget, the government said that the consumers should foot the bill. The consumers Let me read a little bit there as the other guys come on. We'll talk about it. It says in the headline, Custom Brokers Association of Liberia decry new port law, fear economic repercussion. It says here, this is the most recent, July 1, today. The National Custom Brokers Association of Liberia, NCBAL, have criticized the recently passed Sea and Inland Port Authority Regulatory Act, raising serious concerns over the lack of stakeholders' engagement and warning that the new law could increase costs for importers, exporters, shipping line, and Liberian consumers. And it goes on to say, in a statement issued over the weekend, the association said it was deeply shocked and disappointed that the national legislature passed the legislation without consulting key players in the trade and logistic sectors. Zip. These people got together and just passed this bill without consulting people. And it says that the group emphasized that such exclusion undermines public confidence in the legislative process and cast doubt on the sustainability and effectiveness of the law. According to the Brokers Association, sound and inclusive policy making requires robust stakeholder consultation. The group questioned whether the passage of the law genuinely motivated by national interest, noting that the absence of the industry input could have far-reaching negative consequences on the Liberian economy. The association primary objective centers on Section 3.6 of the Act, which introduces new regulatory fees. It believed these fees will significantly raise the cost of doing business at the port of entry in the country. Section 306.1 gave the agency the authority to determine and collect fees from stakeholders for continual port development. They argued that the provision will increase transaction costs across the logistics. Section 306.2 mandated fees on all arriving sea crafts, a move that association believe would discourage shippers from calling on the port of Monrovia. This could lead to reduced shipping traffic and increased freight rates. Furthermore, 306.4 requires local businesses to fund the budget of the regulatory agency, which the association views as a counterproductive to national effort to create more business-friendly environment. Mr. Namwe, at 6 o'clock, we got 14 more minutes, and we are going to profile the majestic Torgbean High School, the Cardinals, their history, their proud people, their tradition, and their custom. At 6 o'clock, we are going to be profiling the Torgbean High School. What says deep? Then we go to the local news as we are discussing here. Briefly, teaser.
Hey, thanks for inviting me on. It's good to be here. At 6 o'clock, I'm calling on Cardinal Nation. We're not going to have that little soliloquy you had yesterday on the Bassa High School. You know, that little lone man crying in the wilderness. Cardinal Nation will be joining me here at 6 o'clock, and we will have a blast telling you about the great T-High, William V. Torgbean High School. So we look forward to it. But let me say thank you for always coming in early and starting the show. Let me also welcome our guests here. I see our friend Anthony is already writing. He's always writing. But let me welcome our guests. And again, please share the show. Invite a friend, and let's have a good time together.
I think we're going to do like we have done on other platform. We're going to list the numbers so folks can call.
Yeah.
Let's have an interaction. If you're from Torgbean High School, why did you go to Torgbean High School? What's the history behind your going to Torgbean High School? Are you proud to be an alumnus of this, alumni of Torgbean High School, and what Torgbean High School means to you? You can call in and tell us why you think Torgbean High School is one of the best, if not the best high school in the country. I know for one, the majestic Bassa High School is the premier education institution in the country. So we will give way to Torgbean High and see what they got. So if you have the Cardinals blood running through your veins, this is the time to show your pride, Torgbean High School pride. But Honorable Namwe, this is what we have here. The Custom Brokers Association of Liberia declared that the law was passed overnight. Looks like passing law clandestinely has become it has been normalized in Liberia now, that they are saying, how could you pass a law that affects the Liberian people without bringing the stakeholders? And now in the legislation, they are passing most of the cost, not to the poor, but to the consumers. And the custom brokers associations are saying this, that it will increase cost. You think you were paying more now for shipping your things to Liberia? It's going to be worse.
Yeah, and I'm glad that the pushback on this midnight passage of this bill is beginning to crystallize. Somebody has to stop these people. When you look at the circumstances surrounding this disintegration of the port, this has been done with no regards at all to first of all the cost that is going. Look, the port of Monrovia has more or less been playing the big brother role to the other smaller ports. These ports by themselves cannot stand alone. And the write-up that I saw, I haven't seen the details of it, but I don't see anything mentioned that is intended to reinforce, the standings of these ports so that they'll be able to bear their own cost. I don't know. Maybe they'll explain to us, hopefully. This is what they should have done before passing this bill. Gave us an understanding of what is in it. But I can tell you, the Port of Harper did no business last year at all. Zero business. And then I don't know how much the Port of Greenville, Port of Buchanan. Port of Buchanan is a little better of the three, outside of Monrovia, because it has, Salamanca right next door, and then another agency. So, I don't think much thought really put into this, other than the fact that some fat cats are going to emerge out of this, put a few dollars in their pockets, which doesn't really, correspond to the magnitude of this gigantic undertaking they're putting before us. No much thought has been given to what its impact is going to be afterwards. And so I hope the opposition will grow. We had Honorable Musa Bilisi here about a week from today, last week, and he was expressing dismay, the shock over the fact that we were telling him about this bill. He had not heard about it. So that meant, no attempt was made to make this a bipartisan, or at least more than one party other than the UP lawmakers. And this is one of the reasons why they were fighting to remove the speaker from the speaker position, take over the legislature and railroad whatever they want through the legislature without any opposition whatsoever. And we're beginning to see the consequences, and so some of our friends, who were making this thing about Fonati Kofa, oh, he's a bad man, let him remove him. And we're trying to explain to them, no, this is not about Fonati Kofa. This is about the rule of law. This is about following what the rule says. And this is also about maintaining balance, check and balances in the House. So here we are. We heard this bill was passed with just, the UP lawmakers or the rescue lawmakers. And that was it. That's all that was required. And they had a number. And so they passed the bill. And this bill has already passed the Senate. The concurrence has already occurred. And so it is, as for all intent and purposes, going to the president once it signs it, it becomes law. So, if the union workers are now beginning to sound out, I hope other people will join them so that this president, hopefully, he will take a break, put a pause on this and give it a little bit more consideration and make sure that it is intended to benefit our people and not these people who are about to line their pockets. A few lawmakers, some of them, their names are mentioned in the bill, the usual suspects.
Well, the Port of Buchanan is very, very wealthy. We got several corporations in Bassa. Then besides Metal, you have the Liberia Agricultural Lock I think the second largest rubber plantation in the country. They ship out of Buchanan. We have Buchanan Renewable Energy. We have all the logging corporations. We have mining corporations. So the port of Buchanan is pretty busy. So there's a lot of commerce going through the port of Buchanan. And some folks are accusing my bilateral legislators, are seeing what's happening, and they want to capitalize on basically looting, because we get a lot of money. I think 3.5 or $6 million go through there through the different corporations there. And now somebody wants to make this an autonomous agency that the money will be determined, distributed in Buchanan. So few folks are about to put between $5 and $10 million in their pocket annually. They don't care what happened to Greenville.
No, as long as the re-election war chest is full, they don't care about the rest of the people. Look, to dredge the port of Monrovia alone, the port of Monrovia alone cannot even afford the cost of dredging that port. Right? What about the rest of the ports? Usually it is the port of Monrovia that will bend over backwards to accommodate these other ports, because they themselves, they're not bringing much. So instead of finding ways to reinforce these ports so that they can become more productive, what are they doing? They're cannibalizing the whole, National Port Authority, cutting it into smaller bits and pieces, making it even more ineffective.
Well, in response, the National Broker Association had called on President Joseph Walker to withhold his signature from the legislation and initiate a broad-based consultation with the stakeholders in the country and the trade and logistics sectors, the entirety, bring the whole thing back. I used to sit on several of the boards here in the city. So before something new happens, the city will sponsor something called charrette. That means you bring in the technocrats, the engineers, they bring them, and they have everybody from the community show up, and it's on the board. Yeah. And the people will debate the pros and the cons. If it's going to be dredging, they have to bring environmentalists, how it's going to affect our fishery, our waterways, and all of that. They will measure the chemical impact. They will impact. They will talk about noise, pollution, and all of these. How will they affect neighbors? All of these things are things that they take into account.
Right.
Okay. And even the opposition, because we in the community, we will hire our own experts to come in and counter the big companies that are coming. Okay. This is what we are talking about. This is the transparency we are talking about.
And there's always a time beside public comment. There's always provision made for public hearing. They come to City Hall, inform the townspeople, and people come in and make their comments, just like you're saying, besides just the expert, the ordinary people, like the dock workers union you're talking about, because they're the ones who are actually at the front line of this. The people, they invite them in to be heard. What do you think about this? How do you feel about this? What do you know if we did this? What do you think is going to happen here? How does this benefit you? How does this hurt you? Let the people make they need to be given the opportunity to come in and have a say. But I'm sure that if they're not giving their colleagues in the House the opportunity to have a say in this bill simply because they are from the opposition, who's to say?
I'll tell you what, I think the Custom Brokers Association have a remedy. File a lawsuit and challenge this government in the court of law. That's what they do in the West. They call them special interest that know that this will affect them. They file lawsuit. Hey, young man, it's the same thing. Samson Masare, how you doing, that young man? There's a lot going on in Monrovia.
What's up, young fellow? What's up? How's LIB, my man?
Yeah, so how
you in a green room or what?
Yeah, I was in the Southeast, so I got back on Sunday.
Okay.
I went to call the president in the Southeast in Grand Chile County for the funeral of former President Doe, where we witnessed a very dramatic scene there. And I got back on Sunday. And today again, we were on a few calling the president at the memorial ceremony of former President Torgbean and the 13 men who were killed on the pool along with him for corruption by former President Samuel K. Doe. So we back on the field to be giving you live update.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Well, I think you guys did something today on the barrier or the re-barrier. I follow the entire situation. I want you to bring us up to speed. What transpired? What the differences between the two re-barrier? I know they are mostly symbolic, but without causing any controversy, you are a journalist. Your job is to find the truth. You are the finders of truth. Tell us what the difference between. Tell us what happened. You tell us what happened, and then we'll ask you.
So today, let me get you a Saturday first.
Okay.
Saturday, they buried it. Friday they buried in Grand Chile County. Prior to that funeral, we had we experienced a very serious family tussle between Madame Veronica Doe, daughter of former President Samuel K. Doe, and the nephew to former President Doe, the senator of Grand Chile County, Honorable Zoe Emmanuel Penon, on the issue of where the former president and his late wife, Madame Mercy Doe, want to be laid to rest. Former president, so the nephew to the former president, Honorable Zoe Emmanuel Penon, will make a suggestion that it is necessary that the funeral be taken to the hometown of former President Samuel K. Doe in Tucson, and then the family, the children led by Veronica Doe, made a suggestion that it is not necessary. Their father and mother should be buried in Sweareju City. So because of that, some children of the Doe family of Doe did not attend the funeral. Along with their uncle, Honorable Zoe Emmanuel Penon, did not attend that funeral. He boycotted on grounds that he felt disrespected by Veronica Doe, and he felt also that Veronica Doe were using that funeral ceremony, that reburial ceremony, as a means of gaining popularity, saying that she was being bought by the regime to score political goal on him, so he did not attend that funeral. And today, we also witnessed the memorial series of former President William R. Tubman, and along with the 13 men who were killed. So that funeral, that memorial series was peaceful. We didn't hear any family tussle. But what I'm noting is it's a two different funeral. I don't want to be divisive to say Congo and Native. It was a two different funeral. One was a bit civilized in maintaining in-house, though there were many, and they found a common ground, like the Tubman funeral, the Tubman memorial service today. You have former President Tubman along with 13 men who were killed. That's 13 different families. Even with that huge number of family, you still had a very peaceful in-house and a united funeral, then a single reburial, where we have family struggling for political attention, we have family struggling for alignment and all that stuff. But I think the today funeral, the today memorial service were more civilized and organized than the one in Grand Chile.
That statement, I'm good. Civilized.
Well, what he meant was it was more organized. It was less clear.
You can say organized.
No, Jerome, let Dr. Peabody explain himself. Don't explain for him. Let him tell what he mean by that. Let him explain.
Yeah, it causing trouble because when you say more civilized,
all right, I mean organized, not civilized.
Okay.
Organized.
Okay. Yeah.
Organized.
Well, that's great, but put us in the mood, right? Put us in the gathering. How was the service? What was the mood? Did you feel emotions? What were some of the emotions? What did you feel? What did you on both sides here? Because like me today, when I was witnessing the reburial of the Tolbers, It was solemn, right? I don't know whether we carry the one in Grand Judah as we carry this one, but the organization, like since some of us are diehard Methodists, when we heard some of those songs and everything, it brought back a lot of memory and emotions.
So as it relates to the it being organized, like I said, today we had a very different, let's just say, an Asian form of burial where you could feel the normal day start in a funeral.
You're too young to say normal day. You were just born yesterday.
Yeah, so normal days you used to see that old age way of thinking, that old age way of doing things. And one of the beautiful part about it was the allowing the Masonic fatality to take charge of the funeral and carry on their little tradition. It was so interesting to see the Masonic doing the dedication of that monument they built for the mass grave of for the 13 men along with former President Torgbean. It was so interesting. But I don't want to say the organization, those who organized former President To's funeral did not do well. One, for me, I had two issues with it. One, the venue as to where they took the funeral, they took it in a town hall where we have heat, serious heat. There was no AC there. That's one. Two, I also think that the funeral was too noisy as it relates to the political noise. People were trying to prove a point, and political screen was being attached. But this funeral, we didn't see anything of such.
Great. Well, let's talk about Mr. Nangbe, your question.
No, thank you very much, Samson, and thanks again for doing it. So I appreciate that. How would you describe the reconciliation mood around both events? I'm sure the president is doing his best to make this thing a reconciliation gesture. Do you think he accomplished that from the both funerals or the both events?
So politically, yes. Nationally, I can say no.
Okay.
For the political side, yes, he achieved in uniting Grenadians and Nima. Because that funeral we have grandchildren and Nima senators, we have grandchildren and Nima lawmaker paying tribute at the funeral. Something that not happened before it was stretched. In fact, people actually wanted it politically. That was a very good goal. His goal on his opponent.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it. Did you see cross participation? Did you see former president, those people attending President Torgbean's or the late President Torgbean's people attending the late President Doe's?
So there was no Torgbean who paid a tribute to the Doe funeral, but there was a Doe family that paid a tribute to the Torgbean funeral.
Okay.
Doe children attended the Torgbean memorial.
Okay.
Excellent. Dr. Peabody.
You know, Samson, thank you. You know, one thing I want to just buttress something you said. I don't know what this thing coming up on my screen. Okay, let me see. Okay, good. I got it up. But you said something when you said that Doe funeral was not organized. I would agree with you because the family started their own feud before the funeral even went to Grand Judah. They were talking about who giving money, refusing money, who giving rice. They were refusing rice. They were talking about the cousin, the senator from Grand Judah County. I don't know what's the guy's name.
Penna.
But Dr. Peabody, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Don't you think the president himself kind of fuel facilitated this? Did he give cow to the double fuel?
But the fact is, I don't know what he gave, but he did give something to the Toba people. He gave them envelope, the same envelope that he gave to the Doe family. You know, I didn't see President Weah carrying some of that rice.
No, I
Money
didn't see that. I didn't see
to the
that
Toba
too.
family. But what they said a house divided against itself cannot stand. You saw the internal conflict with the family members, and I mean, just the wrangling here, this, that happening, and it didn't work. But I think, let me say this: I think all in all, I give President Barker a prop on the back. You know, the other day I was like, he just. But I think it was good for him to do that for the country. You know how well the Liberian people will receive it. To reconcile is what matters. But I gave him credit. Whether he's going to win a political or something on this, I don't see it, like Samson said, because our people don't vote based on issues. They vote based on, for me, I think they vote based on instant gratification, because if this was some more organized Democrats and organized, what President Barker did, they should even give him a lot of opportunity for the next time. But our people don't really vote on that. They vote on the sentiments. They don't vote on the issue or what affecting them and stuff like that. But so I don't know how much political gain he got from this. But I think one of his promises was to reconcile Liberia, and I'm glad he took the initiative. But I think he started a little late. He should have started it from the House of Representatives saga and bring about. I mean, I'll give him a prop on the back for doing this. I think the family receive him, the Talbot family receive him, the Doe family receive him, and I think he should go the extra mile and having another funeral for detecting innocent people that were killed on the cross. Well, let me say the cross that were falsely persecuted on the cross, and stuff like that.
They did that today, sir.
Oh, they did part of the service. That's good.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
so
good.
it was a mass grave it was a mass monument for representing all of them.
Okay. And before we move on, let's talk about the aesthetic. Okay, the total view that I saw, the symbolic planting of the 13 poles that they were killed on. They planted those poles around the grave, and they had the photographs of those that were murdered, that were killed on that. Talk to us about how significant that was.
So the purpose of it, because we spoke with the organizer, one of the organizers who happened to be Madam Myean, and she was clear with it. She said the main purpose of that was not to make mockery of them, but it was like a reflection of how they were killed and how they were denied justice, because they had alignment with President Doe. So they actually did that to bring back fresh memory of how the incident took place for some of us who were not born at that time. So that's the reason they planted that pole along with their pictures attached to it.
Mr. Nambe, today, I don't know, because I'm associated with this program or whatever, but I think we all saw what the folks were doing. Somebody was sending this gruesome video of these people being murdered, while people are talking about reconciliation and putting things behind us. I have received that video maybe 7 times. People just forward it. And I'm saying to these folks, this is not the time. This should never happen. You should not be putting the death of innocent folks. People are grieving. People are hurting. And you keep playing the same thing over and over. Either you're doing it to incite. Obviously, it's not about it. Then the person said, we don't want you to forget. Your take on this kind of behavior.
Yeah, Jerome, mischief will always happen, and I agree with you. Totally unnecessary. I saw some of those videos as well during his reburial, his capture and subsequent, whenever the late Prince Johnson, I saw that too. It doesn't help the process. I agree with you. I think, look, Liberia, we need a lot of healing and a lot of coming together. You know, there's all of this nonsense about, you know, native Congo divide and all of that. You know, it doesn't help the country. You know, we all belong to this one little country, very small country, small population. The state of New Jersey is one of the smallest states in the union. It's bigger than Liberia. You know, we're almost 2 times the population of Liberia. It's a small country. So, you know, where can you go to avoid each other? You know, we bump into each other everywhere you go. Look, I am a country boy. My mom, my dad, they're all country, but my friends, majority of my friends are Congo children. You know, I went to Cottonton with most of them. Today, we still, even when I'm on the show, they're texting me. We're still tied together. Like, we go to the Alumni Association meetings, you know, nobody remembers Congo native thing, you know, and all of that. Yes, you know, people hurt. My people were denied. It's because of the denial of access to my people that I suffered. I went through, you know, government school, including Tomalin school. We'll talk about, even though it was the best in the country. We'll talk about that. You know, I'm glad I did. But yes, and there's some of the people who went to, you know, J.J. Roberts, Haywood, you know, ACS, American school system on the Oro, you know. St. Patrick's on this place because the parents could afford it on our dime. Most of them, you know, Liberian people, we never own anything. Everything we own is almost from the government, you know. But we got to put this behind us, you know, and come together as one nation. You know, what has happened. We cannot make it to unhappy. We got to move on. So yeah, people circulating these videos on this day, you know, when there should be a national coming together, or on last weekend when there should be a national coming together. I think it's foolish. It doesn't help the process. And whoever is, you know, is doing that, they should be ashamed of themselves. You know, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what is this supposed to achieve for me? There are people who are hurting on both sides. These people lost their relatives. You know, I wrote in one of the chat rooms, you know, we have to take care to avoid those antecedents, those things that precipitated, first of all, the agitation and the subsequent upheaval that happened in 1980. We should take care to avoid those kind of things, and that's why we're talking here. Denial of access is always going to lead to these things. You know, you're sitting on top of our resources. You are one of the lucky few that have been chosen to lead us in the government, but you act as though, you know, you're on your grandpa's farm, you know. And these people, you know, they get money for generator, money for scratch card, all of these things. These are the things that anger people. When this anger builds up and it is not addressed, you will have these kind of things happening. But then we also have to temper our behavior. We have to behave in a way that doesn't make us look like, you know, jungle people, you know, killing people and all of these. You know, we can remove you and, you know, through elections or other means. But we have to avoid this kind of thing. And I think that's what the president is trying to do. I hope this is what he's trying to do. And so, yeah, shame on those people who will continue to rub it in and think it serves any purpose, you know, by replaying these videos and all of that. You know, I don't have any respect for any such people.
Dr. Peabody, we are going to move into, after you speak, we're going to move into the Tomalin High School thing. We are 15
Yeah, please hurry up because my Alumni Association president Whitney, I will put him on the line to talk to you and tell you.
Bring him on.
Bring him on. And yeah. I'm not happy that Sarah is not here yet.
Listen, guys in the back, please put up the photo of the Tomalin High School, please. Guys in the back, Myean, if you're there, please put up the school of the majestic Tomalin High School. That little school right there, that small school. Put the picture up. I sent it to you earlier, guys.
Yeah, so you know, I think what Mr. Nyenwolo had said. He's right.
All right, guys. So I have on the phone Mr. Amos Tolley. Amos is the president of the Alumni Association. I hope we'll be able to hear him through my phone. And you let me know if you can hear him. Amos, go ahead.
What's his name?
Amos Tolley.
Hello, good evening, my fellow Liberians. This is Amos Clay Tolley Sr.
Jerome, can you guys hear him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me go back there again and say hello, fellow Liberians. It's a good opportunity to talk about the school that we all love, the William V. Tomalin High School, the greatest that I have ever been. And I'm very privileged and move that Brother Nangbe decided to have me on to this podcast or whatever you call it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And guys, Dr. Peabody, if you could tell the guys to please put a photo up.
All right, yeah, I'll text. Let me text.
Yes. Let's go to Torgbean High School. The history here, it says Torgbean High School was built and equipped through a joint partnership of the government of Liberia and San Francisco College in the United States. That's a great history there. Okay. It was built and equipped through a joint partnership between the government of Liberia and San Francisco State College of the United States of America in 1967. The school was first called Monrovia High School, but was later renamed in honor of the 18th president of the Republic of Liberia in 1968 by William V.S. Tubman. So they went from Monrovia Junior High to Torgbean High School in 1968. And it was a partnership between San Francisco State College and the government of Liberia. Great start there. Mr. Nangbe, you are a graduate of the school. Tell us what about Torgbean High School that makes you a proud cardinal. Keep the young man on the phone.
Yeah, Jerome, hold on. Emma, hold a second. Sarah is calling me too. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, hold a second. Sarah. Yeah, you're live. We can hear you. What's happening? Yes. Sarah, can you hear me? I'm answering. She can hear me. Okay.
Well,
I'll text her.
Let her go out and come back in.
Yeah, Emma, you still there? Emma, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, Jerome, talk to Emma soon. Let me text her for a minute. Yeah.
So, Chief, I'm looking at Torgbean High School here, the majestic Torgbean High School. What makes you a proud alumnus of this school? And what about Torgbean High School that stands out?
Thank you. So, your name again?
Jerome Gaiman.
Okay, Jerome. Thank you so much. We, as the honor privilege in Liberia, we were opportune to have gone to this great school called the William V.S. Tubman High School. Of course, as you rightly pointed, this school was created through the partnership of USAID, San Francisco State University, and the creation of the NCSS school system. I saw the birth of the William V.S. Tubman High School. What made Tubman High School one of the iconic schools in Liberia? We graduated great men and women who are today contributing. In fact, that was the mantra of the creation of the school, to train middle-level managers to contribute their quota to the development, socio-economic development of the country. So you can vividly see that Tubman have played and continue to play that role very effectively. Because even if you look at what is ongoing now in today's Liberia, we got very outstanding graduates. The Minister of Health is from Tubman High. The Deputy Minister at the Ministry of State is from Tubman High. Previous governments have hired Tubman High graduates because we are outstanding in our disposition, and we want better for Liberia, and we have always been in the struggle, in the vanguard of that struggle.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting for the guys to put a picture up, but there you go. This is the great Torgbean High School. I'm waiting for Myean to put a picture up. I sent it to him earlier. But if you are a student of Torgbean High School, you may remember this particular spot.
That is the front entrance, and that is where we will enter.
Okay.
This is the front entrance facing the 12th Street entrance.
Excellent.
There's in the front court there's where they have the flag, they have all the other good stuff.
And I see something like the bird.
Yes.
That's the cardinal right there, right?
That is the cardinal. So to the right yes.
Excellent, excellent. So this is Torgbean High School. Now tell us a little bit about the Alumni Association. What is it that you are doing? And so we can tell us a little bit about alumni. And when your alumni association is having your Torgbean High School event, you have to come in here and buy the package that we carry, and we'll promote your event. All this is to build a school spirit. What is it that the alumni association is all about? Real quick.
That's what I'm so happy to be a part of the program today. For the last few months, or even years back, we refabricated the entire school library that we, in fact, in 1982 when we graduated. The books that we left on the shelf were still on the shelf. We decided to intervene to refabricate the school library, which is outstanding, one of the outstanding library in the community. We also did complete the laboratories, both science, all the science laboratories. We restored water to the edifice because there was no water at the time. And we just, in fact, in recent memory, we, for the first time, donated to the school a set of band, because we know that whenever there is a national day, Torgbean High have always played and come first in grading. So we decided to supplement that effort by buying a set of band for the school. We also provided jerseys. We also looking at other developmental orientation that we're undertaking. In fact, it's a good thing that you have a program that we can exhibit these things. We are doing a documentary for Torgbean High so that donors, we understand you say have withdrawn, but we're trying to scout donors because our school is falling apart, and this is happening. Torgbean High cannot be treated like any other government school. We produce and we continue to work hard to make sure Torgbean High rise again. That's what we are working on now.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you very much.
we'll take your comments in the comment section. It's time for us to go to regular programming. But tomorrow we are going to profile CWA. We are talking about some of the biggest names in the country. CWA tomorrow. We're going to profile CWA, not your event, but the school, the history of the school. The chief, King George I. Welcome, Chief.
Yes, good to see everybody again. Today is a very emotional day for our country, and I've been receiving a lot of calls today. People are reference this day as, like Peabody said earlier, President Boyka deserves some recognition today.
Not some, man. The man deserves credit, period.
I mean, yeah, he deserved it. The reason why I say some because he's preaching unity, but at the same time, what's been happening in the last 2 years, somehow the country been divided by what's happening. So, but I will give him. Yeah,
Chief, let me cut in, please. I'm sorry, but Sarah is at work. She wanted to make a comment or two. Then I'll give it back to you. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about Torgbean High. I happened to be one of the graduates right after the 1990 war, and members of my class were Samuel Pewee, Dr. Colley, Jacob Yancey, one of my other folk that I remember, he's in Canada right now, and a lot of other students. I just wanted to say Torgbean High is a very, very good school, and I stay with me. I'm still convicted that it still remains a very good school. Back in the days when we had 10-time places when we have meet those challenges, school challenges. Top My House was one of the competitive schools, and my class 12, 1, 12, 2. Most of the bright students were in our class, and they were on the meet the challenge team. So, and I remember that most of the time we even went to the final with St. Patrick's or with one of those bright schools. So Top My House, where the brave men fight and die, only the strong survive.
Absolutely. Jerome will not survive a day there.
With all of what is going on in our country right now, with the daring of these former warlords and stuff, it makes me sad at the same time. I mean, I'm happy for the unity, but it also makes me sad for the fact that we've lost a lot of great people. I remember the great Tony Richardson. I remember Mr. Menza. He used to teach me physics. And Tony Richardson used to teach chemistry.
Yeah.
Those were all bright teachers that we have that could contribute towards the nation building, towards the building of our country. Today, their life was cut short because of wicked people. And, all I can say to their families is may their soul rest in peace. And to all of us, may we continue to console ourselves and unite our country for the better good of Liberia.
Thank you so much, Cyril. Before you go, quick question.
Right.
I'm going to call the names. Tomalin George, Henry Peabody, Ben Sanvee, Robert Garguah, Sylvester Pewee, Abu Kamara. Which of them you think will survive if they went to Tomalin School?
I want to believe Robert Garguah.
Wow. Tomalin said, I should tell you, you're not coming by on the show. Tomalin said, you're not coming by on the show, Zero. But thank you so much, all right? All right, this is my work.
Tomalin George, all the name you call, she didn't even call Victor name. She said so Victor, you better
I already survived that dog.
You better made it out of that. But Honorable George, there's a major breaking news today in Liberia, and we're going to discuss this. I think it breaks everything we want to discuss today. This particular one, and I would. It's a teaser. Now we can go to it later on. President Joseph Boakai, in his term, will appoint 5, the entire Supreme Court justices, all 5. This is monumental. Let's break it down. This is Chief Justice Yo turned 70 on June 26th. She's gone. Justice Wolokoli will turn 26 this coming November. She will be 70. She will be gone. Justice Yusuf Kaba will turn 70 in 28. Gone. Justice Hiana Johnson will turn 70 in March 2029 before the election. She will be gone. Justice Basic, now nominated Chief Justice, will turn 70 in May 2029. He will be gone. The entire bench will be gone. This man is going to appoint all 5 justices, including the Chief Justice. This is monumental. I have never, in any history, in any country, I have never seen this happen. This is unbelievable, Mr. George, King George. I never, in my political life, ever seen one president appoint all 5 justices and chief justices of the Supreme Court. Not in the United States. Nowhere I have ever seen this.
Well, like I was saying earlier, before I come there, let me, like I said, today is historical day, special, and I'll be on the phone with some members of the Torgbean family, and I've been hearing some narration about what happened on that morning, morning of April 12, 1980, and some of the relatives are still around. Some of the President Torgbean's nieces, sisters are still around. Hopefully, either tomorrow or the day after, we'll have one of them coming on the show to talk, to share the perspective about the day. And again, like I said, President Boakai deserves the credit for organizing such event. As I was watching it today live, I was emotional. You know, I imagine those people, what they went through on April 12th. One of the guys, I think his name was, he had just gotten married, the Minister of Commerce. He was in his 30. Just got him married. He was
Shaman.
executed. Executed too. Yes.
Mhm.
But that morning, as many people don't know, but President Torgbean had gone to a program in Monrovia at the Centennial Pavilion. I think I'm told, and
Yes,
he
he
should
went
have gone
to.
to Ben. He should have gone to
He,
Bentor that
yeah,
night.
I was in Monrovia at that
Yeah,
time. He had
yeah.
gone
But
to
then
the
I think I
concert.
heard they switched. They said no, he will go to the mansion and sleep. And today I saw some folks that I know, like somebody I saw today. There's a sister, a girl I saw today. Her father was the commander of the post stacket, Colonel Major
Keeper?
Lewani Kepat. He
Yes.
got killed that very morning. His daughter and I attended the same church. Jackie, I saw Jackie at the program today too. Jackie Kepat and Major Kepat. And on that morning, we got up. I was in Firestone. On that morning when we got up, we just heard that the government of President Torgbean had been overthrown by the military. Yeah. But somebody who I know, just that he's busy, but he had a chance to come. He knows he can chronicle the event of that day. Siafa Diggs. I mean, he's also I think his wife is Torgbean too, in the Torgbean family too. But I talked to many of the family members today, and there's a guy, but I was told that I should verify before I bring this guy in one of our chat rooms. So I think, yeah, Mariah and Tilia put the upper me and said, well, make sure you verify before you bring it, because the story that you're talking about in the chat room, they got some pieces to it. So I will verify, but this guy in question now, he was shot on that morning, but he's still alive though. Still alive, and he's still alive today. But it was a Memorial Day today, a very emotional day to see the family members after all the years. How many years now? 1982. After
Somebody wrote, I think 45 years.
45 years.
After 45 years to see
Yeah.
the family members, and most of them, some of the relatives some of the people are in their 80s today. They still, to see them recognizing the reburial of the Torgbean, because and just to say, it's not only for those but these people were significant because the way how he was murdered, he was assassinated in the executive mansion, and then after a few days later, April 22nd, 13 government officials, former official was executed by firing squad, put on the pole. I witnessed it on TV, the firing squad for rampant corruption, misuse for public office, and so forth. And the thing is that all what the people were killed for, it's been happening since the coup. It's happening if they have gone, they're going more, they're going more. But see, if you can come on, I'll be happy to come and join us in this conversation. It's an emotional day. People are watching the show because of this day. Many people are watching the show tuning in because they are concerned about this day that happened, what happened today. And President Boaga, I want to say, I salute him for this day, for making a memorial today for the Torgbean family. We see it last week in Grand Gita for the late President Doe and his wife, and then today he was in at the Baptist Seminary where they had these folks were there. In fact, the people said they couldn't do the 21 gun salute because of the thinking about that day when they were shooting their parents, and so they want to be to think about how they were shot on the poles. And I look, I don't know about history. Long before we have left, once you watch those videos, you always think about it. It's something that we should think. And as I say in one post today, we should never study such a thing anymore. That's why when I see the country driving into such a pathway, it worries us because we know what happened, and to see somebody just executed and it's heartbreaking. And today I want to reflect on that on this day because it's heartbreaking. I know people are watching us now because of all of that. It's very pathetic. And see, Abdul Douglas said he following from Monrovia. People are watching, and a lot of people watching the show. And so I don't know, each person can maybe we just give our own experience. Because all of us here, I think maybe Anthony Guiano here born said, but I don't know.
I was born 1980, so at least I have.
No,
Okay.
no,
Yeah.
you can't
So,
comment. You can't comment.
each
I
of
can
us
comment. Wait a
here,
minute, I can't comment. I was born
each of us
1980.
here,
Let me.
each of us here experience as how to experience about that day, that moment. I want maybe we can give our own perspective about it, how we felt, how we feel today,
Look,
and how
Chief,
today.
I agree with you. This is a national tragedy. It shouldn't have happened. Like I said earlier, we cannot make it to unhappy. I think, but we have a responsibility as to how we memorialize this day. I think the president deserves some credit. I wish he had gone a little further to triangulate this Memorial Day, bring in the Torgbean family, bring in the Doe family, and bring in the progressive community that represented the hopes and aspirations of the ordinary person. And I think, I think it would have been a little bit more impactful. But notwithstanding, I appreciate the fact that he's making an effort to help reconcile our people. Those 13 people, President Torgbean, if this were to be done over, I believe it wouldn't have been done this way. But you should understand, at the time this thing happened, feelings were raw. The American Liberian hegemony, they ruled Liberia for over 100 years. Over 100 years of denial of our people. There are friends and I who went to Cotton together who were still coming from Cotton and going and clean these people's chamber, even while they were in college. That's how they subjugated our people. They always call you boy. Even if you're 50 years old, 70 years old, they always call you boy. They refuse to acknowledge your existence.
So what's the difference today, Mr. Nangwe? What's the difference with what the traditionalists are doing to their own Liberian people? What's the difference?
Not very much. And that's the misfortune I'm talking about. Not very much. But
Mr. Nangwe, can I interrupt you a little bit? Mr. Nangwe, okay. Yeah. Look, everybody will tell you what was happening in Liberia prior to the coup. It was inevitable. It was something that people saw that were going to come. Something were going to come to the reality where this one-party dominance would have been taken off of the books. People would have a multi-party democracy. But the significance of this day, the thing is that these people were singled out. Now, the progressive, right? I know the progressive was. I followed the progressive stuff too with Progressive Alliance of Liberia, PAL, the Moja. They were engaging Torgbean. Torgbean were engaging them. Torgbean were engaging them to trying to reach a logical conclusion where we have a multi-party democracy. But the progressive, I mean, except you want to give yourself credit for the coup, which I don't want to.
No.
You got okay.
That was never part of
the you guys had no part in the coup. You guys were in jail. They were in jail when the coup took place. So
most of the leaders were, yes.
They were in jail. But now they found out that these 13 people was executed. People were killed. 12 were killed. Okay, and that's the issue. I know, but you guys were making an appeal to change. To say, well, the country can't be like this. We must change this country. The status quo might change. We're gonna have elections in the country, have multi-party democracy. But those who carry on the coup, after they did it, they went a Fobstetter. They had a kangaroo court set up, and I watched the court. They think the tribunal, General Sankmeni, Frank Sankmeni was the tribunal chairman. Okay,
yes.
I watched the trial, and the trial was held, and honestly, they still found guilty. Boo, you're guilty. Firing squad, and that's my concern though. But now tell me the progressive. No progressive was put on the pool and fire or killed. You see, was say well, the American Liberians are dominating the political system of the country, so executing the person. It never happened that way. So that's one of our issue. But
what's about the hundreds that were progressives that were killed at the protest?
Which protest?
The 79 riot.
The 79 rush riot. That's why he read.
No, but 79 riot. Okay, the April 14 riot, right?
79, 1979 riot.
Yeah, April 14, 1979 riot.
So the native Brunel, yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah, but
look,
what new progressive were killed?
Let me say this.
People are demonstrating.
It was a riot. So you expect
riot.
they had go kill all the
It was a
students.
protest. It was not a riot.
It was a protest. It wasn't a riot.
It was not a riot.
The government,
It was
the
a
government
protest.
government propaganda said it was a riot, but it wasn't a riot.
Well, just had go kill the
Here's
children
what I was
protesting
saying.
at the
Here's what I was saying.
I think if we have
Joe
the
did the same thing
conversation like
too.
that, we're not going to make progress.
But
What I
listen,
said
let me,
is
let
We
me,
need to have the conversation in a way where we can, move past this, because credit to President Bouaka, who has mustered the courage. I know many people within his circle didn't want this to happen, but he did muster the courage to do this. And I think, ready for me?
hey, come on, man. You talking? Don't talk to no honey.
So I was going to say this, right? And I acknowledge.
I'm at work. I'm taking my break, and
I acknowledge.
Uh-huh.
I think the loss of life on both sides very unfortunate. But what I would not accept is any life being better than the other life. People died. I'm not channeling Donald Trump here, but people died on both sides. Very unfortunate. The 13 people, the execution, very unfortunate. We can go back to the 50s and talk about the 72 crew kings. Very unfortunate. We can go back to 79 and talk about those people who were killed, shot in the streets for protesting. Very unfortunate. Our political discourse doesn't have to degenerate to this level.
So Nangwe, who can you point out was killed? Can you point out who that was killed? Call the names of those who were killed
in 79, the names are recorded by the Netizia Branagh report. I don't remember now, but
this one is different though. This one you took up people who were in the government, right? And they put them on the post and killed them.
Don't Miss Tomalin, I don't want you to mistake the participation of the progressives in the PRC government as being the decision makers who took the decision to put these people on the poll. They did not have that.
Yeah, but I agree. But when you try to defend them, the way then people can say, but then
I'm not defending. What I'm saying to you is I'm acknowledging that lives were lost on both sides. I'm acknowledging, but I'm not saying, I am not here to say the people who died as a result of 1979 were better than the 13, or the 13 and President Torgbean who died on April 12th and April 22nd were better than those who died in 79. No, Liberian lives were lost on both sides, and that's why I'm saying I wish the president had triangulated this exercise to bring in the dope people who spearheaded, who were the arrowhead for the April 14, bring in the progressives who agitated, that fertilized the ground for the April 14, bring in the Torgbean people who got killed as a result of this. I think that would have been a more complete picture. No, but I'm not defending anything.
Victor, let's talk so. The families of the 13 people that were shot, they were terribly wrong when the president asked them to go with him to sign a book of condolence. They refused. They flat out refused. But today,
and if you listen to the boy, Jerome,
a family member from the door today went over there
again today.
So these are the things
they had the option to go and not go.
No, let's get Dr. Peabody. That's what we shouldn't do. We shouldn't put
the option to go and do go. I mean,
but that's the thing, Dr. Peabody. We should not put premium on a specific lives. Every Liberian lives matter. Whether you're educated,
all lives matter.
But Anthony, for me, Anthony, the 13 people that were killed, there were no government officials that were killed. Okay, I don't think they should have been executed, because I mean, especially the condition they were killed on. They say the people committed high treason, weapon corruption, misuse of public office.
We still have that issue today.
Yeah, but in the investigation, the tribunal they set up, they did not prove it. Okay,
but that tribunal, the tribunal is not a regular court; it's a military court of justice.
But the people are not giving a due process to even be heard.
A military court of justice.
The damage has already been done. What we can do now is to take a page out of the book of Rwanda. The people lost 2 million people in the genocide. Today, you go to Kigali, it's one of the cleanest cities in Africa.
You
you
know,
don't.
you know how much touch other people going through on
Yeah, but hold on
Sudan?
now, Dr. Peabody. Yeah, the reason why we Liberians will not make progress is that because we want to correct everything before we move. You will not be able to correct everything. What we need to do here is to accept what it is, like the man said earlier, that this history will not be repeated in our country again, and find a way to accept each other and move on.
So Anthony, let me ask a direct question. You believe that
I
it
know
was
if I-
wrong?
Are we
I
going
just
back
like
and
to
forth?
bring it
I
up.
think everybody should
Look,
have.
Daniel, I want to hear
It
Tommy's
was wrong,
question.
right?
Somebody,
Huh?
let
me welcome
the situation is very
Hold on.
is very unfortunate. The situation is very unfortunate. But one thing we cannot also take away, for 133 years, the vast majority of the country, 98% of the population, was marginalized.
And Anthony, let's not
Does
forget.
it justify the killing of the
Let's
people?
not
No.
forget.
But for
Marginalized by
133
what?
years.
Marginalized by what?
Let's not forget.
Come on
1989
now, Dr. Peabody.
was an
It's a
extension.
marginalized. What
Okay,
do
let me
you
give you
mean?
my hold on, let me give you my personal story. My
Listen,
dad
You
was
can't
working for.
be talking too long,
Listen,
bro. Other people gotta talk.
listen now, y'all hold
Anthony,
on now.
let me
Let's go step by step now.
let me welcome the other folks. I can't see the name in the middle there. Who's that?
Mr. Lamford.
Mr.
Oh,
Lamford.
Lanford.
Yeah,
Lanford,
but-
welcome. No, I'm
So,
talking
yeah,
about the
Mr.
gentleman
Lamford
in the bottom.
That's CFA Dix. CFA.
Oh, CFA Dix, welcome. Mr.
So
Lanford,
here's
welcome.
the point here, right? That the people wanted to know how the people are marginalized. My dad was going to school and his whole uniform was 25 cents. 15 cents for the trouser, 10 cents for the shirt. He's working on the people farm and he's living with them to go to school. He's doing his regular job. All he asked for the same uniform trouser, that was the third year he was in that uniform trouser. He had outgrown the trouser, short trouser. And it's already ripped off. The trouser is 15 cents. The shirt is 10 cents. Now, Royal School those days, right? My dad is now still alive. He's 95 years old. And I can tell you for a fact that they could not buy it for him, even though he was working on the farm. You're doing other than work, you did work everything. And long story short, today my dad ended up being uneducated because his mom took him from there and said, if they cannot afford to buy a uniform, no need. Other people, they went through the struggle, they became educated today. What I'm saying here is that we have an ugly past, and every Liberian should not play a blind eye to that. But we need to commend President Joseph Human Boakai for this step. And what we shouldn't do, we should not put premium on certain lives over the life of others, because we also lost 250,000 lives in the unjust civil war. And the owner, and I want to urge this president to have.
So what our brother
Let me comment.
indigenous.
I want to comment. My hand back.
Hold on.
Tomalin, man.
You gotta land now so I can bring the Viking in.
You're taking the whole day, dude.
Yeah, land so I can bring the Viking in.
Yeah, so let me land with saying this. Yeah, for me, I was born 1980. Many of these things I did not see. My kid life ended up being the Irish.
Listen now, you can't go back to your birth now. I said land. I didn't say go back to your child.
I'm laying all
over.
My child who was robbed out of me, I ended up growing up to become a man by force. My childhood was robbed. The way other kids enjoy that childhood, I did not. And today, as an adult, my country is still struggling. So we need to find a way to go past this. So kudos to President Boakai for taking these steps.
Thank you. The Afro Viking, the Viking, is that Viking from Nima?
Oh no, this Viking comes from Bon County.
Oh, okay. Okay, when they got no water at all, no river, nothing, you are Viking. Go ahead.
Oh no. I come from Bon County, but on the border with Nima and Basso as well. So I'm deep rooted in the Kokoya area. Then also deep rooted in the Nima area, but
you still ain't got no water to be a Viking, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm all over the place. If you take me to Basso, you guys are my uncle. You take me to Nima, they're my uncle. So Bon County is my home. But I sat here and listened to the conversation halfway, and I was 1979. I was in 9th grade at Basso Teenage, and that particular April 14 riot, I remember, because I was in a think tank quiz, and we were supposed to be quizzing GW Gibson that particular Saturday, so I still remember vividly. And I followed it. I followed the coup, or the riot and everything. We all went on Johnson Road to hustle. Just a young boy at that time. But I heard Mr. Nangwe say that the progressives should not be blamed, or they should not probably take some blame for the execution of the, if I heard you rightly, for the execution of the 13 government officials. And then I also heard Anthony say that we shouldn't put premium on certain lives. Yes, the lives of people are even killed. They are at par. No one lives a better life more than other. You can create that condition to live, but when you are born like any other person. So it depends on what you do with your life. But I want to say that if the way Tobo died, Tobo was president when he got killed in the coup. So all the people that died on Broad Street that day, all over the place, if they were to bury anybody, I think the first preference should have gone to the president, because he's what? President. Now, probably I'm speaking from the journalistic point of view, right? Because we look at the highest event, or the most peculiar event.
Of course, the leader of the country, the leader of the people, yes.
Yeah. So if they bury him and not bury the other people, I'm just giving you a sample. It doesn't mean that his life has been premiumed more than the others, no. But because of the status in society, during the wartime, there were people who died all over the place. So if one of the warring faction leaders had died, and then their people want to bury them, probably you're not telling them go pick up all the body then that died, all the people that died in the bush and can bury them too. No. So it's not that they're putting premium on somebody's life. Then the second part to Mr. Nangwe. Don't you think, I'll ask a question, don't you think the likes of Baco Matthews or the all those guys that were very close to the PRC, because I remember when the very first speech that they were reading, those guys were there. The very first speech that they gave, Baco, they were in that room and they were like whispering to him. Don't you think in the process, because it was complete 10 days after the coup, April 12th and April 22 before the people got killed, and within the 10 days, that quote went on. By way of information, General Sengpeni, his son was my classmate, but he died too later, Harry Sengpeni. So I knew the process very well. Not very well, but somehow. Because we used to talk, he and I used to talk. Now, but what I'm trying to say is, don't you think, or the question I'm asking, don't you think those guys influenced something in between there? Because they were in jail. Probably they were going to be killed by trouble, we don't know, or they were going to be sent to Berea, and then if the coin flipped on the other side, don't you think they influenced the decision of the PRC to execute the people?
No, I don't think they did. As a matter of fact, most of them, Matthew out of the country when this thing happened. They didn't influence, no. What they did influence, of course, is the springing into action of the likes of Samuel Kehleboe and Master Sergeant, because they sharpened the contradiction between our people, the ordinary people, and the 5% of the Liberian people who were enjoying everything that we were not. They made the contradiction very sharp and clear. They opened the people's eyes. So to that extent, yes, I think there's some responsibility in kind of facilitating the coming into being of the PRC. But the progressives, they had nothing to do with the PRC, absolutely nothing. Look, most of the guys by 1981, they were out of the government because there were major disagreements with the military people. You know that. Kankala was on the very network. I think he was only in there for like 10 months or so. He was out. They disagree with methodology, with execution, with everything. And they left. And of course, by 83, 82, 83, you know the junta started hunting them already. You know, our PPP was banned by Doe. That's how we organized the UPP. They were already after us. So it's not like we and them. But to come back to your question, yes, I think they facilitated the coming into being of the PRC. But as to being part of the decision to exit, no, that was a military tribunal. He just said it, Francis Penny, that was a military thing that was happening. The guys had absolutely nothing to do with that.
Thank you. Let me welcome Chef Bright. Mr. Bright, welcome here, sir.
Well, I'm not
Siapa
Siapa Bram.
Dix.
That's
Siapa
not
Dix.
Siapa. I'll
Excuse
confuse
me,
myself.
Deeks. Listen,
No problem, no problem, Joe.
That's
No
Siapa
problem,
Dix,
no problem.
right?
Yes, Siapa
I
Dix.
can see the thing, but you know, I always see
Ah,
Siapa
I was like,
right. I always
Yeah.
Siapa
I
right.
like
So go
Siapa
ahead,
Dix
Mr.
is name.
Deeks.
Yeah. I mean, I listen to everybody talking, and it tells me that we still need to reconcile because a lot of people are still
Absolutely,
ducking the corner. A lot of people are still ducking the corner. So, I mean, what happened last week in Grand Judah, what happened today? I mean, it was pretty good for the family first. I mean, somebody can see closure, have a resting place for their father, grandfather, significant others. That's good. And then also for the country that, we see, I mean, some people in Liberia see these people every day. They didn't know these people were walking around with these scars on them. So I know some people will start to put faces to some of these individuals they see every day, and so then I hope it would change the mindset. But we need to stop. We need to come together. Then everybody digging in the corner, and if you just take some time and watch some of those TRC hearing, you will see probably Mr. Nangwe won't like it, but most of the progressive, even at the TRC hearing, they were digging in the heels. They were digging in the heels. They were justify. I mean, it's right to justify, your belief, your actions. But then when things go wrong, it's bigger to say that, you know what, we were wrong along the way. We probably thought it was going to happen this way. It didn't happen that way. But this is Liberia. This is Liberia. And then we on this platform, as we go through this political journey, we should try to erase this tribal politics because it's still prevalent in the country today. It's still prevalent in the country today. So that one thing. And then Mr. Nangwe, there's a whole April 12th to April 22nd, there was the tribunal. Tribunal handed down the ruling. I'm just, it puzzled me for people to say that these guys didn't have a clue because if you just read and look at the PRC set up this People Redemption Council, I mean, those guys were non-commissioned officers, I mean, semi-illiterate soldiers. They didn't have an idea of forming that thing, having councilmen and speakers. So those ideas came from somewhere. And they put them together. And the decision-making body was the People Redemption Council. So I'm trying to figure out when did the tribunal hand it down the guilty verdict and the time frame for the execution, because I don't think it happened the same day.
Well, let me ask you this: did you see any progressive on the tribunal?
No, it
exactly.
wasn't.
So let me tell you when you said this, they didn't have any clue. When you said no, because you're misquoting me.
No.
I'm coming to
a point.
But Siapa is driving a point.
I'm saying it's a military tribunal, so I didn't expect to see any progress on the tribunal. It was a military tribunal. It was uniform. Okay. It was uniform people trying civilian people. So there was nobody there. I'm talking about when the verdict was handed down, and even the day of the execution, it wasn't something that happened snap. It was a process because I read two books. I read a book of somebody who was in prison that day, was even told that you guys would be the next day. And in that person's book, the person stated in the book that there was only 5 names on the list, but those signed at the bottom of the list, and the other one was Philip. It's in the book. I can share that book with you. As somebody who was in prison, that person was Minister of National Security and before Minister of Defense. He was in prison, and in that book, he did state in that book that Wissam McLean was taken off the line because they what we said, and he was told that you guys. Well, he said that was a long. There was a long event that day. It didn't happen that quick. So and we all know Monrovia was upside down that day. People were running to the beach. I mean, my brother Lincoln can tell you because he was in basketball. Everybody running. You want to tell me every single person, civilian, progressive that were in government, well, they didn't have a clue of what was going to happen. That they could. I mean, guys, we can't let this happen. I mean, and so that's the unknown. That's the biggest unknown that is sitting in the Liberian society today. But so they say, "Oh, I wasn't there. I didn't know." I'm not going to buy it. I'm not accusing them of lying, but it's tough to buy that on April 22nd, that morning to the execution, all these guys in government who didn't have what was the process and what were they that day, that they didn't have a clue of what happened or they only found out after it happened. And that I find it hard to believe. I will turn it over to you.
Well, let me say this. First of all, mistakes were made. I will have to acknowledge that. I mean, it's not like there was a playbook on what to follow. There were mistakes made. All right. I started the show, and I've always said here, I think it's regrettable what happened, and I think we should really pay attention and be very deliberate in whenever we were to face what we faced prior 1980 and after, to be very careful and very, very, very intentional in how we handle this matter. Now, a military government is not a civilian government. Most of these guys were not even in the PRC meetings when the decision was made. First of all, Matthews has a Congo-sounding name. He himself, he was looking over his shoulder. There were difficulties with these guys in accessing the military guys. I'll be honest with you, it may sound very, very simplistic now, but it's not like they were all in the room at all the time when the decision was made. So most of the time they were not. I can tell you, we have Matthews, the UPP people we know that Matthews was shocked when he heard that these guys were being executed. He was shocked because he was
my point though. So when when they announced that the people were being executed, why the progressives in the government say, but then why will resign? If this happened, why they couldn't say that? Why couldn't they step down? Why they couldn't resign?
That's if they didn't resign, I mean, they're part of it.
That is impractical. I don't think 10 days after the coup, that was impractical.
The coup was April 12th. And 10 days later, the people were executed 10 days later.
Tomalin.
Listen.
Mr. George, one minute.
Sir.
Let me welcome Mr. Pewee. Pewee, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for welcoming me. And listen, I'm a little bit, and I wouldn't, we should not. It would be intellectually dishonest for some of us to be around and people try to misrepresent the facts here. Basically, if they want to play some game with the progressive. The progressive have nothing whatsoever to do with those executions. Nothing whatsoever.
Yeah, but
I'm coming. I'm coming. I listened to our last speaker, my dear brother, try to insinuate that they didn't know nothing whatsoever about second court proceeding and what have you. But I thought maybe he just forgot, or he being a little bit intellectually dishonest here, that those military people are trained in the organization of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. They do understand those things. They were military people. Somebody was a master sergeant. He was trained with the basic regimentation of military acts. So to operate in setting up the Uniform Code of Military Justice, a sort of tribunal, you need that intellectuals to come and train you.
UCMJ.
Listen, the UCMJ, what coming in? The UCMJ was
civil elected people. They knew what. Man, come on.
Why you call civil elected people?
Come on now, Tomalin. These were look. Some of these people were drinking here in West Point. What do you mean?
No, Tomalin. No, Tomalin. No, you're wrong.
Okay, guys.
Listen. 1 minute, Jerome, please. I want to make a quick correction.
I want
to make a quick correction. Few. The tribunal was a military tribunal. I can't blame the progressive for anything that happened in the tribunal. That was a military tribunal set up by the People Redemption Council. No civilian had no power in the tribunal. Even if you bring a lawyer there, it's a waste of time because the Constitution doesn't abide. You are pretty much at the mercy of them. They have the charges. Tough luck trying to prove yourself innocent. What I'm saying, post-tribunal, when the tribunal handed down the verdict, they gave it to the People Redemption Council. And we all know, look, from 1980 to, let's say, the death to the execution was saying, the relationship with the progressive and those people were very cozy. Post was saying things started to shake. Mr. Nambu can attest to that. Post was saying things started to shake. But they were very cozy because so I'm saying that the day of the execution, I'm not saying they had a part to play, but to just sit, to be in Monrovia and be in government, be a minister of justice, minister of foreign affairs, minister of education, minister of planning economic affairs, minister of local government. These were Oscar Quia, George Bolivar, presidential affairs, to say I didn't know anything about what happened. I find it hard to believe personally. And how to believe. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the tribunal. So the tribunal itself.
I understand. But let me end that quick. Thank you, Safa. But is what I would say to you. We just probably forget. I've spent some time having conversation with a lot of some of the progressive at the time. We had conversation about it, and I was concerned to know a lot of things. And he said something. I spoke with the late Captain John Guar Flomo at the time. He was one of the captains with Samuel Doe. And coming out of labor, I was very concerned about this. But you said something. The captain told me those intellectuals can never be held responsible. Remember, the Constitution was suspended. We were dealing with a military junta. So even those that serve as ministers, on the ministerial capacity they serve in, they were being compared to even go through some military regimentation. That's why you saw people, the current president were referred to as a major. You will know that also, my dear brother Safa. So the Constitution was suspended. So you didn't expect the progressive, and the progressive, they were forced to do these things because they thought that running the junta, they would have used.
Can I just hold you there small?
Can I just end 1 minute?
Yeah.
The reason why I'm saying quickly that Safa, you could not. They were all in the cabinet. I mean, it was just like when if you went to a town and you are a member of the poorer group or member of certain society, clearly, if you are not a strategic member of certain area, you will not enter certain area. So the decision-making process was just solely depending on the military junta of making the decision. They had a council to take the decision. So I don't think any of the progressive will have changed course in terms of the final decision-making process. No. Okay. We don't know what we're not in. They suspended the Constitution. We were not in normal times. We were operating. So Samuel Doe and his cohort operated in that junta form. And Tomalin and Safa, we didn't agree, but that is the line. I don't think the progressive.
But I think they showed today.
1 minute. No, 1 minute. They were ruling by decree. Safa.
Yeah.
How do we?
And you just NIA for me just now.
Yes. How do we move forward, Safa, from the bottom of your heart, from your network, people around you? How do we move forward?
And yes, Safa named the person that wrote that book. I want to know that book. Today I hear about that book.
The book written by Victoria Tauber.
Victoria Tauber, okay.
And the other book written by M. Berlin Holder. He was Minister of Defense or National Security at the
Do you have any book written by Kekula?
No part. It's a number. If you have it,
Joseph Guanu?
Oh yeah, I got Guanu book.
Do you know the reason why? Do you know the reason why I quickly asked a question?
No, guess what? I read everything.
One second, Safa. The reason why I asked you who wrote the book, because I knew you were going to call Victoria Tauber and the defense minister and other thing, and they will give the side of the story
from their lens.
They will give it from their lens, exactly. And I thought they were a little bit unfair to us, the reading public and the Liberian population.
No, guess what? If you read the book, most of his cool experience was turning yourself in and spending time in jail and coming to this place. That was his cool experience. In the book, I mean, that was not the end.
Which were traumatizing.
Yeah, that's a cool experience. I'm not.
That's correct. That's the point.
But he didn't mention in his book. He didn't mention in the book the way they corrupted the people. He didn't mention in that book. He didn't mention in the book the way the perpetrators made him.
I really wanted to.
I saw the book. I'm just supporting that book.
Okay, but guess what?
Hey, people were traumatized person, right?
You know what, people?
They write their experiences.
Okay.
So, Viking. 1 minute, Siafa, 1 minute. Viking.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Pewee, I don't want to question how old were you during that time.
It's not about old. It's the power of my research. Leave my age.
Don't let me
age. It's the power of my research. And you see, and that's why I don't like people to bring to. Listen.
You didn't ask you where you got a boyfriend. You don't ask you where you read.
Leave my age. The power of my research.
If we're talking about age, Joseph Boyka should be the more wise.
I am not questioning your age in a negative sense.
Let's speak to the issue.
Go to the issue.
No, I'm not questioning his age in a negative sense. The question I'm asking, how close were you to some of those people in the progressive, the likes of Barkos? And because Barkos was my neighbor. Anybody who knew
you were not, remember you were in the 9th grade. You were a child too.
That also a child, but Barkos was my neighbor, and there were 2 boys living with him, and we all were in the same school. So I frequented a house, and Anybody who knows, I know they got one gas station. Right
Yeah,
there
but he didn't trust you to give you real information. He didn't trust you at the time.
Viking, during those days,
I want to give you
during those days, children didn't talk to big people.
He didn't trust you. He didn't trust you. He can't get a progressive information. You didn't trust you.
Yeah,
no,
but Mr. Gaiman,
when the
progressives are denied,
quickly. Mr. Viking, the question is, how do we move forward? How do we move forward?
But before you make a point,
please give me time to make my point.
Before you make a point,
my dear progressives are denying that they didn't have anything to do with this thing. Is false. I will tell you. I frequented that house.
What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have, Mr. Viking? What evidence do you have?
What evidence do I have? Very good. It may not be concrete evidence, but I will tell you.
But I want that phrase alone may not be the applying the code of competent jurisdiction.
It is clear to the Liberian people that the killing of those people or every decision the PRC took.
It may not be.
No, it may not be concrete, but I will tell you. Garguah Matthew could not be foreign minister.
So, somebody, may I help you now? That cost you when you are debate now.
Wait, you said Garguah Matthew could not be foreign minister?
But I'm interested in the way forward.
And that keyword was, it may not
No,
be
but
concrete.
few and Mr. Nangwe. My thing is, I read every book.
Yeah,
I read every book because I want to know all sides of the story, and I'm waiting to see a book from Dr. Famule, Dr. Tipote. We need to see that book because for somebody to give me secondhand narrative, I might take it, I might not take it, but if it's in a book, I will read it. I'll read it and say this is what the person said. You can disagree, but this is what the person said. And up to now, they need to write a book. They need to tell that side of the story.
Mr. Dix.
Yeah.
Did you, by any chance, personally interact with Garguah Matthews?
No. When I was growing up, my father told me to stay away from politicians.
But your father told you to read the book from.
So you listen to your father.
No, at that point, you say, Papa, I grown up.
No, at that time, my father was paying my school fees.
Let me say this.
Victor Namwe.
Yes.
Did you, by any chance, have a chance to speak with Garguah Matthew personally?
Matthew and myself, we slept in the same house. We traveled together.
I'm asking you.
Oh yes, that the answer I'm answering you.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking is when we are talking about evidence, we're talking about first-hand evidence. Yes. I can say this man said because I spoke with Garguah Matthew personally.
Yes.
I was his host when he spoke at Morehouse in Atlanta when he came, and he narrated the story when he was in jail, how he was being flogged, and how Kepa was telling the folks, I want to hear his back. I want to hear his back sound like drum.
3 times a day.
3 times a day. He said they will cut the tire, the rim of the tire, and they split it into 3. So when they hit you once, it is basically hitting you 3 times. Mm-hmm. He said, Kepa would say, I want to hear his back like music. Kepa was the person that was the jailer, how do you call them? The guy who was
the warden.
He was the commandante. He was the commandante for the post office. That's military. Commandante.
And when you listen
to I want you to ask me that same question.
When you listen to these folks, and then when you listen to the PRC report and listen to Deacon Collar and Prince Johnson and all of those guys that were there, it is on record. What we need to do now is how do we move forward?
Yeah.
I see my sister Tyler, Rachel Tyler here saying, those people that were doing the shooting, she saw those soldiers, but she could not recognize the face. She wants people to recognize them. If you know them, please call their name so she can know who they are that killed their people. That means we are way, way off from reconciliation.
Absolutely.
So Siafa and Viking and Victor, what we should do now is we are the living dead because we are over 30. how do we move forward to cut down the venom, the hurt on both sides? How do we go forward from here?
Okay, I think let me take a lead there.
Yeah,
because,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the way forward was started by the TRC, and if people who were involved in the very coup, I don't know how many of them are still alive. I don't know how many of the PRC members still alive. I think I should know about one that is still alive. But and all the players, the major players, those who died and people who caused the death or whatever, I think we should all come together and regret, first of all, our actions. Because even the Bible talks about repenting. When you repent, then you show regret. Nobody can read your heart to know how deeply it comes from your heart, but once you publicly announce it, then people will know. And then I think Liberians were some of the softest people on earth with good heart, and I think people are willing to get over. But it's like somebody did something to you, and the person is still, behaving adamant in your face, and the person got no regret. So every time you see that person, you're bored over. So I think we should all come together and agree that this thing happened, and because it happened, we cannot, like Anthony said before, the damage is already done. We cannot take it back. So we just do the right thing. If we need town hall meetings, where we can sit down, some people even cry out, and then we move on. There is nothing else I think we can do but to regret the action and beg people who will hurt. Let them also, even if they will say anything to us, they say it. When I mean us Liberians. When they say it, and then we start from there, and everything finished, then we start from new to go ahead, because nothing we can do. You can bury the people 100 times, still you can't restitute anything. So I think the process is on. If burying the people, giving them a befitting burial will help to allay some of the hurts, then that's it. But I think the only thing we shouldn't be, nobody should be defending, or nobody should be trying to exonerate themselves when people are saying you did it. So we have to admit to guilt, and we didn't do it, but for the sake of peace, we move ahead.
Okay, Anthony Gay, we got 5 stages of grief, right? When we are grieving, we got 5 stages. Obviously, the greatest one is denial, right? We all in denial. We don't want to accept what happened, and we are doing this. I guess at some point, I thought this was the reason why the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was established, for folks to tell the truth, admit what you did, no matter how gruesome it is. Let's accept and then move on. But we are stuck in the denial and that create the unacceptance. How do we move from here? Gabe, 2 minutes.
Yeah, and that is the reason why when I said, I think Mr. Lanford really didn't get my point that I made earlier when I said we should not place a premium on certain group of people in Liberia if we want to talk about reconciliation, right? Some of the justification we have heard, I was a kid, I didn't know what transpired, right? But some of the justification we have heard that the civil war that came about was because of the 13 people that were executed publicly on the pole. So if that was the case, then 250,000 people or more lives lost, right? And we still not have gotten any further than that. What I'm saying here is that we should take a page out of the book of Rwanda. The genocide in our country claimed the life of 2 million people. And some of whom were the perpetrator of those deaths are leaders today in the country. Something they did that worked for them. We need to accept the ugly past of our country and find a way forward to coexist. Even if we don't agree on everything, but we should be able to coexist as Liberians in that country and outside of the country so that we can make progress. If each one of us will harbor what our parents have told us, then we will not move forward. My father, who is 95 years old, was a victim of the Liberian thing. I don't have that in my mind. It's a lesson that I learned from it. It's a story when he tells, he cried. But I don't walk around and say, oh, because the people did it to my papa, I'll pay my debt. I can't do that. I can't. Because what? They may not be the identical person that did it to my dad. So I would just paint everyone with the same brush? No. Liberia past was ugly. Let's not pretend we are in the great United States today. Everything was not rosy. Things happen in this country too. Things happen across the globe. But what we can do as individuals is find a way to coexist and amend this thing. I want to commend again President Bouaka for taking these steps. But this is not all to it. What will really help us is that this government need to get back to the place now and start creating jobs for the Liberian people and start doing things for the Liberian people that can help the people. Because when you continue to remain in poverty, it has a way to diminish one's ability to make rational decisions. Hardship is bad. And so we have to, I want to close with this by saying we have to accept what has happened and hope that this does not repeat itself again, and we can come together and coexist as one nation.
Thank you. Tomalin, I want you to chime in on the first stage of grief. We are still grieving, and we can't get past this first stage, which is the anger. We are all angry before we even get to accepting and going through the process. We have not been able to pass the anger stage of our grieving process.
Yes, just this morning, somebody I was talking about the elections, about the political situation, like election 2029. And that's our problem. This day, 2029, 2025, people still dividing the country. They say, oh, the person can't win election, man. The person here, they're Congo person. They ready for that person again. And that's the problem we're having, okay? Until we can realize, and the country is, look, I'll tell you the truth, right? The way things are proceeding in the country right now, where we got President Bouaka is in charge of the country, he's having a grip on the country. Like you said earlier, he will be appointing almost all the Supreme Court justices.
Not almost all.
In your first term. Now, you have this, you saw what happened. They removed a speaker from the opposition party. They took him off from his position and took him away. Now they control the House. The Senate, forget it. The Senate part, they will continue to remote control the pro tem because that's the alliance group. So that he has control over the country. He has a grip over the country at this stage. And when things are proceeding, then you look at the opposition, and the president have tested every limit of the opposition. He said, I will do this. I will retain that position. I will remove them. What will happen? The Supreme Court rule. He said, I will fire them still. And nothing happened. They came to the speaker. He pushed it. The speaker, the Supreme Court rule. He said, I will tell them, say, I'm working with him, man. I will stay in my position. Nothing happened. And he will continue to push it. Every limit. So right now, the country, until we can kind of realize that, look, everyone who want to be president of Liberia, they have the right to be president. We got to start the division where, the man, he from Bong, he from Lofa, he from Nimba. And that's what's happening. So, up to now, the president, I thought he would have appointed a peace ambassador. But now a peace ambassador is okay. Try to see how we bring the country together. But it starts with the leadership of the country. And as at this present stage, we are far from coming together. Today was a symbolic day. I admire, I praise the president for that. But the action, the deeds, okay. In his State of the Nation address, he said that he was going to bring the country together. On Unification Day, he called President Myean, he called Mr. Comey, he called Mr. Ure, and that was all. That should go for us a step further to go and to get all the major opposition leaders together. Let's talk. Look, I'm in charge. I'm the president now. I need your support to move the country forward. Okay? I know we all agree, but we are moving the country forward. But right now, go on social media, go in chat rooms. they fighting. It's virtual. Is there? People are there attacking each other all day. I did this one. We did better than you, and that's what's happening. So right now, for the unify the country is hard. I don't see it coming. I don't see it coming together anytime soon because of what we see happening every day. So right now, we're far from it, and until we can come to that point, we'll continue to be a divided country, and it will affect the country in the long run.
Well, welcome, Robert Garguah. How you doing, there, young man?
Thank you, sir. I'm awesome. Thank you.
Great. Now, let me put this to you. You and I, we are business people. In this country, there was a civil war where almost 1 million people lost their lives. Today, you can't hear anybody say this man is Irish, this man is German, because the economy makes all equal to some degree where nobody has chance to go out there and say this man is Irish, that man is this. Travelism is out because everybody can make a living. Do you think if we had an economy in Liberia, a government that cares for the folks, and people were employed and people were busy and having a great time supporting their family, children going to good school, you think we'll be sitting here talking about who is Mano, who is Gil, who is Pele?
No, I don't think Liberians will care. And I still don't think Liberians care. But I think that we've got to understand what has kept us in bondage that we find ourselves is politicians. And let's not forget that these politicians, majority of them, played integral roles in the civil crisis that we're talking about today. I'll give you an example. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was a part of the TRC recommendation. Recommendations were made. But how did we, as logical people, expect that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to indict herself, to sign a TRC recommendation that she was a direct, that directly affected her, that would have banned her from public service for what 25, 30
years?
30 years. I mean, does that sound logical to you? And so what we've done is that we've made those who oppressed and killed our people senselessly for all of these years, we've made them the judge and jury and the decision makers when it comes to reconciliation. This did not happen in Rwanda. It didn't happen in South Africa either. And you know what those folks did in South Africa? They had a different mindset. There were three. The TRC purpose was not to target folks, was not to go after folks, was not to target a particular tribe, was not to target a particular group of folks, Congo, Pele, Native, none of that nonsense. It was to foster true reconciliation for not just short term, but for long-term purposes. There was 3 committees set up. The Human Rights Committee, they were looking into human rights violation, and the government will put in place a mechanism to address and facilitate reconciliation amongst those who have been violated when it comes to human rights. They also had the reparations committee set up. They also had the amnesty committee set up. This was an effort for true reconciliation. And you know what? Most of the so-called folks who were integral part of the process were not made to be decision makers in the process. It was independently done. What have we done in Liberia? We've rewarded our oppressors. We've rewarded our killers. We've rewarded those who got us in the position that we find ourselves right now. Can you imagine? The very people who suffered the most, which constitute majority of Liberians, today are living below the poverty line than those who got them living below the poverty line. And these very people are logically entrusted to uplift them out of the poverty. It just doesn't make no sense. So I agree with you. If Liberians had jobs, if Liberians could afford a quality education for their children, if our elders had retirement, if we have quality health care for our people, and not everyone was seeking medical care abroad, if we have roads and not just good roads, but if businesses, the small businesses had the opportunity to go to the bank and get a loan to elevate if all of these things was happening, I don't think you will hear much of a noise. But even so, if all of these things were in place, it still does not negate the fact that when people do bad things, as a country, as a government, irrespective of our tribal and our political affiliation, it is the right thing to send a clear message that if you act out, if you violate our laws, if you violate our constitution, you will be held accountable for your actions. We have not done that.
Thank you. Pewee, I grew up in Buchanan. I'm a proud Bassa boy, and it had nothing to do with tribalism. But when I was growing up in Buchanan, for those of you who are old enough, we had Lamco, we had all the big corporations in Buchanan. We barely came to Monrovia because we were basically almost self-sufficient. Lamco people were working, making money. We care less about what Safa did in Monrovia, what Torgbean did in Bento. We were having a great time. We want to have fun. We get on the red bus, we go to Yekepa, we have a great time. We get back on the red bus, go to Buchanan. The people didn't care. The economy was good. Private sector was booming. Going to Monrovia was, yeah, go ahead, Safa.
Well, you got it wrong, Jerome. I was born and raised in Yekepa. I'm not a Monrovia boy.
Okay, there you go. Okay. So, Pewee, it boils down to the economy. If these politicians wanted to do something great for reconciliation, you will say bring corporations or open the private sector. They hire 10, 20, 40,000 people, and nobody going to be chasing Yeke Koluba everywhere you go for handout. Your take on the economy and our reconciliation. You are muted.
Absolutely, and I see why Safa that told him to stay away from politicians because the boys in Yekepa women are focusing on their work.
But he didn't listen.
I see that he's trying to resonate very well. I see part of the reason why stay away from politicians. But most importantly, let me take a few seconds to say tomorrow is one of the best men I've ever been close to as my boss man, the former foreign minister, the dean of the cabinet. Tomorrow he celebrates his birthday. His 65th birth anniversary. He turns 65 tomorrow, and I just wish him a very blissful, happy birthday. And I'm informed that all of his sisters, his siblings from the diaspora, they are converging on Buchanan City to celebrate this date tomorrow. But back to the issue. I think it is about time that we and you write about that. And I will always, and that's one of the things I normally love to do when I'm having my quiet time or driving some time around. I listen to the reggae singer Lucky Dube. He was a very great philosopher, right? And most of those things he philosophized will come to pass. One thing he said, an educated nation, right, will always have a very good economy, and people will not care towards what's happening here in State House and all those things. And now back home, I agree that we to lead this all the tribal bigotry thing and all of things, we will have to focus on empowering our people by building a very independent and a kind of a nation that people will move for and hustle on their own. And if those things happen, again, there will be time. Most of the Hatay Center around our major cities in our community, trust me, it will shut down. It will shut down. A lot of brilliant young men and women, you see, particularly the young men, you find almost 60-something% of them on a daily basis will spend the 90% of their time just sitting debating issues, sometimes issues that would not impact nothing whatsoever. It is because there's lack of opportunities. So it is important to do these things, and I will hope that I know we're trying to close the gap here. I'm going to close the book on the issue about this president was killed, he was not buried, this happened, that happened. Yes, President Boga should be commended. But quickly, part of that is to bring some viable process in the economy, right? Why we commend him? Because this is the political nature of things. The country always went loose. Our leaders ought to be respected. Some of them will never give him a befitting burial, as said, when Prince Johnson butchered him. Torgbean himself will never give him a befitting burial when Doe butchered him. So how can we move on? Close that chapter. He did it, and I will salute him for that. I will hail him as a president. That was an extraordinary job on your part. No leader, all of our presidents already would love him to do that. But back home, what economic viable process that we put in place to empower our people to move on. That's one of the things. If we were to do these things, we would a little bit stop thinking.
Okay, guys, excuse me 1 minute. I have with me Honorable Finlay. Honorable Finlay, how you doing? That's a pre-happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Jerome. Thank you.
Oh, you brought it on? We got a mention.
I have with me Siafa Diggs. I got Pewee here. I have Mr. Gay. I got Mr. Garguah. I got Victor Namwe. How are you doing? How's the Republic of Liberia, Senator?
Well, I think the Republic is doing its best. I'm doing fine. Looking forward to celebrating my birthday tomorrow. And let me just say good evening to all of you on that end.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to say, if we don't get you tomorrow, I know you're going to be busy. We will try to call you tomorrow. Wish you a happy birthday. Thank you for the call.
Happy birthday, Senator. Quick question, if you mind.
Thank you all. I appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Yeah, quick question. You got a question for the Senator? I can answer that.
I do.
The Senator, I woke the man up. So let me leave that for tomorrow.
Yeah, I can answer that. I can answer. I said that his spokesperson. I can answer that question for him.
Okay. That was my Senator Wesley Finlay. I would definitely bring him on to give.
Did you say he's turning 55, 65? He looks young.
65.
Yeah, we are Crowder boys.
You live underwater, so you're always looking young.
That's right, we're always looking fresh. That's right.
Wow,
65. Yeah, but Pewee, you were in flight. Go ahead.
Yeah, so to that end, I don't want to take much of the time. So, I mean, to do these things, we will have to push that, right? It's important that, and I listen often to the president. He intends to do a lot of things in terms of, now there are wealth creation sector in our country that we can invest in. If we were to invest into those areas, I think we can try to tap into the young people and promote a lot of things that we enjoy. If we can do these things, trust me, we can start to see increasingly us dropping on going into the politics and not just going into other issues. But yeah, there's a need to uplift and take our people from the dungeons of destitution that most of us have found them into. And that's one of the things that's promoting tribalism, sectionalism, regionalism. And we will have to stop that. And to stop tribalism, regionalism, and all of the combined mentioned, we will have to strike on what we call those viable economic measures that will include absolutely every young people in the country. And with that, we can start the process of progression. We can move on and project our people out there.
Mr. Goodman, if you may, let me just 30 seconds, please. Pewee just said something, and I just want to disagree. Him what he just said.
You disagree with everything. You disagree. It's about the president doing the right thing.
I just want to move on. I will agree with the president doing the right thing, but I think you and others, respectfully though, because you have rights to your opinion, I think you're on the wrong side here. When you talked about it is the political nature of things. How can we move forward? We cannot move forward when it comes to reconciliation when the president focuses on book of condolences and memorial services for household names. Listen, those people deserve what the president is doing, but this is not commendable when you still have over 200,000 Liberians who had nothing to do with the nonsense that have not been sought justice for. When you still have those child soldiers, the very child soldiers that were used, right? They're still in the streets. The government have put in place no mechanism to ensure rehabilitation for them and give them jobs. We already applaud the president for selectively, right? Household names, the Torbers and the Doles. Is that your measure stick for reconciliation? Is that how we start reconciliation?
I think you said 30 seconds. Yeah. We're not going to get. We're not going to.
This is not how we start. This is not how we start. How we start is making sure that justice is ensured for those people. That's how you start.
But you don't know his plan.
Give me 30 seconds.
What's the update on the war economic crimes code?
Give me 30 seconds, please.
What's the update on the war economic crimes code?
Give me
Have
a
you looked at priorities?
1 minute.
No, I'm just asking you. But we missing priorities here. The war against another crime squad.
But you know, I support Mr. Kami. I don't support the unity
We're calling the president for giving memorial services and condolence books. This is
Give me 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
You see my name right there. It say ANC.
Viking and we have not spoken for a while.
Yeah. So quickly. Robert will always come out. Raul will always come out to say, I disagree with you vehemently on this again. No, come on. Raul, you have to take some time to. And
I think it's about a bet between the two of you. I think that's what it is.
I'm not, maybe you don't want to put it bet. But let me say this quickly.
I already win it back.
Let me say this quickly. I thought Raul very not only disingenuous, but you're unfair to himself. And that's part of the reason why we say this thing. You don't be already apprehensive if you want to do an intervention or that you slip. You didn't listen to what the president said. Beyond what he's doing for this official, the president said there's going to be a national memorial day for all
that's not reconciliation. I don't want memorial service.
Listen
to me. Service does nothing to the lives of those folks.
Listen.
My friend,
let him in.
Justice.
I got other people on the platform.
How do you have again? You want to expand? We got to quickly go. How do we have justice when there was a TRC report on? And that's why he said there's going to be a national. There's going to be a national process that will involve everybody to ensure the way forward. Listen, and if I have never agreed with this president, I agree with this president on this, and I commend him.
So what happened to the TRC report?
That's correct.
The TRC report, there will be a way we'll go through that TRC report.
Right.
Mr. Nambe, you next. After you, we'll go to Viking, then we'll go to Mr. Deeks. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Look, I'll say this quickly, right? Look, even 45 years later, feelings are still hard. You know, I listen to most of my colleagues on the set here, people writing in the chat, people are still, very, very hurt by what happened. But the fact of our history is replete with tragedy, and I think Mr. Gay was, and I think Robert is pushing the same point. I think if we will make progress here, we have to acknowledge the loss of lives on both sides. And this is not to minimize, the 13 Liberians who were executed and President Torgbean himself. But then we're not going to minimize Samuel Kanyando, who was also executed. We will not minimize, the government said 40 people. Other accounts carry over 300 people who were killed by government forces on 1979. We will not minimize the 1915 execution of the crew chiefs, 72 of these people. Then we'll go to 1980. Charles Taylor is coming into Liberia was an extension of, the anger. But if we have to make progress, I think what the president started doing, I think is good. I wish the point Robert is making, and I hope he's not done yet. But I still say here, I believe this was an opportunity for him to have triangulated this whole thing. And I keep saying that. Bring in the Torgbean family, bring in the Doe family, and bring in the middle the rest of us, and make a representation of us. I think it would have gone a long way, but I think I'm hoping he's going to go beyond this.
He's going to go beyond that. And for this, I'm moving on that. He's doing a very fantastic job on that.
Absolutely, he is. And I will give him credit for that. So, but, we have to help the process too. We have to reconcile. As my friend Steve Bowley, he's writing in the chat there. A lot of people are angry. Some of it justified. Some of it, I think, is nonsense.
I'm even surprised
some of these people have not taken time to understand. But notwithstanding, we are all one country. We need to find
we should and don't put our leaders. Somebody was a president.
So I commend President Boakai on this one. I hope you will continue to. It's a process. It's not going to happen overnight. I'm hoping
that commend people when they do things.
Good leadership. Good leadership does not necessarily have to take.
Guys, come on now. Let's get a mention.
To address what you have
y'all gotta find Sylvester when people that Mr. Naba are speaking, we both gotta keep quiet, man.
Okay, y'all keep quiet. Okay.
And let's forget the bet between the two. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
But Mr. Naba, Peter, man, I'm a fellow progressive. I'm the
Of
new
course,
progressive.
of course. I think the two of you are advocating for the same thing, but you just feel it differently.
I'm trying to bring him to the progressive line. He said I want to accept that process. We try to
Exactly.
to
the point Siafa made, I think the early days of the coup, a lot of mistakes were made, but you have to understand also there was a lot of anger. The nation was angry. A lot of people were calling for so many heads. The progressives themselves, they were not, you said they were cozy. I think it was Langford. I know there was a lot of suspicion, a lot of, not trying not to step on toes. It was difficult. Am I trying to justify anything? No. I'm just trying to remind us of what was at stake. People were shooting people in the streets, even a month after the incident. PRC members, they could go to your house and bring you out and do whatever they wanted to do. So it was a very difficult time. Did they have the opportunity to have intervened? Maybe they did, but from what I know, they didn't have the opportunity. But notwithstanding, I think we have to say here that we're sorry things turned out the way they did from the founding of the republic up to today. But we have a responsibility. I think we can't pick and choose. If we have to reconcile, we have to acknowledge all sides and come together so that we can make peace for our country. But thank you for the opportunity. Back to you, General.
Let me start the next subject here, and let me start with the Afro, the Bon County Viking. Hey, and this Siafa, I want you to listen. I want you guys to listen because this one is historic in our lifetime. It is monumental, and we got to discuss this because this is going to happen.
Look, General, I'm sorry, I didn't reach out much. You said the progressive has transitioned to the CMC. What does she mean by that? I don't understand.
The woman said the idea of Waka doing it did not.
Rachel, you know me and you. Okay, guys, let's look at this. President Boakai, in the history of Liberia that I can remember and read, I want you to listen, Siafa, I want you to listen, Pewee. Is the only president or the first that I have read about is about to appoint all 5 justices of the Supreme Court. Just think about this, guys. One president is about to appoint all 5 justices of the Supreme Court. One president. I don't know if Siafa or Pewee or any of you guys here who have ever read in the history of Liberia where one president appointed all 5 justices, including chief justices. It says, according to the Article 72B of the 1986 Constitution, the chief justice and associate justices of the Supreme Court shall retire at the age of 70. This means that once a justice reaches the age of 70, they must step down, no exception. Then it says Chief Justice Yo has retired June 26, a few days ago. She turned 70. President Joseph Boakai has nominated Justice Bese to replace her. Justice Nyenwolo will turn 70 in November. And she will have to be replaced by Boakai. Justice Kaba will turn 70 in 2028. And he will be replaced by Boakai. Justice Clinton Johnson will turn 70 in March 2029, and she will have to be replaced. Then this particular justice, Yomi Bese, also will be turning 70 in May of 2029 before the election, and will be replaced. So that means all 5 justices will be replaced by Joseph Yuma Boakai. No president that I have known has exhibited such great power.
No, Madam Salih did that. Anyway, that was it.
Well, that was the formation of it. So that's it. But we're talking about in the constitutional setting. Mr. Viking, this is going to make President Boakai the most transformative president in our lifetime.
Yeah, thank you. Before I comment on that, let me just debunk something that people have been carrying around, that President Boakai is the only person who started this process to give the victims of the war proper burial. Well, we can look at it that way and we can consider it that way. We can give him the credit. But Tell me, right after the war, the first president was Taylor. Taylor was in the process of rebuilding the country. He didn't have that much time to say, I'm going. Yeah, there are a lot of things to prioritize: security, stability, and all this stuff.
Yeah, man, promoted Taylor.
So he didn't do it.
We didn't say who
He
started
didn't do it. That's it.
We said who did it.
No, listen. You gotta know the. You gotta know the.
I know you from. I call it Greater Liberia. You from?
I know you from Greater
Liberia. So Taylor couldn't do that because of all the concerns I raised. Ellen came. Ellen couldn't continue because she still had to kill the security issue. So there were a lot of things on that plate. Okay, somebody will argue that we should have done it because he took over a properly transition, democracy, and he should have done it. But then Boubacar came and he's doing it. But there is an underlying motive here. It's all about political relevance.
But he's a politician.
The man's a politician.
He's a politician. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I will not let you get away with it. A surgeon.
He's a politician. What you
No, listen. A surgeon does surgery, and you say, "Oh, he doing it because he's a surgeon." Well, that's what they do. That's what politicians do.
For
every action of a politician has a political implication. Have a political reason. Every action.
Give the man chance. Learn for. Go ahead and learn. Go ahead.
Yeah, most people are making it to appear that the other leaders did not care at all.
We didn't say so, man. We didn't say so.
No, not you. I mean the outside public. Okay, but then let me go to the question you asked. Okay, yeah.
But you guys try to say the leg.
So now you come to the other question. 2 minutes.
I want to say that President Boubacar will be lucky. He will be the most luckiest Liberian president to have the opportunity to appoint all 5 justices in his tenure as president of the Republic of Liberia. And I think that's going to go beside what Pewee just mentioned about Madam Sally, because she was in the formative stage. But at this point, I think the President Boubacar is the most luckiest president to do that, and that will be to some advantage. I know people will say he's a politician again, but then let's go. Let me bring the biggest news here for you guys. We're looking at justices, but you know that the next the person who told me this talks to the president every day. He's my very close friend, and he talks to the president every day. The next Elections Commission chairperson is Madam Gloria Moses.
Oscar, but that is speculated anyway. But we're not sure yet.
We all know this. I'm talking about how transformative is this president.
Listen, so I'm not telling you how
he's going to be.
I'm not telling you how this president is going to have grip on power and the government. Okay, how transformative he will be, or he is. Well, I want to believe that it happened by coincidence. It happened by coincidence that all of the justices will be aging and they have to be replaced. So it wasn't something that he designed, or it wasn't something that was given to him, as a mandate. But it's happening by coincidence, and that's what I said. He's the luckiest to have this opportunity. I don't know which president again will have that opportunity. And if you have any successor, maybe that successor too may have the same, because the justices that will be appointing, they are also aging. So if you see the line, that one is succeeding the other one, it's coming 70, they all will go out in the same sequence. So the next president might just inherit similar thing, unless something happened, like maybe death, in case of death, God forbid, or something happened like that. But I want to believe that it was a very good opportunity for him, and he can enjoy all the benefits thereof. But that wasn't something that he created, and so he cannot be credited for that as being transformative.
Thank you. Mr. Dix, I make you president with I'm crowning you president of the Republic of Liberia. You have control of the House of Representatives. You got control of the Senate. You have control of the executive. You got control of the judiciary. You got control of the Elections Commission. What a powerful president! This guy could be really transformative in the positive sense that he could actually overhaul even the Constitution of the Republic if he wanted to.
Well, I mean, Well, I mean, that's his constitutional responsibility. So, I mean, we have to live with it. That's election. Election has consequences. He won the election. It's an aging Supreme Court. So, I mean, he's going to like turn it over. In terms of transformation, I mean, our courts are not ideologically divided. So, so it's not much of a transformation. It's just we'll just wait and see. We'll just wait and see the characters that will be put on the bench. I mean, will it be people in the mid-50s? So young judicial scholars that you think they will be independent-minded, or you'll go for the same old deck of cards? Old school. The man he's making Chief Justice will be retiring in 4 years. So let's see. Is he going to bring people 65 and over? Then it's going to be short-lived. Or he's going to bring somebody in the late 40s, early 50s that will sit on the bench for 15 plus years. I mean, then that would be more transformative. That would be more transformative. So we'll wait and see that one. And I mean, election commission, people get all jittery with election commission. I mean, there's laws on the book. There's not the Emmett Hammer election commission. The laws on the book. You challenge the laws. Take it to the court, challenge the system. But to just wave your hand and say, "Oh, Glorious Sky is one among equals." Everybody got one vote on that commission, so there's no veto vote on the commission there. And we had
a issue that arises at the commission, elections commission, and it has to go to the Supreme Court where the president has.
I mean, when things go to the court, I mean, the last time we had an election hearing at the court, there was one dissent, and it was former Justice Janet. So I mean, we can't be skeptical. We just let's wait and see. We got democracy. We got that's a democracy we signed up for. So we got to play by the rules that exist. And then I would divert. We're talking about reconciliation. I think we should start by being Liberian first. I'm Siafa Diggs. I'm a Liberian who happens to be Vi. Then they'll say I'm a Vi man who is a Liberian. If we start thinking that way, then it will be a whole lot easier in the country. And you guys who have the microphone on a regular platform, we should hold our leaders accountable for these divisive remarks during the political season. We had one during this Nima senatorial election when the guy said, "Oh, no Madingo people," and there was this passive rebuttal. But guess what? He was still on the campaign. So it wasn't much of an apology. We have the presidential advisor during the 2023 election. She was on Spoon saying, "Labro will not vote for Congo man no more." These people should be held for this remark, because the conversation we're having now is because of some of these things that we are still divided today, and we'll continue to be divided if we just stay in our corner and put up a wall. And then those, people talk about the old progressive. Hey, the days are over. It's up to us right now to reconcile the country. It's up to us to reconcile the country.
Yeah, but Siafa, before you go, I know when you were in Nima, when the economy was booming, and things would have your father say, "Don't even pay attention." You didn't care because, hey, your daily bread didn't depend on any politician coming to your house. So if the economy doesn't improve, I don't care how well-intentioned you are. They will make you to bend on your knees to beg for food. I mean, if there's only one water hole, and one person is the gatekeeper of that water hole, and you need to drink, you will have to do whatever it takes to get water. We have to improve the economy.
Yeah, Jerome. Hey, Jerome, I 100% agree with you. Look, I was in Nimba. It was going fine. We woke up one morning, we went to school, and we were sent home. Guess what? That night was Nimba raid. And all 1983, November 21st, it was Nimba raid. And to build a vibrant economy, we have to hold our leaders accountable to provide. We have a country that we pass a budget, and that budget pretty much take care of less than 150 people. We have 103 lawmakers, the ministers, the vice president, and the president. Majority of the budget goes to the welfare of those people. If you go in Liberia right now, all the big farms are owned by top government officials. So some of the same ills of the past continue today, and they have to be, and we have to tackle them. I mean, we are not going to fight a war, we are not going to break things, but we have to expose them. Because when you sit in the position of power, and all you do and take care of yourself, trust me, how much time do you have to think about the little man? And that's a whole game plan for political supremacy, that people will be grateful for anything that drops from your pocket that comes to them, because you keep them poor and they become subjects to you.
Victor, here we are talking about, because I was in Liberia. It was April the 8th, 2004, and I was sitting across the desk from Jack Klein when they were talking about the interim government, putting the interim government in place. And they were, giving ministry to each rebel section and all of that. It was the beginning of this, what we are talking about. These warlords took advantage of that loophole, made themselves wealthy, and then they got ready. And we didn't say, well, after you serve in the interim government, you're not eligible to run. They opened it up for everybody, and those people took the money. For the 18 months they were there, and I had this conversation with Wesley Johnson. These people are amassing wealth, and the local person will have no sense. And it turned out to be those that victimized our folks all got into the legislature, and here we are.
Yeah. Most of those people are still using what many people are calling cash violence, in the political space. Some of that money was looted, and hence the calls for the establishment of the War and Economic, Crimes Court for some of these people to tell us where they got their money from. But yes, you're right. It's one of the unfortunate incidents again of our country. Someone wrote here in the comment section that the victims are now holding funerals for the perpetrators, something like that. But yeah, we are rewarding some of these perpetrators. Most of these guys, we know them. They're not. Some of them are not supposed to be in the legislature, but we call them honorable people, and they don't belong in the political space. I mean, look what we talk about here every day. What are they producing? Some of these guys make over. The guys in the legislature to make pretty close to $250,000 a year when you add it all up. But what do we get out of them? Practically nothing. We're talking about this bill. That's part of the things we get from them. In spite of all that they're getting, they're still not satisfied. They're still finding ways, to rip our people off. Very unfortunate. But it is a consequence of our some of our inaction. I listened to CFI. He was telling us, I think we all agree with him. We have a responsibility to continue to sound the call and use this platform and other places as much as we can to sound the warning. The bill we're talking about here, I think we shouldn't let that pass. We try here to sound the warning on the illegal removal of the speaker. Many of us thought was, standing for cover, but that's not what it was. We were normalizing illegality, which is now what is happening in Liberia. Richard Kuhn, he was illegal for 7 months, and yet the budget that is now being used to fund the government was passed on him. That budget is illegal. But here we are, this is Liberia. It is a very, very is a difficult, very difficult to understand country. Everything is kind of paradoxical, but we're there. So it falls on all of us to help find a way, and help our people, because these are real life and death situations we're talking about here. People are being denied, and people are really dying. I mean, I talked about a friend here who went to Ghana, prostate, but some people, if they get malaria, they have to leave the country just to get, the necessary treatment that's required. Why? Why can't we go to JFK, or, Cali Hospital, or whatever? Because most of our institutions, they're not being supported. The president built 14 military hospital, but, Jacksonville Hospital, are these hospitals, do they have staff in there? Do they have the requisite, chemical and equipment in there to help our people? Most of them don't care because they have the money, the capacity to go abroad. The president sent his wife abroad when she's sick. Why can't he tell his wife to go to JFK and make JFK better? But it is that's our reality.
King George, so, listen, this is, people keep telling because some of us that have been there from the very beginning to see some of these play out, when people say these people got ill-gotten wealth, they stole where they got their money from, I would tell you these people have leak of money. I was there, like I was telling you, from the interim government. These people were giving ministries, they were giving agencies, they made money. Then they funded their own elections, and they became senators and representatives, and they are making $100,000, $300,000 a year. These people got legitimate money. It is not their money, it is how we make them to get this money. That is the problem. Why? When you and I were kids, ministers are making $300, $400 a month. These people are making $1 million over their term. And people say, where they got the money from? These people got legitimate money. Mr. George, how do we, besides suspending the Constitution and rewriting it, how do we remedy this money going to 90% of the budget going to a few guys, and my grandfather kind of get $200,000. The whole country get $200,000 now. How do we remedy this?
But before, let me address the issue of the Supreme Court, right? Somebody was just telling me, the person said that it could end up being like what happened with President Obama. When Ruth Ginsburg died, Obama he has the opportunity to nominate someone. He nominated Marilyn Garland, a former Attorney General for Biden. Now, when that happened, so people are saying that it will come to the point where because watch what will happen though. Yombly is up for re-election 2029, and so she has a choice. Either she will be a presidential candidate or vice presidential candidate, or she will rerun for receive re-election for her position. But the disadvantage for her is that she cannot run for both. Like Jeremiah couldn't run for both, right? He was senator, he ran for vice president, and at the same time he already senator, so he had nothing to lose if they see one election. But with her, she has a choice. So now, if it comes to that point, Yomdi could hold up the nomination. She could say, "We're already in election season. I'm not going to put this nomination on the floor. I'm not going to put this Supreme Court nomination on the floor." That's what Mitch McConnell did. They were in control of the Senate. He said, "I'm not going to put up this nomination. We'll wait for the next president to put it up." So it comes to that point where she will hold up that nomination. She said because she could use it as her backing chip. Because here's the thing now. I talked to somebody from the Liberty Party. The person said, "Look, right now, Liberty Party, what we are doing for the next 2 years, we are building our party up. We'll build our party, so we'll go to the table, we'll go there with leverage." Now, whether Burger will run or not is some question about. For me, if I can tell you today, he will run. But he'll be 85, 86 years old when he's running. So I don't know how much, whether he'll be like a Biden type of a person, I don't know. Okay? But it will be a problem. Because at that time, you will make a decision. Whether he taking Kun as his running mate or carrying Yombly, and Yombly stay, you know what stay with the alliance. So Supreme Court, I don't think he will appoint everybody there. Some of the Senate may hold up nomination and say, we're not putting the nomination on the floor. We'll wait for the next election. I was told also that if it comes to that point, if there's nobody to fill up that to be the fifth justice, the person of the highest subordinate court, the judge of the highest subordinate court, will be allowed to sit there. I don't know. That's what I was told. So that's a pretty good issue. I want to put it at that level. He may not have. When it comes to that point, it will be very, very little bit easy to fill out vacancy. But coming to the whole thing right now about economics, our election and so forth. Look, we need a transformative leader. If we have a transformative leader, the budget will continue to be recurring, just the same way. You put 800 million in the budget, they will be paid for the people just to service the people, pay their high salaries, take care of the generator, take care of their travel expenses, everything. And everything they will take care of. That's all going to happen. They're not going to, nothing will change. So the leadership has been transformed. If we don't have a transformative leader, my bro will not go nowhere. And coming to that point, right now, today, election is held today. When I say some people, you'll get mad, but I will say it. Election is held today. But I still don't chance of winning again. People will say, oh, no. If election is held today, Boga has a chance of winning re-election again today. Because the opposition, which I don't fault them, everybody's trying to build a party. Because the next 2 years, they will build a party. It is 2026, try to make sure your party is strong. When you get to the table, when you say we want to have a merger with you, an alliance with you, then we're talking. I come with strength, okay? Because what will happen? People will put up or have various a rally. There's a Tomalin job party have a rally. Say what? The guy didn't shut down the state today. Didn't play. The guys ain't strong. I saw you get in the various counties, right? Moving around. You get on a group behind. You can see when my president asked another day, he said, my man, I'm not a president. I don't care you don't want to stop me. Hey, right. Okay. And so, Mr. Gamer, all I can say right now, our country, the budget, it won't benefit the citizens anytime soon. Not at all. We'll still be playing with the citizens' mind, just like this, for the next couple of years. And lastly, President Boga, he could be the most transformative, consequential president for the fact that with the kind of power he has right now, he could do a referendum on the Constitution referendum. He would put it up right now and say, let's change certain things in the Constitution. He can do it right now. He will have the votes. The citizen rate, maybe, who knows? Tell us, I want to reduce the presidential tenure from 6 years to 5 years. The House of Representatives from 6 years to 4 years. The Senate, the 2 years, the Senate to 4 years. He could do it for 9. It gives my 9 years. Okay, so what people do? Somebody will tell me, what happened is right now, right? You give me 9 years. I know that in 9 years I won't be re-elected. So I will do anything I want to do right now. I won't care for the people that voted for me because I know after 9 years you guys want to kick me out. So I will just my whole thing is to enrich myself, to accumulate wealth. So I will just be flip-flopping, doing all kinds of things. And what happened right now? Some people you know very well, they will not get re-elected. Not at all. They don't get re-elected. Not at all. So they're there for that 9 years. They want to just say 9 years money. I will turn my money. I will make more money. When I leave their job, I know they won't put me back. So my duty now is to make my money. So it's sorry, but it's sorry for, but that's what we are as a country.
Mr. Pewee, Honorable Pewee, after you then go to the Viking here, this president, most people voted for this president because they felt that he had wisdom. He would transform the country. Now that he's going to have all the power in his hands, if you were advising the president, where do you think he should begin as a transformative president to move this country in the right direction? Where do you think he should start?
Okay, yeah, quickly. Let me tell too many here quickly that our judges on the bench are not ideological, right? So there's one thing, nothing going to change on that. And secondly, the Liberian Senate will never, ever challenge a sitting Liberian president. Even if it were 5 days in his constitutional time as president, he was appointed.
He did the we are nominated Musa Dean. What happened?
Musa Dean. When did we nominate Musa Dean?
During the transition period.
But that's not possible.
What do you mean? He was still president. He was still president, right?
No, but the transitional period,
he was still president, my man. He was still president.
The fact that you have president elect already, it doesn't make sense.
That's not the point. He was still president.
But you are still the lamb dog now at the time. So that doesn't make sense. But it doesn't make sense. But before the elections,
if CDC had majority in the Senate and had about you didn't do what
you use the word if.
Don't say that.
No. You just said that it's not possible if you don't have that. That's why you just use the word if. You just happy saying that line. We already had election. There was a president elect. Then you trying to name someone on the Honorable Supreme Court bench on a critical area in government, the LRA, or something. That was not just feasible. It's not going to go through. And I just thought to say that. But if there's some, let's say before elections, I mean, you still got some control on that. And I don't see how, before I get to a point, Bouaka will leave Kun and go for Yombli. I see it very, very much. I don't see that. Bouaka can never take Yombli or Kun, particularly he want to go for our son.
And win Nima, right?
yeah, he won't do. Yombli Kun always.
Politics is a dirty game.
There's nothing that to appeal to. Yombli don't have the political capital as compared to Kun with Nimba will give to Bouaka. Just that. I don't think Bouaka is naive or not politically savvy to do that. Only someone that is not politically savvy will want to indulge into those things. To take someone that is already a neighbor, I'll give you the political, you go for Yombli. Yombli got anything? Yombli got nothing. Yombli even got to the pro-temp thing because of the United Party thing to push out there. Nothing Yombli got politically.
But Sylvester, while you're in flight, let's not forget the number of today is not the number of last year. Where Prince Johnson, he could rally the number of vote and make it as consequential as it has been over the past 3, 4, 5 election cycle. I think they believe the vice president doesn't have that. I don't want to say charisma, but he doesn't have that ability to corral that vote. I think they have questions about his ability. And if that is the case, then Yombli may not be a bad option.
Afro, do you think the president want to commit a suicide by dumping the vice president?
I pretty much didn't finish.
I think you use
let me keep quiet.
I'm coming back to Ichi. I just want you to chime in because he's from next door. Go ahead. Talk to me. You think it will be a suicide?
That would be very suicidal because already the president is concerned with the situation in Nima, as Mr. Namwe just mentioned. The Nima of yesteryears is not a Nima of tomorrow or today. And so the president would rather want to keep or maintain that relationship with Nima by keeping Vice President Kun, which will play for him well. But if you want to gamble with Yombli, I don't know. Like Pewee said, I don't know. What will he be depending on? Because looking at Grand Basso, Liberty Party is right there, and Liberty Party might be probably fearing of Kennedy. And normally might say, okay, I want to go on the Liberty Party's ticket, so but we don't know yet. So,
but the Liberty Party already said they are opposition. You remember that, right?
So the president would not want to venture in that direction. But guys, I think it was good to be here. It's like almost 2:20 a.m. at my end. I got to sleep, so it was good to be here. So probably I'll come tomorrow or the day after. I don't know what to say. Mr. Gamer, did you guys talk about Torgbean High? Did you feature the?
You say you want to sleep talking about Torgbean High?
You said go to sleep, man.
You say you want to sleep and you talking about Torgbean High.
I keep purposely for that.
Okay, guys, thank you so much. Siafa, before I go back to my brothers Pewee to land, you from Nimba, you are a Nimba boy. If President Bouaka came and took away your vice president, your beloved vice president, son of Nimba, and replace him with somebody, wouldn't that be an insult to the people of Nimba?
Well, that would be an insult and that would be a political suicide.
that would double pill.
That would be an insult because I mean, the man is barely 50. So what would be your justification for dropping him? I mean, you have to have a justify. The man is not. He's healthy. So what would be your justification for dropping him? So what are you going to tell the Nima voters that I found somebody else that is better than him but still support me? I don't know how you're going to sell that though. So I don't see it happening. And honestly, I don't like to talk about 2029. Anybody interested in 2029? Go prepare your infrastructure.
Yeah. Pewee, you were in flight, but we're talking about the political expediency that you talk about. Do you think Bouaka will ever see a sign to say put that rope around your neck?
Oh, what rope now?
changing the vice president.
I was just telling us just now.
No, yeah, I said you were in fly when we started. You didn't land.
I said it. That is tantamount to booting himself out of office, because the Nimba people will vote against it with anger, right? They will vote with anger, and there's no reason. And I can predict. Yeah, I agree. The only reason Boakai will not take Kum, and he will still probably want to resort to going for someone in Nimba.
That's correct.
And that reason would be if there was to be anything dramatic that was to unfold between now and the time, probably sanction. Maybe one day he being sanctioned, right? Then he will be inclined to reconsider his decision. But that thought would not go for Yombli Kanga Lawrence. No, nothing whatsoever. Listen, Yombli would not bring nothing to the table if you were to slap our neighbor candidate. It will anger the Nibayans and they will vote. Listen, I hate to say that, but the Nibayans are people that they try to, if you were to understand their kind of a politics, they will basically, they love the spheres of power. They love to be in power, right? So the nomenclature said to say the Nimba may will be vice president. Then you take him from there, you bring somebody, is it from Grand Bassa kind of, then you start checking all. They won't vote.
But so let me interrupt you, right? So why if Liberty Party build a party? They build a party, okay, they make the party a strong opposition, right? And they have a base. They have control of the silo. We got votes now. And Myean member in the party. And now another candidate take another Nimba person as a running mate too. Okay. And the people start to see the fight because I can predict. See what you want to say? There will be a fight in the alliance. They will fight among themselves. They won't hold together like this for the 2029. They will crack.
Which alliance? The Unity Party alliance?
Yes, they will crack. Okay.
I want to speak to that.
So then my thing is that, so do you think Yombli can come with a force? Yombli come with leverage to say, yeah, that mean I got a backer behind me?
A lot of people play for Yombli. Yombli does not have the political weight. It's one.
Okay.
A lot of people play for him.
Let me go to Yombli. Let me go to Yombli, brother.
Yombli don't have the political weight. Yombli don't have the resources. A lot of things. Yombli is a political. She's an SS baggage that the folks trying to manage. So she'll have to play that role and see if she can go for a senatorial seat and win it and come back.
The one that want to send her seat 2 times, say want a baggage. Come on, man.
She's an SS baggage in terms of,
the more I'm allowed to feel it, man.
Garguah.
She's an SS baggage. She's not politically viable.
Liberty Party, the head of Liberty Party, Bronsky, he won only one county that was Grand Bassa. So Grand Bassa has become Liberty Party is a one county state. And then President Weah came and beat them in their own county. So this is what Prince Johnson said. He said, when they were talking about bringing on vice president, we knew that Yombli Kanga brought nothing. He couldn't deliver Grand Bassa, wouldn't deliver a Bassa belt. So the best we could do was support us and we'll make you pro tem. That's what Prince Johnson said. That's what happened. Do you think her political stature have risen to the point where she can dethrone Combs as vice president if Joseph Boakai decided to run?
Well, apparently we're talking about just name recognition and not anything substantive as far as her record, then anything is possible, right? If the president is the most powerful person in the country, I guess, and this is why it's interesting that we're attempting to have a logical conversation about the benefits of President Joseph Boakai appointing 3 justices to the Supreme Court, because my view is, what difference does it make even if he did not appoint those individuals? The president of Liberia still gets what the president wants. It's not what kids ideologically that will make a difference based on. I mean, I can understand if these judges, these justices, had a particular party that believes in serious, ideas like the Republican Party, right? We have, I mean, that's the kind of conversation where we're making it seem like this. The president gets what the president wants. So from our perspective, I don't think it adds anything or takes anything away from Joseph Boakai being the president who appoints 3 or 4. He can appoint them near all of the justices. He gets what he wants. We saw what happened with the Supreme Court ruling with regards to the impasses on capital. Did the executive adhere to the Supreme Court ruling? No, they still got that way, right? And so I don't really put a lot of weight on this until we as a country we're serious about establishing true political institutions based on core values and ideas. Until we establish that, the president, if George Weah were to appoint him near all of the justices, I don't see how much of a difference the next president will make. He's the most powerful person in the country. He or she gets what they want. So I don't put much weight on who appoints what and who appoints what. Because if this conversation was about, well, the CDC they're fighting for this thing like abortion. They believe in they're pro-life. The Unity Party believes in the opposite of that. So the Supreme Court and who appoints the Supreme Court Chief Justice or the justices will make sense with regards to cases that are put before them. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about Liberia, right? Where there's no structure, there's no political structure. I mean, people flip-flop based on their own self-aggrandizement and the political momentum of the movement. This is how we've ran our politics, and this is how we've governed our people, right? No here, no there. So I won't put much weight on it. With regards to Mrs. Lawrence, like I indicated earlier, anything is possible. If we were discussing the record of Senator Lawrence and how that will have an impact on any subsequent election, the question is a resounding heck no. It's clear that not just her, I want to be fair to her, it's clear that she hasn't done much for the people of Grand Bassa, right? She's been in the House, she's been in the Senate for how many years? What is her record? What transformation has been done in Grand Bassa? Do we have one good functioning hospital in Grand Bassa, led right by and built by Senator Lawrence? No. Do we have a university in Grand Bassa led and built by Champion and built by Senator Lawrence? No. So when we talk about these politicians, it breaks my heart that we're just talking about what we're used to. And what we're used to is if the president, regardless of your record, regardless whether you fail your people, you've been there for 20 years and you got nothing to show for it, the president gets what the president wants. And this is the reason why a lot of the politicians align with the president of the moment. This is the reason why even though all of these seditions that got elected on the bandwagon of the CDC, when push came to shove, what did they do? They abandoned that. They abandoned the CDC. They went their own way. They connived with the head of the executive branch of government. So we've seen these things happen all the time. And so I don't put much weight on who party is this, what political. No, it's about the moment. And hopefully in my lifetime, we start to have these serious conversations and take the conversation into action. What we're seeing through political institution. I'm not just going to join a party because I'm a Muslim and my brother is a Muslim, so he has a party, so I go join the party. I can't join a party just because I'm from Grand Bassa County and Walker Bromskins of Grand Bassa County. No, I mean, we got to elevate the conversation. And until we do that, my big brother, we will continue to be in the mess that we find ourselves in right now. So no, I don't put much weight on anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Great. Guys, tomorrow we will be talking about the top CDC partisan clash over political direction and may stomach infrastructure. That is a topic that I think Honorable Pewee will have something to say about tomorrow. It is between two titans. Tensions is escalating within the former ruling coalition for democratic change as the public dispute between two of its high-ranking members, Random Massacre Dobayu II and Councillor Kanyo Bala. We are talking about issues, serious issues. That's tomorrow. We're going to be talking about that too. Tomorrow, we are going to be talking about, we are going to be profiling CWA, a little history about CWA, who they are, how they came into being, what contribution they have made to the society, and we'll discuss it. And on Thursday, we'll be going to St. Patrick's. And then after St. Patrick, we're going to Kepamas High School. We're going to be going around until we can bring all the top high schools here. We will, Mr. Diggs, which high school did you go to?
Are they going to Yekepa High School?
Oh, no, he went to Yekepa. He might have gone to the Catholic school there.
No, I left Cara High. I left Cara High at the end of 9th grade, and then I came Morovia 87, and I went to Cathedral. So I'm a class of 89 of Cathedral High School.
Okay,
but my heart is still with my fellow Cobras too.
Okay, so we are talking about the Catholic boys from Yekepa, from Nimba. We'll bring them on, and later on, obviously, we'll talk about Cathedral. So you will have the chance to defend both schools, Cara High and Cathedral. No problem. You are lucky, man.
I can defend it all day.
That's correct. So we're going to be doing that. But yes, this is a fight between the Titans right here. We talk about Dobayu and our boy Bala. Somebody is accusing another one. They call a political stomach infrastructure. I like that term. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Tomalin George, what's on the menu tomorrow?
Tomorrow what? Tomorrow Wednesday, right?
Yes, tomorrow is Wednesday.
I think tomorrow will be just on the news break. I know tomorrow Myean's going to go check on that that lady that got killed. He's going to go check, but it's on the highway. He's trying to go on the beat for it. So hopefully,
and we should also look into why the president is just appointing acting. He just appointed today.
The MCSS?
No, another acting.
Massacre was elevated to acting chairman. And the chairman, suspended chairman, he wrote a release tonight too. Yeah.
Why he said he disagreed with that?
No, he said that he should speed up the investigation and that everything he did was legitimate. It was his own private business he did. But apparently, what he's trying to show is that they weren't suspended because something that happened while he's acting chairman. No. A suspension, GAC report talking about what happened when he was not chairman.
That's correct.
Doing live administration, the business he did with the last administration. So he tried to clarify.
According to sources that I'm getting, also it's also because of some things he's been doing. But listen, they really
and also to the rumor about the guy traveling. The guy did not run over to Ghana. The man is
he didn't. He didn't
go Ghana. Look.
The man listen to Tomalin at the airport yesterday from Mecca.
Look, listen to Tomalin. This whole suspension thing is a cop-out. God, look at it. When you're a political appointee, there's no second chance for a first impression. The affair of the state lies in your hand. If you are found culpable for mismanagement, poor judgment, mismanagement could be simple as not following the procurement law and spending the money. It doesn't mean that you stole the money.
Exactly.
But that's poor judgment. That's warrant dismissal. I shouldn't wait for it to be criminal. When it goes to LCC is only trying to determine whether it's criminal or not. So LCC shouldn't be the yardstick for dismissal. I mean, you people shape the goalposts, and every time everybody dancing to the drum beat. If I'm a minister and there's a procurement law on the book, and I don't follow it, and I spend 100,000 or 1 million, 1.5 million, that's warrant dismissal. Easy. You resign, or the president dismiss you, but the president suspend you. Then LCC to find out whether that violation was criminal. Then you might come back or might not come back. I mean, come on. Why is that? It doesn't have to be criminal for dismissal. So we just got suspended people just hanging around the country.
Yes, Sefa. The president, again, dismissal, suspensions, and that's why the frame of our constitution, the rest. So Article 56 is clear. They serve at the will and pleasure of the president. So I agree the president is trying to be a little bit clinical here to say, okay, maybe the facts are not yet clear. I don't just want to dismiss him because I got power to arbitrarily. He would have done that, arbitrarily dismiss him. But what can I just, we do have other anti-graft institutions that can say to me, Mr. President, we have sufficient information that can even back whatsoever you want to do. Now, the president would have just dismissed him. You're right about that. But the article also stated clearly that they serve the will and pleasure, and that pledge, I mean, the president said his confidence had not totally evaporated.
Yeah.
It has not come. So he pending investigation. So
yeah, but Pew, just hold on a minute. The presidency has the infrastructure to get any information at any time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if there's malfeasances through the office of the president, those information can be put together right away and determined. I mean, I understand he has the constitutional authority, the will and pleasure, but the idea of just suspending, and say suspending pending LACC, suspending pending LACC. LACC is to determine whether it's something criminal, but there's already been a violation. Let agree there's already been a violation.
Yeah, but this is what Sylvester talks about when he talked about the political nature. This is what it is. This is all bluff, right? Because why would the president, if I'm president of Liberia, maybe I'm just a rebel, or I don't think the Liberian way. If something comes to my desk, if I've got to make the decision on who is suspended pending investigation, then I've got to be able to look at what is presented at my desk to warrant if that even warrants suspension to begin with. And so to Dick's point, the president gets whatever he wants. So are you telling me that the president cannot ascertain whether or not what has been alleged actually happened? We have to waste time for months on. I think this is all part of the whole political bureaucracy. It's a waste of Liberian people's time. Beyond that, you talk about poor judgment. I think this president made many poor judgments when it comes to appointments. A lot of the guys that were appointed were not properly vetted.
Like who?
They were recommended by people close to the president.
Like who, Raul?
Many government officials be recommended.
I'm not gonna. I don't.
Even if you're president,
I don't want
be recommended.
Say that again.
If you are the president, most of the government officials you wouldn't know they will have to be recommended.
Yeah, but if you're recommending people, that's not my point. My contention is if you are recommending people and this is a presidential appointment, then it is important to have a vetting committee in place that will brief you on these recommendations.
Of course, that is the case.
It doesn't.
But it is a president.
Because it's too early for all of these suspensions, and some of these folks that were appointed are bad people. By the way, you talk about the guy being suspended for act committed before he was appointed. Why would the president appoint someone who is already on an investigation by an authority?
No, quick information.
Why would you do that?
No. He was not on an investigation when the president won the elections.
Yeah.
Who's that?
He was not on an investigation.
Kamara was not on an investigation.
He was not on an investigation.
No, Robert, this what happened. The president got elected. The president appointed those 5 to LTA, and the sitting commissioner challenged the removal at the Supreme Court, and they won the case. I think it was a day or two later, the president came out and said those sitting commissioners are suspended pending an audit, and then he sent these 5 that are acting. But mind you,
Kamara was already there, though.
No, Mr. Nangwe, when they suspended those people, Kamara wasn't one of those suspended. He suspended the existing 5 and put that 5 there as Kamara they had, and they all were acting pending an audit. So you got 5 people suspended, you put acting 5. But mind you, when the audit came up, Kamara, one of the main character in an audit that the commission.
And he was part of the acting 5, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but Robert, that's a timing now. When he was sent there, the audit wasn't out yet.
That's the point. I'm not contending.
So that's the timing.
I'm not contending it was out. But what I'm saying is, I'm sure there was an investigation already going on. When he was
no, it wasn't going on.
I think what Stefan is saying, there was an agency that
was conducting
No,
that was being
they weren't
that
conducting. They
guys,
weren't
listen.
conducting.
that he was
Listen.
heading.
The president set a trap, and the trap,
But the trap got his own man.
Yeah, the trap
but Gimen,
you didn't expect that. That's what I'm saying, right? You didn't expect that. So my point, I think again, I'm not just going to focus on Kamara, right? But I really think that, and maybe it's not just Joseph Boakai. I want to be fair to the old man, right? Maybe it's not just Joseph Boakai, but I don't think as a leader, as president, I don't think we're investing time in truly understanding and really investigating the backgrounds of those that are being appointed, even if recommendations are made. The president don't have to know everyone, right? But even if recommendations are made, it's important that even if I don't know Mr. Nambwe, I have that committee that will peruse Mr. Nambwe's resume, look at his record, and determine whether or not it makes sense for that appointment or recommendation to go through. The president recommendation does not mean appointment. The president decides who gets appointed.
Right. What you winning a note here, and if you're honest, I mean, fair to these guys. The president, there are a lot of things going to the desk of the president after elections are war during the continuation of his administration. There's recommendation to the president for minister of this, minister of that, deputy minister, all of those things. You recommend people, you vote for them from the beginning, but you don't know what they're going to do eventually, right? So I may know you to be a very good individual, well-rounded person, someone with a very serious thought process of understanding things, competent, qualification, all those things. But Raul got the position, and Raul changed all of no time. Raul very competent.
No, I'm not gonna...
No, but I mean, that's the case. I can unfold most of things. So president will trust someone once and done and disappoint the president.
Yeah, but
I think
I think let me come in for a minute here.
People asking about this. What happened with Mo Ali and then also another one with Marvin Coe and Thomas Fowler? What?
No, let's forget about that thing. That just is everyday noise. Everyday noise, man. Everyday noise.
Mo Ali the same with you. Oh, okay.
Let me ask this question, Sylvester. Maybe you can chime in on this. And this is an example of what I'm talking about, right? Even though there's been no public noise about
we got 15 more minutes.
But we know, even though there's been no public noise about this, but we know what's happening. Who recommended the finance minister that didn't last for 6 months? Who recommended him?
Who recommended the pastor name Boma Kamara?
Yeah, Boma Kamara. Who recommended him?
Also, Boma Kamara, the current president, when he was vice president, he knows Boma Kamara.
Yeah.
He knows the story. Boma Kamara supported him. He knows the story. They've been talking. So this didn't come as a recommendation. He brought it in mind to call Boma Kamara to come and serve. He'd been working with him before. I mean, you know the story, and Boma Kamara been interacting with him before, right? So, but listen,
so what happened? What happened?
Okay. Again, this is a very smart man. Worked with the central government for very smart. Served before as Minister of Finance for 16 months under the former president. And this old man knew, he said, oh, this is a young man. Like, maybe if I'm the next person, I'm thinking. So the old man thought things were going to come out with that move. And before even he got appointed, you listen to his story, the prosperity town, normal story you always give, right? And everybody thought that he would have been the transformational or finance minister on development planning. But he got there again, circumstances, I don't know the details. People say he was not doing well and other things.
No, I don't. I think
he had to resign.
I think the problem is, and it goes back to the point, and I will close on this note.
He had to resign.
I think the problem is, again, like I said.
I thought you could call another name. So,
when you're making these appointments, especially the strategic appointments, I think it's important to spend some time on looking at all of the key factors and what you're looking for. I think Mr. Kamara's downfall was not that he's not smart or brilliant, but I think Unity Party wanted a finance minister that had this political experience and was not as did not have the professional demeanor.
Let me push it back to you quick. Let me push it back to you quick.
Is not a political figure.
Let me push it back to you quick now.
So
let me push it back to you quick.
If they should have appointed old boy from the get-go, from the genesis. This is who they wanted.
Who, Gav?
It was well thought out, huh?
Gav?
No, come on.
But let me put it back to you now. Let me put it back to you quick. What's the difference from Burma Kamara that served for 6 months and the current minister now?
When it comes to when it comes to performance, you're absolutely right. What I'm talking about is politically. No,
Burma Kamara just not well. That's why.
Politically, he has more assertion than a Burma Kamara. That's who they wanted. Result bit. There's nothing have changed when it comes to policy.
Well, I mean, Burma just an introvert. The thing with Burma just Burma is introvert, but very shrewd and a brilliant guy. You can't take it from him. And he served in that position before. Yeah. I mean, he replaced Amara Kone and finished by any turn. But let me come today. Look, those appointments were during the honeymoon period. A lot of things can slide. So that happened with every presidency. The first 6 months, you can appoint your dog to be deputy minister. They will confirm that dog. I mean, I'm just being hypothetical, but that's a honeymoon period. But let's look at the country as a whole. We are a post-war country, 20 plus years. I mean, it's pretty much like a failure. It's a failure for post-war development. When you look at all these malfeasances that have been happening, these are all procurement malfeasances, because we think that the institution will be successful based on the individual. But institutions are successful based on the systems that are implemented there, and we haven't implemented systems in that country. Everything relies on the individual that is in charge of that entity. If you have system in place, some of these simple malfeasances wouldn't happen. I mean, procurement, not following procurement law, not raising the invoice, and then the payment goes through. I mean, these are things that system can check all of them. But it's been 20 years post-war, and we haven't really built our nation yet. We still like 5 years removed from war, and that's something we need to look at very strongly.
Thank you. Breaking news: President Walker appointed Dr. Augury Stevens as acting MCSS superintendent. Yep. And I think it's a great appointment. I read a lot about her. Dr. Augury Stevens, acting MCSS chair. I think she would do a great job if she gets the support and the resources. Guys, let's go around the table and begin our closing. Chairman, unless you got something else?
No, just want to say that we got to pray for Liberia all, because the country is on a roller coaster. We know every day we know what's going to happen. No breaking news right now coming. And so next week we'll have another news coming up again. Right after that news, after that, I think last week we were arresting, right? We're arresting and post-tac a few minutes, bring it back. Started with my Padiga brother, carrying, brought him back. Started with the former foreign minister. Roma wanted to arrest the former first lady. I said, all these things, they better stop what they're doing. I don't know. But
thank you. Mr. Namwe, you're closing.
Hey, listen, great show. Thank you all very much. I didn't have a chance since we talked about the number thing up to the rest of the time. Let me quickly say this.
There you go.
And I'm closing. So, election is about numbers. All of us here, we know that. Like we said earlier, the number of today is not the number of last year. Number is in play. We all know that. I think Councillor Gongloe is going to run again. You have the CMC is going to take some of the votes from there. Our friend Saros, who was here with us during the by-election, is reporting that there is a fight that is emerging between the vice president and the labor minister over the MDR. So if NIMBA is being fragmented in that fashion, then BASA may not be a bad option. I maintain that. If NIMBA is being fragmented, if the UP believe they can get 10 votes, or BASA can give them 12 votes, I think the president will make that call. Let's not forget that. Two, I think the appointment of the judges, Tomalin made a good presentation. Then I agree with Sylvester. Our judges are not ideological. It's not conservatives versus liberal and stuff like that. But what matters is, if a case emerges out of the elections and we have to go to the Supreme Court, the UP will win that case. That is something we have to be concerned about. We have to make sure that we win this coming election so that we don't have to even go to the court for allow the court to decide. We have opposition. We have to make sure. We said here yesterday, I'm sure it's been said other times, the tampering with the election doesn't begin on the eve of election. It begins way in advance, and now the UP is setting themselves. Oh, we said that. We said that again. They control practically everything: the judiciary, the executive, the legislature, and now they're going to the integrity institution, the elections commission, and all of that. So we have to peel our eyes and make sure we are preparing ourselves for what is coming down the pike. It is coming. You can tell. The president is sensing. His numbers are soft right now. I don't think there's anywhere that the UP can say, yes, this is our stronghold. I don't see it. I don't see it. It's not Lofa, it's not Bong, it's not Nimba, it's not Mansurato. I don't see it. And so they're trying their best to solidify, their base. We get it. We ourselves will keep working. I want to recognize Rachel here, before I pass it on. She's telling Robert not to go to CMC. She doesn't just know it yet. She's already CMC. So welcome, Rachel. It's good to have you in the CMC. And for great show tonight, thank you guys very much. Finally, let me just say to my fellow Liberians, talking about going back to the incident today that the president, was able to put together the remembering the reburial and the one in Grand Jide, and going beyond. I hope this will amount to something. I'm calling on all of us. There is hurt on all sides. I'm hoping we can rise above all of the feelings and find a way to come together for one Liberia. Siafa said that we must be Liberians first before we become Basel or Bai or Grebo or Gil. Liberia first. Thank you all very much.
I think Rachel is very selfish. She wants to be the only one that will jump over to CMC, but she don't want nobody else follow. Yeah, that's not nice. It's an open door for everybody. Siafa, you're closing.
Yeah, okay. I will read I'll read a little short sentence I pulled from one of my body page. I think it was her speech today by Councillor Yvette Chesson Gibson. During the program, she said, "True reconciliation begins with truth, continues through justice, and grows in forgiveness and unity." I mean, that's a very powerful statement there. So I hope we all Liberians take this going forward, that we need to reconcile the country. And it's just not only symbolic, it got to be in actions. It starts with our leaders, and we have to hold them accountable. Supreme Court, I said it before, it's nothing ideological. We should look for the competence and character of the individuals that they're putting on the bench. And, probably there will be a good showcase for Senator Chair from Sano has been writing and doing some good op-ed during this whole legal wahala. Let's see how he handles that hearing for the Chief Justice. And, great show, guys. All we can do, we can talk and just conscientize the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert.
I mean, always a phenomenal show on the closing argument. I want to re-echo what Mr. Dixis read. For me personally, reconciliation is not about memorial services, signing a book of condolences. That's not reconciliation to me. If we're trying to score political points, I think the president has already gotten that. He's gotten applause from various sectors of those he's actually reached out to, and kudos to him for that. But I want to see reconciliation led by an effort to once and for all ensure justice for thousands of innocent lives lost senselessly. I want to see reconciliation where we are respecting and implementing the TRC report or recommendations. We have not even taken that step. We have not been bold to take that step to say, you know what, this is not about us. This is not about us. And I also said earlier that reconciliation was about acceptance of wrong. If I committed a crime, if I hurt someone, I should not be talking about, well, what about John too? What about this person? No, I should accept. I should be held accountable and say, you know what? I should be remorseful and say, I apologize for what I did. If I hurt you, I apologize, and I'm willing to be held accountable for my action. That's true reconciliation. And reconciliation is also allowing it's not allowing our oppressors, our killers, to be decision makers in how we proceed when it comes to reconciling our country. This is what we have allowed in our country today, where the very rebels, the very thugs, and the very killers, the folks who kill our people, the folks who had our people displaced, today they are the decision makers when it comes to how we proceed with our recommendations. I mean, how do you latch? It makes no sense. It's absurd. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. So until I see a leader who is truly prioritizing the establishment of the World Economic Crimes Court to show that everyone accused of all of the crimes committed can have that day in court and they are held accountable for their action, I cannot applaud a memorial services. I cannot applaud a book of condolences. I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't do that. With regards to the court system, there is nothing wrong with ideology, Mr. Deeks. There is nothing wrong with that. Unfortunately, we have a system where the president, regardless of who is appointed and who appointed who, the president gets his way. The president is the most powerful person in the country, and perhaps we have the most powerful president in the entire world. No man with a balls or no woman can stand up against the president because they themselves are afraid of any political actions taken against them. This is the reality. And I'll re-echo what my brother Ben always said, and I'll close on this note. In as much as I don't agree with him, we don't have to accept this reality. This is the reality. But we don't have to accept our current reality. We have got to be willing to change that reality, and we've got to be willing to speak up against all of this nonsense. And the only way we can do that, is if we have men and women who are not so hungry, if we have men and women who don't depend on politicians to feed themselves and to feed their family, if we have men and women, listen, until we do this, we will continue to have folks who are big critics for one government, even though they did the same thing, and then the next government, they become praise singers for that government, even though they're doing similar things. But it's always a great show and a closing argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pewee.
Yes, I think true reconciliation is the beginning. I mean, the fact that the president will initiate the closure to this kind of major political thing, we should move to commend him for that. And I think it's important to always push towards reconciling the people. A lot of leaders attempted to do those things, so they didn't do it. They didn't have the political will to do it, but he mustered the courage as a leader. And a true leader, a true servant leader, do inspire. You move to take the decision way of your they got situational leaders that believe in promoting followers and all those things. But a true servant leader will project and inspire his followers to take some a serious kind of a decision that will move the country forward. It's not that you just want people to heap praises on you and the rest of that. So I thought it was a very great start for our reconciliation process. And I would ask him to take a move further than that to see how we can have a national conversation in the reconciliation endeavor of our country. It's great. And then that bring that, and to totally reconcile the country is where the president will have to project some viable kind of a policy. And those policies should reflect on creating jobs for the people of the country. Because when everyone is okay, in terms of the livelihood improvement, there's this tendency that we now can move to get together and try to smoke the peace pipe, if you will. So it's important that we look at moving on, and the president and his team we have to be more or less strategic in doing things. One thing I want to call on the president to do is that I want you to close the gap on now, a lot of people, the folks that were, we need to get some information on that. The folks that were, for instance, dismissed or suspended from the LTA. They have to be, because I got some information that there was the deal behind the scene to have some of them pay off and they will leave. I mean, do that. That will be part of the reconciliation process. But if any of them are engaged in malfeasance and they've been held liable by a competent institution that did investigation, to find them to the contrary, you come and instruct your Minister of Justice to indict them and file them to court. But we have now to move. You go almost year 2 of your presidency, and you stay appointing, acting. I understand most of those the president suspending like NAFA, LTA. I can bet, as Manasadi would say, she will bet her neck for certain government official. I can bet my 3 fingers that those individuals won't come back to government. That I know for clear, they won't come back. Emma Glasgow is not coming back. Our dear brother, our just suspended, is not coming back. Most of them are not going to come back eventually, but he will have to move as a president to be. One thing I don't like about this president, he's very indecisive. And to be a leader that is indecisive is a problem. You have to be, if you're not sensitive towards the plot of the leadership, and that's what Article 50, if you were to go through the technicality of that, go back to Article 50 and see what Article is saying to us. The executive power of the republic is vested in the president. He shall be the president, head of government, commander-in-chief, and head of government. That is not a play thing, right? So, Mr. President, you have to be decisive. And take the decision that we have to move the country forward. But again, those mechanics that have to be deployed, we have to be deployed and ensure that we move the country forward in the way and manner that the country should be structured. And so we should the bickering will continue. Everyone will take their side, but you take you got that decision. We elected you as the president of our country. You have to move and do the right thing. So I just hope that Jerome, we are going to move on. I saw someone already advancing kind of an idea for I've been saying Comey being a little bit very inactive, and maybe Safa and other we are awakened the very come in and put some line and see how things gonna go. But I know this 2029, it's gonna be not only very progressive, proactive, it's gonna be a very, very polarizing political campaign we're going to be engaging. It's going to be very tough. It's going to be the campaign of our lifetime. It's the campaign that is determining some of us. After this campaign cycle, the next campaign cycle now, we're pushing on in our 50s, right? So it's the campaign that's going to determine. We're not going to be. I can't say it all the time. I say the next president should be someone we haven't come and call me say. So hey, what's our policy plan? All things. So nobody going to sit down here and think you appoint chief justice to regulation for you. No. Okay. The angel in heaven will protect that chief justice.
Interesting.
Thank you. King George, take us out.
Yeah. Wait. I said, Myean, please post my video, man. Post my video. I mean, African president there. I mean, they're supposed to be there. They're holding you, carrying you. I mean, what is that?
Look at Paul Biya there. Paul Biya.
They're carrying you, holding you. I don't want it. They're holding you, walking there. I mean, what's that?
Hey, Tomalin, that's Paul Biya. That man was president. I mean, Ben since 1982.
Yeah.
They've been greedy.
My man. As much as I don't support that, but let's not forget Biden was just made forced out. I mean, we had it here too.
Yeah, Biden was selfish. This man been there since 82.
Biden was very selfish, but he was in different position. He got been in that one position. Mussolini been in what 1984.
I think Biya been there.
Joe Biden was very selfish. Let me frank.
Yeah, Biya is the longest time president in Africa now.
Biden knew very well he had a problem.
And the guy from Equatorial Guinea.
He been. I think he's president for life.
No, but then this guy from Congo Brazzaville left and came back. Then he says in Guaso. He was there, he left and he came back. I mean, these are names I learned in elementary school, and it says sitting there today.
I knew all African presidents back in the days I was in elementary. I knew all of them. I tell you, had Fred Akufu from Ghana.
Some of them are still there. Some of them are still there.
So like for Togo, if they ask you for Togo, just don't call the first name, just say Iadima, because that's a Iadima stay there today. That his son there right now.
Yeah, for
you had they don't want to call what I want. Man, the guys, they're being selfish.
But
I believe Burger will run again. I saw Burger today. He looking fresh, looking energetic. And
he's tired.
But why shouldn't Guar run again? Guar should run again. I mean, he's doing a great job, right? He should run and continue the reconciliation process.
Right now, you do something.
Oh yeah, no. On the business, yeah, he ran reconciliation process. Yeah, he did.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let him run. Let him run. And the elections is about memorial services and book of condolences.
Oh, Robert, come on.
Let him run.
You see, and I wouldn't indulge into those kind of politics, right?
Robert,
I wouldn't indulge into those.
The election is 2029. This thing that happened over the last 2 weeks, it will not be a topic in 2029.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but
the president for Equatorial Guinea came into office August 3rd, 1979.
Yep.
So Bia came in 82, so Bia is a junior to this guy.
Yeah, but Diggs, this topic may not be a topic in 2029. But I guarantee you that this government and these Unity Party boys, I know them so well. These boys will create something. You know, we are so gullible, right, as a society. We don't focus on what's very important. These boys will create something like what's happening right now, where the voting population, right, the news media, will completely forget about the bread and butter issues, whether or not jobs were created, whether or not the healthcare system were improved, whether or not the private sector, got the kind of boom that they need. We will forget about what's important, and Joseph Guar could possibly be re-elected on something that has nothing to do with our own lives.
No, but then Robert,
possible.
That means
you
don't know the brain electrics. You don't know them.
Robert, let me tell you something.
They are not saying they regret why they voted for Robert.
You don't know the brain electrics.
No, Robert, let me tell you something.
King George.
Robert, let me tell you something very quick.
Guys, it's time for us to go. Okay. I leave you with King George.
Don't forget the same electors have voted over 3 terms. What has he done for them?
Yeah, but Robert, guess what? The thing you just said is, except the other side doesn't have the political stamina to counter what the people saying. And you see, sometimes that's why Unity Party get away, because we on the other side, we say something one time, then as far as we're concerned, we don't say it. Unity Party will beat that. It will beat that drum, beat that drum. It will become a refrain.
I agree. What are they doing right now? What are the opposition doing right now? They have allowed this government to get away with stuff.
That's what I'm saying. But guess what? They're like a bully. If you hit them back, they ain't got no other move.
There you go. Exactly. But the question
is, no other move.
The question is, do they have the balls to slap them back?
Guess what? Hey, you know what happened? It's just 2026. What, 2025, right? Time goes. Yeah, with 2026. Yeah, with 2025. Robert, all the years is almost like 20 years in a normal life. All the time left for 2029. A lot of
I
things
was
can
on
happen.
the show commending Tomalin. You remember? I was on this show commending the president for the establishment of the War on Economic Crimes Code. There was this huge momentum. It's been how long now? It seemed like everything just dead.
No, Robert,
now we're talking about memorial services and
Robert, guess what?
I mean, and then they're saying this is just part of reconciliation.
Robert, I think you've been a little bit. Let me tell you something. That's a legal thing that the government cannot go further, because these guys gave the same amnesty in Accra, right, Pewee? They gave the same amnesty in Accra. So the only way when you talk to legal minds, the only way you can have a war crime code in Liberia, we have to use international law against them. We got no law in the book to use again, because they got amnesty coded into law for them right now. So you got to use crimes against humanity, which is international law.
Okay, so what's stopping them from doing something?
I come in. So when it comes to international law, you need a group to come in to set up that infrastructure. Guess what? And guess what? Let me tell you something. It's not they're not going to use TRC hearing for the basis to build a case. They have to go do investigation and build a case. They have to flip people. That's what that it takes time.
And to do that international,
whatever needs to be done. Here's my thing. Here's my thing. Whatever needs to be done, I am not seeing the effort to really get this thing going. That's all I'm saying. If they have to use international laws, my question is, the War Crimes Court is already established. International support. It's not just going to wait for them.
No, we do not have a War Crimes Code.
Don't have no War Crimes Code.
Not the War Crimes Code. I'm talking about the steps, right? The steps. They started the steps to establish the War Crimes Code. What I'm saying is, if we're going by international laws, what efforts are being made by the government to start that process? That's what I'm saying.
Where then, Robert, the only way we can know, unless the people who there right now inform us what they're doing so far, or they get called for.
They're not doing nothing. They don't have any informed. I tell you right now, nothing been done.
I mean, or they get called for some Senate or House hearing to ask them the status. I don't know.
Nothing's been done.
But what I do know is that I think, you know, initially they had working with Chris Smith, working with Adam. What the guy named Allen White?
Yeah, Allen White.
They disgrace that man. Send him back out and JM, you don't play. That man was high in the high pedestal.
Yeah, guys.
Tomalin, the problem. No, but Tomalin, I had a disappointment with them.
It was a political
I had a disappointment with them. I saw the hearing at the in Capitol Hill in Washington D.C. and the two groups were competing. This lady, the special envoy, and Allen White, they were competing. So I like. So the people were looking like hustlers. They were competing.
They were competing. The way to go about Raul, all the thing he's saying, the international code thing to establish. First and foremost, the Supreme Court just trashed most of the TRC report. Our Supreme. There are a lot of things to establish the whole war crime thing. The president appointed. To do that, you need, first and foremost, you need a resolution for the United Nations Security Council. And that resolution will have to be accepted by it. Because you don't have the money. The United Nations Security Council.
On the council now. That's
Thank you.
There where I'm coming. So if this government is serious to do that, this president will instruct the ambassador to introduce that, to start to lobby with the almost 200 countries.
Our ambassador get weapons.
And particularly lobby to see if that resolution. Maybe will be resolution.
To Tomalin's point, the man has not.
No. The ambassador I'm talking about, the ambassador permanent mission.
The UN.
Yeah, now so our ambassador in DC, it's not cloud with the responsibility to do.
Get weapons.
No, but he could play some part diplomatically. To diplomacy, he could play.
Yeah, the only part he can play diplomatically is to engage other ambassadors here. Right. That's accredited near Washington D.C. to initiate the conversation. But the main ambassador.
Who?
Ambassador Conte.
The
weapon board.
But Robert, listen to this. When you keep saying that Ellen Johnson Lee was banned for 20 years, what people said, that whole thing was trashed out by the Supreme Court.
But
guess what? I must say they didn't agree with it because the TRC didn't have no authority to hand down ruling.
No. They had the power. They had the power to make recommendation. Now, whether or not those recommendations were accepted and respected,
they were not recommending. It was
up to the government.
That was a recommendation. That was a ruling for banning from politics. That was a straight up ruling by them, right, Pewee?
They were not recommending.
No, the recommendation is under the recommendation. You read the TRS report, it's under recommendations.
No, it was ruling. That's why it was challenging.
They didn't recommend. Then why did people go? They would recommend other people go and challenge it.
They challenged that in court. That was a ruling, and everybody because even this lady, they didn't sign it. Per Brown Brew didn't sign it.
Yeah.
Because
but I didn't expect her to sign Ellen Guar. Why would she sign it?
No, but myself, if I was there, I wouldn't have signed it. I mean, because you don't have the authority to do it. You don't have authority to take my constitutional right from me. Say I can't run for office. They don't have it. To run for office is a constitutional right. So let a constitutional court decide that.
So they didn't. So the legal minds behind the TRLC, they didn't think about this.
Well, so now we got to ask them what led them to make that decision. You got to ask them.
Listen, there are motives. Some of the boys they try to target Ellen, and we're not even smart. How you target the sitting president?
Yep.
Well, that's smart.
I want my radio.
They were not smart.
And what councilor chairman who was the UP chairman at that time?
They were not
to the
smart.
Supreme Court.
They thought they wanted to get her. They thought they were going to do it. They're going to be gospel.
Neo-progressive. You will see me. Listen, there will come a time where I will commend this president. But here is what I'm not going to
But yeah, he's commended the president before again, and nobody got very
there you
nobody
go.
take you again.
Hey, see?
When you
Thank
commend
you,
the
man.
president,
See? Exactly. Yes, I have commended, but I can't be sitting here.
Instead of commending the president,
I can't be sitting here commending the president on board for Dolan. No, I want to see some serious things.
Robert, in as much you blame the president because he was elected nationwide, the primary problem in the country is across the road. Capital is in that Capital building.
That's what the problem is.
That's the primary.
And you saw the man fighting for gas slip today.
Yeah. That's the primary.
You saw the man fighting for gas slip today.
Yep. Marvin Coe and Corner almost.
Marvin Coe, Thomas Fala.
That was for gas slip?
Our gas slip?
Yeah, our gas slip.
What happened?
Because Marvin Coe did not give me a lot. They didn't give me a lot.
The new leadership stealing the gas.
Oh, for true?
Yes.
Oh,
there was almost a fight between Sekou Kane and Marvin Coe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. When Marvin Coe approached the presiding who of course the deputy speaker today. Oh, you didn't see that video?
No, see, I
saw the video last night.
And that's the number one problem in the country.
So those boys, all the money they made, they can't afford gas. They got to fight with gas slip.
No, but guess what? Raul, that's part of the compensation package. So now the boss man can seize your gas slip and shut you up. You know, that's the problem.
All right, guys. We'll see, man.
Wow.
Yeah, so man, so you gotta make it. You go contest Grandpa candidate and
No, I won't contest. I won't contest. No, so
Tomalin, that's number Yombly. It's a no-brainer. Yombly cannot go. The first thing, the great child Walker Brownskin never won 55% of the voting Grand Bassa candidate. You put Yombly on a ticket?
Sylvester, I will not contest. If I contested in Grand Bassa, I will not survive. I already know that. I will not survive in Grand Bassa. But I can't contest in Maserati County where I was born in Maserati. So, but I will not contest in Grand Bassa. I will do business in Grand Bassa, but I won't contest in Grand Bassa.
No, but if Yombly build a party, I'm telling you, she build a party because the problem happening between Kun. They say Kun.
But what other party she needs? She already controls.
Yeah, but Tomalin, did you see the 2020 senatorial election number?
But the problem they having between Kun and Kubakra, don't forget now, Kun had 400 days MDR, right? But now Kun is member of Unity Party.
Yeah.
But I think Kun still want people to roll where he stayed being godfather for MDR, and then because he need that party as his leverage.
But I think it's politics. I think technically.
But guess what? Kubakra
is holding on. We're not giving the guy a chance. So, but
leverage. Kubakra political leverage.
So, that the video there. Okay, I see.
Oh.
So Tomalin, let me ask you a question. So you think that Richard, the vice president.
I mean, it's like these are our lawmakers. These are people that's who write bill to determine the future of the country.
I still think it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. But I still think
our business owner.
I still think that Jeremiah Cohen controls the MDR. I think the reason Jeremiah Cohen had no choice but to become the party, member of the Unity Party, but he's not welcome. I mean, the party don't see Jeremiah Cohen as one of.
And I think I think for because the other thing and Kun smart because Kun knows that MDR is my mother party, so all the people know me be member of MDR. Same opinions in there now. I should be the next head of the MDR, but UP because of UP rules, I had to join a party. So I'm not a UP.
Exactly.
But I have not been accepted yet. But then number two, then one of UP people say, the man couldn't bring 50% of the vote against the senatorial election. So PYJ is still the PYJ shadow is still over everybody. So he has to not take control. So and Toku want to make sure he consolidate MDR, make sure MDR is a part of the county, and then he consolidate. But I think Kubakra too saying no.
But Tomalin, that's a way. Then he's not a smart man because
Kubakra believe that his job will depend on our party because so right now the whole thing about work permit, Kubakra ain't how it. Okay. So right now, Kubakra, I'm a member of the alliance, our party. So y'all try to push me away on my party. Have problem.
Yeah, but you always you're saying again that there's a new party coming out and our party will do things, and then you say Bwaka will win. So are you not sure your new party will win?
I said if today election held today.
No, but then you see it already. I mean, no.
Tomalin.
But listen, your party will be announced for election, right?
Yeah, but I said if election held today.
Elections are not going to be held today.
Listen
to what you say. It's the law. It's not going to be held today. It's not going to be held today.
I know, but
Tomalin, things are very fluid. Tomalin, things are very fluid. Look, we had since Madam Seti left office, we had 2 elections. In 2017, Joseph Boakai had to defend the 12 years of Unity Party.
Yes.
And he lost to CDC. In 2023, George Weah had to defend his 6 years of CDC and he lost to Boakai. Boakai will have to defend his stewardship of the Republic when he go out for re-election.
I agree 100%. And
Tomalin, guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what? Let me tell you something. When you're defending, it's different than when you're attacking.
Yes.
Yeah, guess what? I come in Tomalin. When you're defending, you will have to account for everybody you're putting in your government their behavior. Joe Weah had to be liable for Koji behavior, for Magay behavior, for 12 behavior, because they will just take that behavior and hang it around your neck. So that's a different scenario. It's not walk in the park though. It's different because the people will see before and after, and then you have to defend it. So let's just look at it that way.
No, but
yeah, you see what will pass through.
I said they have session.
And the MP board.
Let's go. Let's go now. No. Joseph Boakai will sit down with you.
And Tomalin, Robert, that's why I told you, if you build systems, it won't happen. They all at the mercy of the speaker and the leadership, because everything gets transferred to that group, and that group divvy up. If you have system in place and everything is signed in the budget, you will just receive it. The only thing the speaker will be in charge of will be the maintaining of that ground. But everything goes to leadership. So now you're on the shit list. So leadership suppressing you, and you're mad.
Even if that's the case, though, Dix. Even if that's the case, by law, the compensation package is legislature. It's legal. So
it is legal.
It is legal. So by law, the leadership is still depriving these guys from what they are legally due. If gas slip is part of their compensation package, why would the leadership depress them or deprive them of it only because they disagree politically? You see, this is the part of, and you know what? I won't be fighting for gas slip.
Robert, your pay go in your account. Your gas slip go to central administration. The speaker say, where our gas slip? Where our booklet? Say, give it to me. I will put it around man for them on.
That's why now. Yeah, but Dix, that's why we have to make sure before we run for these offices, we have to make sure too now that we have multiple sources of income where you can't embarrass yourself like that. This is an embarrassment. If you're depriving my gas slip, my legal compensation, I'm not going to fight you. I will make sure I can battle
Raul,
and then confront you in the court of law. But there's no court of competent jurisdiction right now that can listen to anything.
Raul, let me say this.
Why should all lawmakers be holding all up for benefits?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, God, come in. You see the men are crying there for gas, you know? That man was just the immediate chair on way and on rule order administration. He did it to you, man. He was the chair on rule. Yeah, he was managing the gas slip.
Yep.
When Kofa was the speaker, yeah, he was the chair on rule order administration. It's a very powerful committee. He was the chair.
So who the chairman are?
The chairman, Papa Colette, it's speaking for him. James Colette. Colette is the chair now.
Oh, they want to take the put money from 200 and put money.
Yeah. The tax collector.
Yeah, so he's the chair.
When the capital building burned, he was crying a baby. I pray the man left after.
Robert, that body, that house there, that area is notoriously corrupt.
Very much indeed.
That place. Listen, if I had my own will to start changing it, and Dick said something very important, Jenna, we need to highlight. If I had my own way, the problem in this country is not basically the presidency. Do you know those guys can force the president to give them money to pass law for our country? So a dream man after these days.
Yep.
So a weird time. The president will give them money. They'll have to, if no money, they will not go do anything. Because unfortunately for us, that was someone said, our constitutional review process, we have to focus on making sure that the political parties, if to say Unity Party, CDC, this party, CMC, if we had elections, CMC got 20 lawmakers. If those lawmakers don't play to the rule of CMC, CMC can record them.
Yep.
Let's change that.
What should do it? Well, because
it will start to change it.
Because guess what? Every time they say opposition week, guess what? All the opposition lawmakers are dancing with the government right now. It's opposition week.
Yeah. So you see, that's what the problem is, Robert.
Yeah, Robert.
But you know what?
That's the fundamental problem.
But you know why that is the case? You know, I mean, the problem is very complex and it's very.
You have no brokers that will go there. They don't have money.
Yeah, there you.
They don't have nothing for themselves.
Yeah. There you go.
So yeah, there's a man that's
so technically, when you see those guys fighting like that, they are dependent on those gas slips.
Yes.
To move around. And not just for them, for their girlfriends and
other family people, they want to get some other people.
Robert,
they're going to their county, their area. And so sometimes when they're sleeping darkness, there's no gas lips there.
Robert, the House and the Senate, any argument for it, it's nothing but policy, not money.
You'll never hear them fighting to say, I would have been very proud to see my own brother, Meliko, fighting to say the road going inside Kokoya, it should be paved. We should put money in the budget for public web. You'll never hear them saying that. You'll never hear the one I was talking about the current Chief Justice appointed, our own brother from there, where the children in his district are sitting down on the bare floor.
Yep.
Right? You never hear him say, Minister of Education should come and answer question. But the last one they were fighting to remove Kofa so that they can put them on major committee. Now he's on a very wonderful committee.
Well, you see, but it goes back.
And when the other committee quickly around, when the other committee now, the only thing they want to go on the special committee, then they start calling those ministers and other things.
They start citing you.
They know where all the things that can happen. And they know all the ministers.
I'm told that when they're doing a budget hearing, if I got one side, you put something there for me.
Oh yeah.
So then when the budget passes, then you know very well I'll get my stuff.
But how I did play for them today at the middle?
But Tomalin, that's the game.
Technically, though,
what?
Yeah, how you think for them got money? It's true. That's the budget process.
Yeah, but then so technically technically though, if you've really been realistic, if you take one clean-hand person, he will not survive in the house. I mean,
two things.
You can't survive. You can't survive in an environment like that.
But you know what the Bible said? You know the Bible says don't be equally what? Yoke, right?
But beyond that, it goes back to the people who have the most power. The most powerful people in our country, and they don't even recognize how powerful they are the electors. It goes back to them. I pray God that these people wake up one day. Because you talk about that school. Look at the deplorable school conditions. Those families, those parents How can these parents not look after 6 years and say, you know what, my man, I don't care what kind of sweet money you give me yet. I don't care how much better already bought yet. You feel me, you feel my children, you feel us. We will not.
The last elections.
You gotta forget, Pewee. That thing you're between the campus. I want about to talk about that anymore. I mean, you should have become. I know what are the. I mean, it's like they want to be part of the system, right? And Baga Abahasi, Reburial Abahasi. I mean, what's that? They condemning.
They say Reburial Abbas. I mean, Abbas means the denouncing it.
No, but that thing. All did having that.
Yeah, they denouncing
no.
Listen, I found myself doing that.
No, but I found myself doing that. I did exactly back in the days, right? Back in the days when they real guys who did that stuff, when they were seeing that thing Amanda with too, the guys that were legitimate. Down the train this time, they trying to think of a joke. They don't know they watch the animal.
I found myself doing exactly that, but the only thing
they are jokers.
We say revolutionary tendency, Abbas.
You know something, Tomalin? The people that walk through those halls need to go back and talk and have a conversation with them. Say, times have changed. We need to tailor our advocacy this way, because the advocacy back in the days, facing the military government, ready to react, and all those things. Those days are over with. Man. You know, and then I mean. Look, they probably like people.
Any guys
like people are looking for arrow. They're looking for arrow here.
A military government time do all the time. These guys were These guys were brave. I remember when they sent them to Belayala, when they freed them, they asked them. They got to go to Myean. Where the MFA boss now? He was saying no, Linso at the time. They asked them. They said, "How you guys keep being released?" He said, "We feel more determined." I said, "Wow, you guys
when we're preparing to just start entering university, preparing to graduate from high school, I was going to university with campus. And then when they walk him out from the guy,
they were brave. They brought a military dictator to do. But they want to have some weakness there.
They let Alfonso Socrates Nimle.
Alfonso died.
He died. Yeah, Alfonso died almost a year ago. Alfonso, the late Socrates Nimle. Socrates announced at the time when the law war started, he said the war in Lofa is alleged. They don't use the word alleged. Oh, I think it was a debate for the very careful. He used the word. Also, said the war is alleged. She don't help on that thing, man. The debate.
I watched the debate between the late Thomas Dona and Patrice Weah. That two introduced Thomas Dona for the debate.
Yeah.
And then again, at the All Liberian Conference, right, 1998, Gaffan challenged Taylor. That's the one he said. Gaffan challenged Taylor, but what the mistake Gaffan made a lip, wait, man, we said.
All right, guys, good night, man. See you later.
He said, what are you reading right now? You're reading amended Accra agreement. You see, when you're reading, it favor Taylor put them over the word. But in the agreement, they said that after the election, the ECOWAS will train the Liberian armed forces. But Taylor put that after the election, the Liberian government will train the armed forces. So when Gaffon read the thing, when he got to that point, he stopped. He said, "No, you read it." And I said, "Yeah." You see my trouble.
When Socrates made that statement, the whole area, man, bro, invested on issue. So Taylor, well, I don't know what that statement. See your war fighting, people dying. So Taylor invited Socrates and the University Student Authority to tour with him JFK. They went JFK on that tour. After the tour, where missing fighter, their foot being amputated and all of things, somebody named on the side. Then when he came out walking with Taylor asked the journalist to ask him for the impression. Then when they asked him, so he said, "Well, what's your feeling?" He may say, "There's a serious war in Lofa." You see, he's looking along. Taylor said, "No, it's not auto it. No, it's not auto it. It's not auto it. We are going to ensure that we will get you manned and we'll fly you out the war front." Oh,
Chale.
I think. No. Socrates said, no. I just Johnny asking that guy asking that question. It's Shabbat Johnny, what the guy did, man? Small guy from LBS. Yeah, I said you wanted to be Darton Thomas.
Bakari Musa.
You're not Bakari Musa, man. No, one guy, I forget the guy name. Very eloquent, very good in describing events. I forget the guy name. I don't know he said, yeah, he asked that question that day about Darton Thomas thing. Mr. Grant told us to fly him to the war front so he can go see there. Mr. crying. So student advocacy at the time.
No, man, they wanted to man. I'm see that in that pass my page.
And I like we need to transition now from that because the new dispensation is not really calling for too much hard friends. So I mean the students should transition from this kind of but the soup as a political institution to student mass-based student political institution. The mantra of soup is for political advocacy, to advocate for the downtrodden. That's the intent. That's the establishment of the party, the Student Education Party, where students and other parties, students are political institutions that are always fond of associating with the government, right? But soup, our own soup, so it'll be difficult to change the face of the advocacy.
No, but they have lost the relevance. They are not. I don't. Before back in the days when they say lean soup, they say all soup. People tremble. The government say, that's trouble, but they got the administration.
Yeah, no. It has significantly diminished the morale.
I mean, those guys. I think what 81 when those guys were found guilty by the PRC tribunal, and they were going to face firing squad, and the council of church had to step in. Yeah. Alawe took by Dempster Yala and that group that Ezekiel Vajibo. You remember that?
Yeah.
They released them. And then and then I think like 83, 84, they won the Bella Yala with the late Christian Herbert then. They won the Bella Yala, won the Bella Yala.
Yes.
Then 84 when they had late Dr. Sawyer practicing in J when they had that university.
And Pewee, they got a historian. They know history.
When they had a university episode, I think that was August 1984. When Dr. Mary Anthony Brown Sherman was president at the university.
And don't dismiss the whole university faculty, right?
Yeah. That time when you were giving the speech, he told Grady and Dubai, he said, when I say move, they left on the chair right away. Yeah.
He said university, what we tell our students, our children, that they are social institutions. They are bunch of boja. He said, Mr. Minister of Defense, Chief of Staff, go and dispatch student. He said, move. I said, Grady said, enter the campus. I put my hands up for dialogue. They start student on rock. Grady
that was a dark day. That was a dark day.
He was smart. Grady, you are a brilliant guy. And
and though they had our fear for
the infiltrate. My man, they put infiltrate. They say, if we get Grady up, we'll not penetrate. When they got Grady
they knew the Joe Losodi case to get targeted into dragging to
I said Joe Losodi,
I can't remember. I think that was
with Marvin Pan. Marvin
Pan, Joe Losodi,
on the train track.
Yeah. I think Tomalin was Stockton Creek.
Yes.
I think that was a Sunday night after Liberia played Malawi or Egypt that night when they arrested Grady.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a whole setup to that get him and could
Grady said, but Grady was smart. Grady, the man fought his case. The man said, I'm wrongly accused. Yeah.
But I thought it was just he was guilty even before they started to co-martial him from their perspective. Because they needed him out. Also, striking for Samuel, and it eventually led to Samuel own downfall too.
Yes,
because Samuel himself
and several members of Nima Raid. They haven't got a call. I think Papa not die. In PA can go low. The Papa can talk. It
was a rolling effect. They had that was the INA when Doe gave that speech. They said they dissolving the PRC. Start International Assembly. Those the chairman, his CIC, the vice chairman was late Dr. Harry F. Money by account from the Court of St. James.
At the Court of St. James, going from there.
Yeah, and then they made
I wrote the whole thing there. Wrote the whole thing.
So they make Kuyamba the Secretary General of the Assembly. They took him as command manager because Kuyamba was the second most powerful man in the country. He had troops on the command. But the rumor was that John Ramsey said we have to take him away from troop command, bringing here to neutralize him.
Yes.
And Kwamba refused.
So the boy made Secretary General.
It made Secretary General. So Kwamba refused the thing.
But
he refused the thing. That was insubordination.
Kwamba was pushing. Kwamba said, "Look, we probably posted we'll go back to the barrack. After 1985, we'll go back to the barrack." And they were against it. They were against it. They said, no.
It's a fool's dream. Everybody see Africa. They started with a coup, then they put the kotsu on. Who do you know that went back to the barracks?
No, but Kwamba wanted to go back to the barrack. Though. He wanted to do what?
To do what?
No, but gentlemen, right? How the boys there? They got them all in the 30s. How the boys then really come back and go to school?
But do you know that they're going to get more change? You're going to get rid of those?
Tomalin in Nigeria. Tomalin in Nigeria, 1979. Tomalin in Nigeria, 1979. When Obasanjo was turning over, he and all his colleagues, the top general, they all retired except for the military. They all retired except for the military. They became civilian. Obasanjo became civilian in 1979.
Yeah.
And he
was paid the way for him to come to presidency in 1999 again.
It was a full frame.
Ramsey are not fool though. Now I say John Ramsey, he misled though. Because what he did, he put the whole thing on the INA. He said, look, change it for an international assembly, and then what it did, at the end of it, when they were coming to the election now, they got a Patriot Bureau. He read it in. The INA hereby advises that that LPP, MPP, I mean UPP, they are socialist institution. They are not political party.
They are banned.
So they should ban them because the fear was if we ban the guys, Sawyer and Baghdad will come out with tip out with the progressive change and they suppress them. You see, but it was the whole thing was fool because when Kwamba was when they fired him, he was on Kerry Street, I think. His English, they call Edith English house. But then people were visiting the man stay. So Doug got very the man. They just start visiting the man. So the man said, you know, me go on my farm. He went on his farm in Nima. It took a Guar man, Robert say. He said, go kill the man. He went crawling. The groundhog. How they shot him. They shot him and said how he got killed. Because you're trying to go kill Kwamba on the farm. And he got killed.
But do it say the man won't find say you're finding man.
No, but people guess what now? People guess what? When Kwamba disappeared, when he disappeared, and they ordered him back to face the commander in chief, ordered him to report because he was still a military man. So that was insubordination. So they ordered his arrest. But mind you, like two names. I mean, give you two names. We heard they doing it. Say, well, you know, Copper T and Copper Miller.
Copper Miller, yeah.
All of them were in our group that disappeared. So that would be that when Nima Ray started. That would be the beginning.
Nima Ray was done by Julu or by the
no. So Nima Ray that year 83, Julu was the Plain Protection Force commander for Yekepa Buchanan.
Yeah.
So Julu happened to be out of town that night, and that night, those guys came to Yekepa. I think that was Copper Tia, Copper Miller, some Twazama, and the people that came that night to Julu house. They came to kill Julu.
Over Julu?
Yeah. So they killed the security guy. They killed Julu nephew. Julu's son got injured.
Yeah, badly. But there's something to it. I'm not anybody in that part. I don't care.
So Julu's son got injured badly. Lamco had to fly Chad Julu Jr. to Germany. That was right after that. You know, when they seen Kologo knew then that right after Nima Ray, then they got who to be Kwamba security chief security captain Johnny Herring confessed for coup.
I saw him recently. I saw him. He ain't better.
I had arrested Kolonko knew them. And I had arrested Kolonko knew them. Because when Johnny Herring confessed to that coup, because you mind you, this guy was industrial relations superintendent for Lamco, the late TK Wanselier. Yeah. So they all were part of that supposedly coup that Johnny Herring confessed to. And I had arrested Kolonko knew them. They had him to NSA. They used to be on TV every night confessing. Yeah. And then after they got found guilty, dope partying them. Then I was 84 now because you know what going towards election. Yeah. So that 84 referendum was coming up and all those things, and so dope partying them. Then 85 we had November 12th.
But when so they have this you're in Nima. The issue that is it Julu then Topo put in the well, that true story there?
My plenty having Nima. Because let me tell you something. It was Just to don't curfew. So when you're inside the night, you just hear a car going up and down. You know what happening?
No. Yeah, you can't go on to now. The aftermath will be noon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the aftermath will be
Peewee, you never ask that question.
Pew. So
the
Pew.
aftermath will be noon.
So Pew. Let me tell you what happened November 12th.
In the public, get where?
Pew, let me tell you what happened November 12th that day. That morning, November 12th, while the bus stopped, we ran inside. Everybody went back inside. We heard that Queen speech, they replay it. And then around about 2 o'clock, some guy from Shuffling came on the radio. He said, "Door will be speaking." And mind you, one of the guys that had the camera in front door that day, they was speaking right in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, he right in Minnesota. He's a worker Mika. He right in Minnesota. I won't call him on air because probably privacy is sake. Yeah. And then when those spoke, the people who were celebrating, everything turned around. The people were celebrating Nima too. They took all the signs down, those signs, after the election. And then we went inside.
And it changed in no time.
But mind you now, gentlemen.
But guess what now? But Tomalin, guess what? So the thing changed around about 4 something. Pop. So the next morning we go into school. We saw bodies laying on the PPF that they did the KTK once earlier. That's in November 12th. And the lady just take it up. Because when the thing turned around, they got surrounded. And they had to, so that the only dead body we saw, but we heard gunshot in the night, but we're all sleeping our curfew time. So, and then Julu was the detachment commander for Nima County Joint Security. So anything not happening anywhere in Nima County, they were coming to him. I mean, it was bad. It was bad, man.
November 12th morning, right? We're living in Chuba in Peter Bonanjara apartment. Baga Mafi was living downstairs. We were up. We were up, and he was downstairs. So Baga, my papa was a member of UPP. So Baga called Papa say, he said, Mr. George, you tell your family you should not go in the street. He said the two things will be happening. Whether those trying to set trap or what they could be looking at it ain't looking incorrect. So everybody stay put. He get our advice. And my man, 2 o'clock. Not a mess at 2 o'clock. We heard door. My fellow citizen, I am your commander-in-chief and president-elect. The Tomaku who has failed. I'm in complete control. I say, what? Hey.
The patriotic forces have been surrounded.
Yeah.
I heard it now.
And then news of the guy being the one, it was shocking, right? Because when one guy succeeded, and I heard that we had captain. We have 2 captains in our area. But we need to follow some deep information. When the information spread, but this Anthony McQueen Nambe, and I guess Anthony McQueen Nambe is from Nimba, right?
Yeah, Anthony McQueen.
Yeah, McQueen. But McQueen is the one. McQueen is the one that even free though. When they arrested,
you also do a capture in November 12th?
I'm coming. Do a capture of November 12th.
No, my man.
Let me say this.
Pewee, the speech that Kwema gave, he said.
Do a capture of November 12th. I come in 1 minute. You come in. Let me say what I know. People, Captain Kono and other people out there who live in Ero kind of heard this after the story. Some years growing up. Do a capture actually. Do a left in the care of Anthony McQueen. Anthony McQueen is the one that free and those are telling I will do that. Listen, do a capture. But not capture though he never. They talk over the executive mansion.
The first thing, Pewee, the speech that Kwema gave.
But there was a blunder
our recorded speech, and Pewee, he didn't go to LBI and get
do you know the reason? Do you know the reason why Kwema surrendered? Kwema because he was disappointed he better lay it down.
No. But
Pewee, check this out. Pewee, check it out.
That way, and Pewee, Kwema's speech was written by Dr. Fambula. Okay, number 1. Number 2, was recorded speech. He sent a speech to play in LBS. You look at the video, he walking around with all the thing on him, up and down in LBS. Yeah, it was actually they want black communication between Kwema and men. It's only black communication. How come Kwema lost communication with a man? They black that communication. And Colonel Ray came from shuffling. 4 battalion commander, they came from shuffling to retake the retake LBS. But it's only one of black Kwema communication I'll mess with my Pewee.
No, you know, I don't think it's the issue about.
And do not capture because he
said never had enough men. He never had enough of his own men. He was riding his popularity.
Yes.
That the general is back. You remember that speech? He named all the different battalion commander there.
Yeah.
He did different battalion commander. This person.
Commander of seize power. Somebody do
it.
He said, somebody do it hiding. There's no escape for him. So how is there no capture? He said somebody
he captured though.
No, he said there's no escape for him.
He said though in hiding. But
he didn't want to escape though. He wanted to go marshal though. He captured though.
My man, when he said somebody do it in hiding, there's no escape for him. Then he said, I call all the men and women at the armed forces to surrender to God, to surrender.
But let me ask one question. What was a trained general too? Was a trained guy, right? Why he didn't escape?
Oh,
when he didn't
you know something, Pewee. You know something, Pewee. Kurangba then they all became big general after the coup. Before the coup, Kurangba was just a staff sergeant. All the other guys were corporal.
Yeah. I know that.
But let me tell you. When that thing changed, there's no way. The only way that man could escape for that country, that man would have gone. That man would have had to go underground in Montreal for months before even try to get out of Montreal, because from Red Light, that road going up or going to Sierra Leone, all the things that were heavily protected right now, because all the people that are with him that escaped, they all stay underground in Montreal for months.
So he would have done the same. He would still be on the ground for months.
Yeah, but where would we have gone? Who are going to host him?
You could have. Hey man, listen, that you, my brother, you know, you say, okay, let me find, you know, from where you just think that there in our place. The people not have out there. You are general, you would have known, or you could find means to go to neighbor, hit the forest, hit the forest.
They had a man on radar. The man local communication went there.
Hit the forest. Hit the forest.
But you would think, boy, for the first thing, you would think he know the forest. That's the first thing. You would think he know the forest. Somebody would have done it. And let me tell you, and you'll be surprised. The people that do arrested after November 12th, that they got released in December, I think about December 12 or 15, they were the likes of, you know, Emmanuel Shaw were arrested about November 12th?
Yeah, David done it.
All the people were arrested, that thing was deep.
But you know,
and don't forget, and one thing that Doe had, the NSA, Doe inherited institution that sometimes he tells he just benefited. The NSA has Sylvester Moses, who were there before even the coup.
Smart man, screen cap.
And those guys had that thing covered. You know, we overlooking had that thing covered. Man, that morning when they were announcing, when Kwame was announcing, Julu were crossing the border into Tuo in Guinea, sitting there because they went to your house.
So the guy called Eugene Kiddo, what position?
Eugene Kiddo was in the immigration doing toward after the coup. He came to the States. He's being law enforcement.
One part I think I can remember that something. Looking on the TV, the only thing you see here is when they kick in the under that the week.
I was like that. Say, he did it. He said, I said, Stepper.
and then looking back, now I made Doe relax. After Doe came about Doe, nobody could come for him again. That the last man was all there who can't get him.
But at that stage now, it was established that probably couldn't get Doe out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had to start to
the message he survived the two coup attempt.
He said 52.
Yeah, 2 invasion.
Yeah, that's why he said the fireman 50 caliber.
I was glad, man. You see MND. He said, you say you are reading on some paper. You are reading MND.
How you call him up? You call him up in then he say etc. etc.
He said, "Emma Sawyer, I want to put that."
The king has seen it.
I'm a Euro. And as a guy,
Euro was very trained.
And they put in the firing squad.
No, Flanzameta. Oh yeah, they came from the BTC.
Oh, they came, right?
Yeah, they came from they came not seen it after that defense ministry, etc.
That's what he did when they came. Somebody do keep any ball.
Moses MND from MND.
Like you'll be so after the April 22nd, Samuel Doe first execution was the West End, 1981.
Yeah, but you know West End, right? I was living in Habel, Firestone. What in catching tree? What's I play game became another day. What's how one here one yellow cow I got on the I got knee. What's coming from became from that game when I was no. What's on the devil Jeff and the Jack came for nothing. Was it do nothing?
They arrested us. They were going to kill Oscar Quia too. They're talking about the line. Oscar was scheduled to be executed that day.
The kid wasn't for nothing, my man. They make him a football game. And then Jay Nichols put him a lie when they announced his death. Put him was a lie when they say put a guy killed him in the street of gunfire.
You coming from Ivory Coast, then you come back roll. Man. Come on, man. But you know something? You know something that one PR, I think he was junior member because I don't know how to determine junior and senior member, but one PRC guy in Liberia, he's still there. He got deported from Charlotte, Jeffrey Batu.
Oh, Batu. Yeah, Batu was not a real member, a 17 member, I think.
I think he was junior. Yeah. But then he left like 82. He came to the States.
Yeah, he came to go to school,
But then, you know, I think that he got deported a few years ago.
Why did you put him?
I don't know. I don't know.
Immigration issue.
Was it tied to a record back home?
Immigration.
No, I know. Yeah. I mean, it would be nice to somebody grabbing and sitting down. So, because that's the only person that you know that on that calendar that living that we can that's who we can talk to.
I don't put on that.
I can more than that.
Well, it was reported that they say that Secretary advised though. Say when you come to power day, you want to survive, kill all your people. I will do that. But the first person that died, right?
But he didn't care whether he survived. The Abraham Colley, I can remember when he died. When the funeral said, Abraham Colley died peacefully.
The first guy that died was this guy, Falabani.
Abraham Colley got elected senator or representative for Lofa 85, right?
Yeah.
Falabani was very powerful. He was powerful at the beginning when he had dead away. Second general of the PRC, Fala Giovanni.
No, he wasn't saying I think Falabani, when Falabani died, I want to make
accident.
He died accident or they killed him.
He died accident, my man. Come on.
Accident right here the Bay Junction.
Is it a killing, my man?
Don't cry out to the wig, my man. I say, don't miss that ball. Small picking.
My man, that was not a good time in history.
Was it a peaceful accident? I mean, was it an accident? Was
it an African song? I'm gonna tell you, too dead away, man.
I was drunk and high.
I used to enjoy my man Jay Nicholas Pote ball. Jay Nick, my man, I bought in a ride. One of driving a car. I know you were smoking ganja. He talking that boogie ball, man. The ball, you're relaxing. Man, the ball that if you actually bought that enjoy the level, so you don't begin, man. So you don't got no power about. But the guy was nice. Kuba was nice. He was in Firestone for a long time. He came for art surgery in Firestone. You know, my papa was chief of Peabody, so security. So come out say night, with my papa. But that person. He's my who can show it. Oh,
let me ask the question. What about the master sergeant at the time, the ranking person to be the head of states and other things? We have done the other way around. The same to target him.
We never know.
Anyway, you never know. You're right, because maybe again, his kinsmen were going to start advancing. You don't get rid of other people, and that was affected though. I mean,
but you know what?
Falabani was wicked pickings. That's true.
But people, let me tell you something. I watched this YouTube documentary about Nigeria. So when they staged the coup and they put Buhari in power, they had Sani Abacha to announce it, but Magida was like second in command. After a year and a half, they didn't let what Buhari was doing. But Magida was chief of army staff. But Magida went to all the different divisions. And then the last person, he said, I got to go talk to the person and say he went to Abacha. Abacha said, but you my boss. Anything you want, we'll do it. Then they overthrew Buhari. But they overthrew Buhari that Joshua Dugunyaru Abacha announced to the country.
Announced, yeah. Dugunyaru said he drove to Doran Barracks.
Yeah. He turned and said, under arrest. So,
you know what happened? I remember in 1992, we're in Nigeria at the National Institute of International Affairs. We're with a group called ISEC, right? ISEC Liberia. We want to go honor Dugunyaru. Not the mentor. we honor Dugunyaru and Bakud, right? The mentor said he blasted the tap. He said, "You're brave. You will honor me and Bakud. Bakud was so Morovia." I said, "Oh." He said, "How you honor me with Bakud?" The man saw Morovia, they got honor me with Bakud. I said, "Hey." I said, why did poor force them on? I said,
Oh no.
Bakuso, he gave Autopos. He opened the corridors for them to come in Morovia. How you honor me with him?
Those guys were very competitive. And hey, if you read their bio, they all were very accomplished generals when they even came to Liberia.
No, but you don't suffer.
They were accomplished. They were accomplished military officer.
They were at a boat launch in Nigeria, in Lagos. They call it Operation Liberty by Nkemi Gatwa. The story about Dogon Yaro, Mamelo, Pewee, and Siafa were at that program. What are the program? During the election season in Nigeria, Awodo was saying that, Boya Kimi was saying, all the guys were running up, was saying, you know, we appeared there late, the late MQ Abiola. When that guy appeared, right, the corporate went wow. Then he went straight down. Then the guy here, he copied your culture, man. He went to the Oman food, to the Oman feed, Awodo's wife. They call Mama Awo. He went and he just dropped to her feet, you know, to greet her. Everybody said, whoa, no, the guy on the tradition. Is
that Western also that the Yoruba tradition there because over from the Yoruba scholar.
Then the guy was speaking. How they call him? The vice president was speaking. What his name was the guy? Akoso Akumo. He was speaking. Then when he looked, he said, who am I? So he's about Mela MQ Abiola. Then Abiola said, and the Nigerian government gave $1 billion. $1 million. He said, I came here to give $1 billion, but because Akumo gave $1 billion, I will double it. I mean, the body have money back. He said, I did a good job in Liberia. I will double my pledge. I mean, no,
nobody has your money. But the general at the time, you know, and they still got our culture, they still respect. And the general at the time, even when Obasanjo took over, and the Nigerians, they structured things in the way, man. And I wanted to even help Obasanjo to get to the presidency. Right? Because he was in jail when Abacha died. There was still room and say, oh, I may post all the time. They said, no, but got to bring the guy up. And they agree, all general agree that, okay, well, then they'll bring the man, the man will contest. They were glad you're going to win the elections.
Yeah.
MQ, yeah. I mean,
but Tomalin, guess what? Obasanjo, there was a guy that died in jail. Obasanjo military body, they call him Yaradua.
Yaradua.
Yeah.
Yaradua was also part of the coup with Guar back in the days with Murtala Mohammed. Then Obasanjo became head of state. So that guy was in jail. That guy was detained by Abacha. Obasanjo flew to Nigeria and Obasanjo got arrested too.
Mm-hmm.
And it was because that guy was strong politically in the north. General Yaradua.
Yeah. Man, our first time, right? 94, 92 and 94, I think. Our first time I met Abacha, what do you call the guy? MKO. They may give over non-Liberian students. They may give us $10,000, man. $10,000 cash to get it off. Yeah, I think we're 4 guys with 5 guys with 4 girls were 9 students. They probably that down, man, and Tape probably that organizer. Probably say he was flying from Abuja to Lagos. He said MQ Myean at the airport. If I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm waiting for my flight. He said, get on my jet, let's go. While on the jet, and he told the guy, I said, I got some Liberian students I want to meet you. Is it for true? I come in there. That time, man, the guy entered. They have one tree by our embassy, Adela Odeko. That is true. Our embassy on Adela Odeko. In Lagos. In Lagos. Yeah, they call it Adela Odeko, man. When the guy came, my man, they say, embassy, say, MQ Abiola, come see you. Is it for true? What? My man, we got prepared for that. Right in the embassy. They were more Rufina Dapo. She the one who had the microphone in my mouth, my man. I picture that Lord, my man. While I was speaking, and my phone was seeing a cell phone. My man, while I was talking to the man, the man said, "Yeah, wait. I can't call camera." I said, "What's that?" They said, "A phone, cell phone, my man." In the 90s now, he said, "You got call from London." I said, "What? They make a cell phone? I think that cell phone there."
They got Turaya.
Yeah. The man answered the call. After that, my man, then he said, "Oh, my Liberian students, you can see me tomorrow to my crescent, MQ Abiola crescent in Ikeja. When I saw money."
Ikeja Estate.
Yeah, the embassy car carry, but the Mercedes
as an elite area there in Lagos.
My man Maryland, they call him Walker head of delegation, J. Blabu Walker. Got it, my man. Got there. The man said this is a car will run when I become president. Man had a Mercedes Benz pack. Who started the man said, "Oh, Liberian students, yeah, you guys do $1, yeah, okay." He took out 10,000 out of man. Get off. I said, "What?" Look, man, on Garguah embassy, who I have it.
That boss a billionaire.
Oh, yeah, that, I know very well to man, very well to. But I mean, they denying the presidency.
Yeah, he wanted to for him, man. He wanted.
Yeah, but they killed him.
Yeah, he said if you declare as a president, they gain you declare. When you declare,
but guess what? When you watch the YouTube documentary, do you know who one of the chief lieutenant? Tinubu, the current president Tinubu, one of the chief lieutenant back then. The current president right now. Yeah. I was seeing one of the videos.
And that one of the reasons why Tinubu had a very good grip of Lagos. And Tinubu is the godfather of Lagos. He was the godfather of Lagos for many years. But he was governor of Lagos for 2 terms. He left. Then he started to initiate who will come over as governor and other things. He's powerful, man. And he also is a billionaire.
But they had a Tinubu. But they got us saying that
he was a billionaire before he got to the presidency.
They got us saying that Bamangida and know that election in order for Abacha to be president. Because when Bamangida was leaving government, why he didn't retire Abacha? He left Abacha as defense minister.
Abacha was a wicked man. That man.
And so
that man, you know, they had the organic activists were in jail, right? So they went for the Commonwealth meeting. Then I think Ojugu they were begging for the man to release the man. People say you're begging the man are killing people. I will recap one
now of them.
Now organic activists.
The guy was ruthless.
Yeah, but
it
was the beginning. It was the cut-off point. Now when he did that, the West needed, and I had to move. But I had to get rid of him.
Mm-hmm. And Chancellor said, Abacha, I saw him my own armament and the 7 inauguration. Chancellor said the greatest decision he ever made was to go to Nigeria. He said, Abacha told him, say, come, I will not hammer you, come. Until I went to Nigeria, he also until said when he went to Nigeria, Abacha began to have a bond. When Abacha came for the
tell you how to get along people. So
when he came to when they came there, my man, I see my man, the man brought the man car from Nigeria, the man brought a plane, a car in a plane. See, I said, it can turn it up the man, a powerful man, there's all. My man say, yeah,
what a powerful. And they studied him to the extent that
that woman came here, right?
Yeah, they couldn't get rid of him because number one, he had a very tight security, very tight. So, as the saying goes, he was one kind of, the Nigerian leaders, he used to like womanizing, right? But beyond that, he had a kind of a particular kind of a women he loved to associate with.
Yep.
So he loved the Indians.
Indian women.
The Indian women. The Indian women. Yeah. He loved you to go. So basically, it was that. So they have trained one of them basically to just go on that mission, and that mission was to be because he was very trained. He knew who wanted to target him. So there's not a lot of way you not do things, but the saying goes that this Nigerian general wrote this Marcus and the same guy that broke the story that he was not okay. When the guy wrote this story, the guy had to go in one after him. The guy broke the story that the president is not well. The man saw Abacha. The man may be a journalist. The man be a journalist. I listen to the guy may be a journalist. The man said he been observing the man. He says, I know you know me, right? When I look Phil, you know you're determined. He knew. And when the man did that determination, 2 weeks they tell me Abacha died.
Abacha died. But people, guess what? When Abacha died, there were top generals. The number 2 to Abacha and some other general, they were in jail waiting execution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Apple, the
number 2.
Who took Abacha for him? Who took what for him?
General Abu Salim Abubakar.
Abu Salim Abubakar took over for the interim period.
Yeah.
Initiate the election.
Then Obasanjo.
Yeah.
But Abubakar, Abu Salim.
One guy was interim president and they shouldn't can.
But that one Abacha didn't move.
I thought Abacha went.
That one they drove to him and said, "Hey, y'all let her read it. You resigning."
Look. I listened on Hard Talk some time ago. When I think happened, I listened on Hard Talk when Abacha died. Abacha took over on Hard Talk 2 years later. I listened on Hard Talk on BBC about detail as to how that whole thing happened. It's an Indian person, but it was some Apple bag they said. But beyond that story, how they could come out to announce that Abacha is dead. The deputy national security minister. The guy said when the thing happened, when they call him, he had decided it was difficult. When they went in the room, the president was not responding. He was not responsive. He got something up. He said to himself, he said this other news is going to be very difficult to say. So he said he didn't want to say anything. They called the doctor. When they called the doctor, all the security council, wait a minute. All of them went and told the man, said, the president is in there. He's not well. But we want you to make sure the president will talk to us before you leave from here. The doctor's going. The man said he went to the doctor called him. He went to the doctor. The doctor went to play and checked the man, but the man already dead. The man dead died. He had that stop and he died. So he went there. He came back out. The man waiting. He stayed here, telling him waiting to see. So he had to tell them something that the president is alive. So how do you do that? The man said, so what you have to do is that don't maybe go and tell them the president that will kill you. Don't do that. So just be in there for some time. Tell them the president is in coma. We need to take the president or bring some things to bring other machines to get the president and get him up. Then when you leave, you're not going to come back. Then we'll eventually decide what's going to happen.
Yep.
The message happened all the time, and they kept it. They kept it for 3 days. They couldn't announce. Abacha was dead for 3 days. They didn't inform nobody. 3 days. They said they didn't inform anyone. 3 days.
Abacha?
Yeah, 3 days. How do we break that news? I don't know, BBC. And I got a new BBC. BBC Blue Radio. Because when Abacha died out there, I can remember focus on Africa. There was a guy, a Nigerian guy, he said that nothing God had ever done for this country for Abacha to die. The message he was celebrating. Yes, people celebrate.
What I get it from BBC, man. What did BBC put on Focus on Africa?
People celebrate.
They won't get. They were too good, man, on Focus on Africa.
So that guy, the guy, but
Veronique Adams?
No, they won't get one, man.
African
guy. She was good, man.
Bola?
Not Bola. She was on easy high. When I be Focus Africa, man, I get that's it correct.
Most of the African girls, most of them came from Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria.
Veronique Adams, but Veronique Adams came from Cameroon. Veronique came from Ghana. One of them came from Ghana, but most of them came from Nigeria. Most of them was Nigerians.
Those guys, you'll be surprised. Abacha's son, Abacha chief of security, some major. They kept that guy. That guy was in jail for like 15 years after Abacha died.
For true?
Yeah.
But you know how that day? That was a man.
Calling Hamza Mustafa. I mean, in jail
Hamza
for like
Mustafa.
15 years.
They found in Hamza Mustafa house. They found $6 billion.
Yeah.
$6 billion in cash. How you do that kind of thing? Jesus Christ.
That man had I think that man had what? Was it 3,000 or 7,000 man private army that they trained in Israel and North Korea? Like when he was in charge of.
Jesus.
Because you know, Abacha was very paranoid. He didn't do a lot of international travel. After
Because he was dog. Abacha, he ain't speaking goose. Dog man.
He did.
Yeah, wicked man.
The border around them, all of them were all multi-million dollars, and the men have cash in their homes.
Yep.
Wait, now who they went and took the arrested and brought him back to Nigeria in bag? Who they did it to? One of the Joko.
Hey man, all they got it. Hey man, one of them is Sunday of the. Another one of the business said the phone he was here in London at Heathrow Airport. Fast suitcases, some money.
You got him when brought a guy in Nigeria from London in suitcase, man. I mean, those guys are vicious, man. When they steal, they don't steal small money. They don't.
And they're brave. Enter the men at home. But I want an African country that they are notorious in terms of corruption.
Yeah.
They don't play for you.
Yeah, but you can see the effect of corruption in the people country. The effect of corruption. The people have Nigeria Airways. They have no national airline. I mean, the effect of corruption. Everything breaks down there. Everybody got private jets, so it doesn't matter for them.
Well, my question is, I want to know. It came a time they were coup in Nigeria and Ghana, coup in Nigeria and Ghana, but what's stopping now? Why do they?
It's not stopping. I think the generals agree. They just stopped. They decided to just bring about democracy to try to democratize their country, and by that, most of the generals they agree now to allow the generals
to rotate, right? Rotate the regional rotation, right?
The regional leadership should come in, and secondly, give the top general what they should have.
Yep.
And that's why, make them live very comfortably.
They live very good. They live very good.
Comfortably. Make them, that's it. So
Chief
no
of Navy
president can you
staff,
blame
Chief
on.
of Army staff, Chief of Air Force,
and
Chief
their
of Defense
deputies,
staff.
everybody.
They live plush life.
The men live a life that you don't imagine.
They live plush life. You deny them aid, they will move you from that. They'll move you from Osora.
During the Civil War, we had all these BB titles and Chief or John Chief. So one Nigerian general, they say, he said, how do you call him? He said he is chief of marine or something. He said, here's a man. He cannot even fly a canoe. He can't even paddle a canoe. You call him John. John.
You see the mistake they made in the military when you're officer. You're either in one role, you're either in command position. I mean, you got troops under your direct command, commanding general, so that you'll be a commanding officer, or you're in a staff role. So let's say for a company, the administrative department, where you guys do the strategic planning, logistic planning, all that stuff. So these are the staff role. Like the military people that work at defense ministry, they are all in staff position. They are not in command position. You know what I mean? The officers. So when they say chief of staff, the chief of staff is the senior military advisor to the civilian leadership. He in charge of that entire military staff that support the civilian leadership along with the armed forces. So like in the US, when they say John Chief of Staff, you got your John Chiefs. You know, all the different branches of the armed forces.
If they have that.
Yeah, they have that.
Then I drink out funny. So, you know, Henry Buchanan, right? Henry Buchanan was doing our relief work. So Nigerian so one of your friends, do you know this? He got to bring a Jew for the guy, right? So the guy he said, he told I remember say, I want to find a woman like that, right? So the guy carried the woman out there. Somebody would the guy said, So who they went there? The guy tired, he mad. He said, but oh God, why you not talking to me? I brought the pool. He said, I think you could bring me human being, go bring me devil. I think bring me go bring me devil. That's not my fault. No, then I drank out there. I enjoyed though. I remember when they beginning with food in her bed. They say, they come here. The beginning will say, you go enter well. You go enter well. The beginning will be running the garden and go to the well. So you go there, you fall down well. You fall the well. The beginning will be for the garden, but come on, you boy. They gonna bring all that to the garden and say, you think that's you can buy it. You can buy it.
I think from the ECOMOS standpoint, the bigger mistake personally I feel ECOMOS made was to allow all the warring faction to come into Monrovia. Because when they came into Monrovia, they all smuggled arms there. When April 6 came, that was the first real fighting in Central Monrovia, street to street fighting. You know what I mean?
My man, look, April 6, right? My man, when I came on that night, I said, oh, where the arms coming from? So, man, they gotta change their form. In the form, guerrilla form. I said,
but if you had kept all of them in the very headquarters of the area they were controlling, it would have saved the city.
No, but when they killed the Senegalese there in Vahon, Lofa County, they say Senegalese they kill. Hey, you're Charlie member. You're Charlie man kill do.
But I didn't understand him. You know something? I didn't understand him because look at his primary supporter, Blaise Compaoré. Sitting down, Blaise just kind of slide away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And nobody sung his name to say Blaise supporting the war in Liberia. You know, Blaise just kept it. They were 2 hands on. He was 2 hands on in Sierra Leone.
Tell us now going to Nigeria. It would have gone to maybe Burkina Faso. Maybe he still be around. He'll be in jail.
No, but I got Tomalin.
They would have pressure any leader in West Africa.
Any leader would have pressure in. But Tomalin, that guy had disassociated with Taylor a long time.
Blaise,
yeah, because Taylor was treating Sierra Leone like a territory. Yeah. They were trying to save his presidency, and the guy was being reckless. I mean, Taylor just left Sierra Leone. Look, Tomalin, from the time the British people flew troops into Sierra Leone, that was the warning sign for him to just leave. But you send Sawyer to go shoot at British people, and now you're in jail in the UK. You see that?
Yeah, but I don't think Taylor was treated fairly in the crisis. Why he went in jail too? Why must Taylor want to be in jail?
Well, because
they
take care of business.
The reason Taylor is not in jail for Liberia.
No, but
they were Sierra Leone.
Yeah, but I mean, but yeah, still other people involved in Sierra Leone. Why not Taylor?
No. Most of the people went to jail. Most of them died.
Who?
Most of them died. And let me say this for you: the reason why they took Taylor, all of them for in Sierra Leone, they helped for Sierra Leone war. They are in jail, either in Sierra Leone or they die. Now, the social code for Freetown, Sierra Leone, is based in Freetown. But the reason why they removed Taylor for security concerns, because Liberia is right there. They thought the MTFL will regroup to do that. They remove a trial in the Hague. And then
if you got a case, Taylor won our case. Honestly,
they didn't really have a case against him. So he died.
They brought Naomi Campbell to line, man. They want to touch money. Nothing.
But man, the chance of you winning that case was slim.
Moses Blah lie. All of them. There was no case, but the intent was to get him out.
A lawyer just died. Was Cecil Griffiths. That was a good lawyer.
Yeah.
Griffith died
a week ago.
I mean, that was the deal. He should have taken his hands off of Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
Taking hands off.
I told her, man, Charlie.
And then you know something? If people were so anti-America, then you saw that interview in Nigeria where he was crying, saying one of the greatest mistakes that he didn't get to America. I said to myself, I hope they're watching it. You know what I mean? Because
I tell the president Trump time, tell we don't have a problem in America. I can't
That's too bullshit.
I mention lad. Charlie.
You know, so it was just, I mean, you look at it, you be like, they got every opportunity to turn things around.
Why is Johnny guy? When he read talk to the Liberian people, he said, let us pray. He'll pray first. And when he finish praying, then he will talk about, you said, Liberia is very concerned about the Palestinian issue. We are very concerned about that. They said, we are concerned about that. I was telling I got some world leader.
The reason why actually Taylor really went to jail today and why Mr. Bush pushed that against him, it was Madam Sadi. Madam Sadi had a very good relationship with Bush. Very good relationship. So Madam Sadi fear is her concern was that to Bush, if this man stay around and free, my presidency will be in problem. So now very sure she pushed, but I don't think Taylor want to do anything again.
No, but even if it's not Bush don't really give order to move Taylor. They are Bush. They say Bush. Why Mr. Taylor?
Because of Sadi, the other thing. The other side didn't lobby yet, but he left.
He said, "Without no for an answer." All he said.
Instruction he gave of Taylor to leave, and Taylor left.
The Liberian people, the Taylor supporter in Liberia when Madam Sadi became president, they didn't help Taylor either. I mean, they showed the arrogance. I think somebody had an office on the boulevard. They had a big picture of Taylor there, innocent, all those things like that. They didn't help him because, so that thing was hanging over her. And she needed to get control of the country. So how can I get control of the country and neutralize these people? Well, for them to arrest the
film, but they did that. They arrested Taylor, and when hang on him, man, I checked. I work. I was in Rhode Island. Don't forget, I work. Man, I said, hey, man. Look, you see the men who are powerful. Hang on the man I did, but hang off the man. Hey, Charlie, but they arrested the man, yeah.
Councilor Gongloe that read his rights that day.
You see me, brother, also on the show, you know.
Look at the pattern. Earlier in the country, when you look, Eddie left from the city that night, 8 p.m. Special flacking for Eddie. Oh, nobody announced what the president is leaving. When the president left, the next day is argument all over the place. Oh, Eddie going to Nigeria. Eddie spent 2 nights or so, and then came by again under the cover of darkness. They were hiding it.
I thought you were president already.
So a president already. That was March of 2026. 2006.
Yep.
March 2006. I can still remember this. And then came back. The debate on. So and then, but people, the system came out. Other thing came out. So people start speculating. Eddie went to meet Obasanjo. But Eddie was hiding this thing in other line, right? Boop. She went over when she left. The news had to come out. But the person that broke this news, brought it up, people know it was the late Gaddafi.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, Gaddafi brought the news. Gaddafi told Gaddafi said that, your brother, you brought him to me. You shouldn't have done that to him. when she went to visit Gaddafi, I think Gaddafi was giving $30 million for the project, other thing. Gaddafi said, "Well, wrong for you to give your own brother out. You brought him to me. Do you know that?" Yes.
Because I remember that night.
Ellen introduced Taylor.
The morning when they arrested Taylor. So that night in the U.S., they said Taylor was gone missing, and Obasanjo was in the U.S. to meet Bush.
No, he was on his way to the U.S.
He was on his way to the U.S. And then Candy Rice said there's a possibility that he will not meet the president because after they said Taylor was missing. So Obasanjo arrived.
Obasanjo treated Taylor fair.
But what Taylor said, they asked Taylor the question in the court.
Taylor not run away. He not run away.
Say, if you have to see Obasanjo in the room, now what you do? He say it will not be a good thing for two former presidents. I will box him. Yeah, Taylor said he's mad. He's have not seen.
He betrayed Taylor. Taylor not run away.
Taylor said,
but they were never friends. They were never friends.
What Taylor went there?
It was diplomacy. That diplomacy.
Yeah, we agreed we're not friends, but it's
Taylor was going to other country. I didn't make mistake going to Nigeria.
Look. Taylor firearms and Nigerian troops. He put down record. That water. The only country that was Nigeria.
It had got a president or Nigeria or Abacha. You think you are giving Taylor up?
No. But Tomalin, why the Tabo in Baki in carry Taylor to South Africa? Why Shisano in carry Taylor to Mozambique? These are the people that came Morella there, right? But guess what? That's the only country that's talking.
It was Tabo in Beki, it was Jacques Shisano of Mozambique, Tabo in Beki for Africa, and Olusegun Obasanjo from Nigeria. But when they came out, Obasanjo said that, hey, this is an African thing. We in West Africa, I will take it.
He said, man, harass me. And he said it?
But he sent this caveat that no one, he would not be able. There was this, and Taylor said in the court, there was this international gentleman agreement.
Yes.
But one of the judges asked Taylor and his lawyer this question, but Taylor directly, this agreement, was it written? I remember one of the black judges asked. Taylor said no, it was a gentleman agreement. But the gentleman, it was just unfortunate. And I agree here, Obasanjo was not friendly, but when Obasanjo got to the presidency in 1998, he started coming along. He started liking Taylor because he said Taylor's a smart man. You know, Taylor, when he sat and talked with you, Safari, you know, so, when Obasanjo first visit to Liberia, I can remember I did to the executive marshal. Taylor, that time my woman was the assistant minister and fresh interpreter to Taylor. Taylor said that day, when Obasanjo came, he say, you first say, he say, Nigeria, Liberia. He say, when you have your big brother, don't you know, President Honorable Obasanjo was there laughing. Oh no. Obasanjo went, but it was because of those things Obasanjo started liking. So that one of the things he said he was going to take it. But Obasanjo didn't know, actually. And that one of the reasons, what happened? Obasanjo had told Taylor, before he left, he told Taylor, say, I'm going to, this is what Taylor explained in the quote. I'm headed to the U.S. to see the president. But they've been harassing me. So what I want you to do, I'm traveling. I want you to take a trip. If I'm back, then I will let you know what's going to happen. It was on the basis of that Taylor was leaving. Now, and Taylor said because of that, he was trying to visit a long-time friend. And you know the late Idris Deby from Chad, the Chad president. Very good friend. Very good original friend. They all met in Libya, right? So he said he was taking this trip to visit his brother. Now, Taylor pointed out, if he was escaping, he would have taken to the Cameroonian border, which is just 45 miles from where he was in Calabar. It's Cross River State. But he was leaving from Cross River State, traveling all along through Maiduguri, 1,200 miles. Imagine that this is 1,200 miles. Imagine I traveled the last time, 2023 December, I drove from the East Coast to Georgia, which is East Coast to Georgia, which is 700 there about miles. They talking about 1,200 miles. What busy?
Is that you thought
so Taylor said, no, not Zobi, it wasn't the quotation. So Taylor said, if he were escaping, he would have just crossed to Cameroon, which is 45 miles. Right? But
they arrested at the border, right?
Yeah, he said when they crossed Maiduguri to the border now, almost to the border with Chad, when he looked, because he was traveling with Nigeria's Secret Service. Right? Immediately they arrived there, he said they received a call. He was shocked. The Secret Service said, "Oh, gee, we don't have nothing to do." Then different protocol. Then he said the Secret Service told him this was order from Abuja, and right there, they told him he was under arrest. They handcuffed him.
Hey, man.
Put him in the plane from there, not to Abuja, straight to Arai. And there where he bent down and he cried when he said that. Yeah, he said he would never. He told his lawyer there when he came down this way, and myself felt deeply emotional about that. They said right there, the rest they told him on arrest and decided to treat him with disrespect and all those things. They handcuffed him right there, put him on the plane. Straight
show over it.
to Arai.
Discussion line because there are many things that need to take responsibility of all the things that you're talking about. You're discussing people and other things. They show over it.
Who talking there?
So these are some of the things. Who's saying that?
That Ben, eh?
No, not Ben.
But you can call the person name.
The person call that name.
But I come in before the person can call that name, and sometimes maybe spoken they want to come in and say something. But all respect.
That Gongloe.
What we're saying here is on YouTube. When Taylor spoke in the court, this is what Taylor explained. I was just watching it again recently.
But I think
Taylor said he was never escaping. He was he had planned to escape. He would have crossed to Cameroon. Instead, he powered to Mandiguri and all the area of town.
But you're betrayed, though. I think Obasanjo betrayed too.
It was agreed. He emphasized on it was agreed between he and Obasanjo that he should take a trip. When Obasanjo returned from the US, then they will see what next to do. And that's why he was taking the trip. And he was taking the trip to Delhi.
Obasanjo said, even when you're leaving Liberia, he said, no matter you pressure him for Taylor Bennett, he said it. You don't pressure me.
He said that.
You don't pressure me. But then, and honestly, Bush not said my arrest Taylor. Bush just said, when they asked him if Taylor don't resign, what happened? He said, we don't take no for an answer. All Bush said, we will not take no for an answer. When a lot of people just ran away and said they might arrest Taylor.
Where actually it was this guy that unsealed the indictment in Accra 2003, David Crane.
David Crane.
No. In
David Crane. No, when it was
in the 90s.
No, I'm talking about when Taylor was president. He was at ECOWAS in Accra.
Yeah.
When they unsealed that indictment in 2003. When you 2003?
In the 90s.
No, that was 2003. Taylor left 2003.
No, but the first one Taylor came back, he came back. He constitutional visit to come out Liberia.
No, I'm talking about when they unsealed the indictment. The indictment
they were arresting in Ghana, but then the Ghanaians said they won't do it on the soil.
No, but that was 2003 when they unsealed the indictment.
I understand.
2003. Right. They unsealed the indictment, and when David Crane was the chief prosecutor, they court in Sierra Leone. You might have had Benjamin Yeta talking about military vibration, all that thing in 2003 when they unsealed the indictment. But Taylor came back that night.
No, but wait. Taylor came in anywhere popular.
The men are challenging the point. These are the explanations. As Lloyd approached. So I gave a part. The men are saying we take responsibility. We don't just come and say things we don't know about.
Mortar shells.
Hey, Charlie.
Launched by Lloyd. From those shells were taken to the U.S. Embassy. They confirmed that those at the shrapnel were shrapnel from United States mortars. Now, these shells had dropped on an area that is considered a diplomatic compound of the United States Embassy in Monrovia called Greystone, where hundreds of Liberians had assembled for rescue. Several mortar shells fell on that compound, and there were scores of people killed. There were limbs thrown all over the place. The citizens on that compound took the bodies and took them at the gates of the U.S. Embassy and said to them, well, here is what you have done to our people. The United States government strangely, and maybe for the first time, and I stand corrected, did not condemn the shelling of those civilians in Monrovia. During the war, citizens had retreated to Monrovia. So I would say there were maybe about 1 million people that had gathered in different parts of the city. And I must admit, we've always known America to be, under some circumstances, humane. There are other cases where they're not. But for the United States government not to condemn these people on their diplomatic compact convinced me that the United States, in their regime change policy, where George Bush had called upon me to leave, he said Taylor must leave. The United States had sent from Iraq at that time 5,000 U.S. Marines. The prosecution knows this. I think they should bring the information. They have a right to. They know this. 5,000 Marines were within eyesight of the presidency. I could stand on my back porch and look at this huge American flotilla right outside of the executive mansion door. Their failure to condemn these atrocities convinced me that they will go to any length and probably kill the whole country to get rid of Charles Taylor. I then decided, in the interest of peace and the love for my people, that I will leave. Yeah. That's why I resigned, and I did not, as has been said, run away. I followed the constitutional process as enshrined in the Constitution of Liberia. The legislature was informed that as of 11 August, midday, I would turn over the affairs of office to my vice president. And so when he sat here and lied before these judges, that it was just, Moses said,
Moses lied. He lied.
It just happened. He didn't even know he lied. Written a letter. He is the president of the Senate.
He had a speech.
He was present in the Senate meeting. He presided over the Senate meeting when the letter was read 2 weeks before. Programs were prepared. Heads of states were invited. South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, was there. We had the president of Mozambique, Chissano, present. The president of Ghana, Kufuor, was present. These things don't just happen overnight. And then, boom, spur of a moment, somebody shows up.
But that's what Moses Blah told these judges.
Well, he lied to these judges. Diabolically, he lied.
Damn it.
Diabolically.
And we prove it here. There are videos and films of Moses Blah, who is, I know Moses very well. He read a prepared speech. Now, one will have to be crazy to believe that he sat down during the program and wrote a prepared speech. Nonsense. He lied to these judges in so many other ways that we'll get into later.
And help us.
The guy. I'm just never organized a president like who eloquent like this, man. What?
Maybe it may come. It may come.
And the thing with the presidency, look, the country is not complicated. Liberian people are not complicated people. Liberian people, they follow the leader. They follow the leader. You just need a leader with a political will to change that country. It's not complicated. You follow the leader.
So was it black? He lied to us. The man diabolically lied.
Listen to this again. The guy I said was saying something. Listen to this.
Where I was stopped in an era of Nigeria,
I don't just sit here and we'll talk about.
Of Nigeria is about 1,000 miles from Calabar.
You know what I said, right?
Yeah.
I said that first.
Now, in an area called McDougarry.
I mentioned that, right?
Yeah.
I have called it 10. They don't just 6 and 4.
Had said to me that he was on his way to the States and that I could go to where I wanted to go.
Didn't I see that?
Back,
yeah.
He, informed me and I could return. I was en route. Now, the news reports that came out said that Mr. Taylor was trying to escape to Cameroon. Now, for God's sake, anyone wanting to escape, if in fact he was being sought or he was imprisoned, neither of those applied to me. Why would I drive 1,000 miles from Calabar to the border with Chad and leave Cameroon 50 miles away?
Exactly.
Now, one would have to be crazy to believe that. Obasanjo knew I was going to see an old friend, Idris Deby, in Chad. Idris and I had been friends from Burkina Faso days before he launched his revolution. He's a personal friend of mine. I was being escorted by Nigerian Secret Service, Nigerian security police, driven by Nigerians in a 4-car convoy. Now, unless you judges and the world believes I am stupid, which I'm not, I could not have been escaping with Nigerian Secret Service, armed police, driven by them, traveling 1,000 miles. Now, why my dear friend told the world that I was escaping, I swear, maybe one day he will come and tell these judges and the world. Now, I do know he was under a lot of pressure. I do know this.
Yeah.
I remember he said to me at the airport, look, maybe after this third term problem, I'll see what we can do. But he was under tremendous pressure.
All rise.
I mean, that's it there, man. But hey, guess what, guys? Guess what?
You know, right?
The sad reality is that the day the man passes away and they bring that body to Liberia, the person who's president should be ready because he will be according to full presidential burial.
Oh, but he will have to be.
Yeah, he have to be. But they should be ready.
My only worry for now, I mean, I know the detail. My only worry concern is would the court allow his body to go back to his family?
Yeah.
No, but I think, but I thought they said that there were plans to get him to spend the rest of the time in Africa, and then number two, I was told also that the Liberian government can request his release, right?
If our president,
are they planned? How come MPP supported early in the first time?
I don't know about international law, so I won't comment on that.
Because the ICC code only to the ones suffering the other put not condemn the code.
It comes from different line, right? Like for instance, Bago. Now the international, we do have international conventions and all those things. We have to go along those things. So for instance, is there a called a petition? There could be a petition to the court to review. Taylor was sentenced for 50 years. 50 years in prison. He been there for like from the time he was arrested to now would be he was arrested 2006 to now. So you understand. So that man is all that
that's 19
years. So he been there. So he's 50 years. So again, the petition the court to review the evidence again because listen, Taylor lawyer Cotton Griffiths said it clearly. You're one of the best lawyers on this planet Earth. May his soul rest in peace, right? But to see the way they treated him, and other things, the weight of evidence they brought against him to nail him, it was just an issue they wanted him out at all because they perceive him to be the trouble in the horn of that part of Africa.
I talked to one of his daughters recently,
but any good leader can.
And you know, Sonny Pewee, that's why hurting the country. Our history is not being told properly. So when we have these kind of people that tell them, they have to write because that war, that MPFL, we have to know the real history, what how it started, why people went to Libya and what because sometimes I just hate for people to just give me the folksy stuff. Sometimes because they say it from their own vantage point. Because so the people that I hope that somebody can grant him an interview or somebody just be visiting him and let he just write, have a manuscript and put it together. People need to know these things.
I'm told he's doing that from jail, but I
told one of his daughter recently, right? And daughter told me that I said she visited her father. She said, "What he doing?" He said he writing a book. He writing what he been doing, writing a book. And she said that, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Am I live? Oh shoot!
That bell on the phone for you said I've been saying your.
No, it wasn't Ben.
I'm on the phone. What are you talking?
Oh,
you think I know the man? I was just thinking what you answered. So.
His daughter said that he read in book, and I asked him whether he said, well, if they can lie to spend the rest of the time home, you'll be happy. You won't come home at all.
Look, but
no, he is. I can confirm he is writing a book.
Yeah,
and we need that book. The country needs that book.
He's writing a book. In fact, I got a chance to speak to him recently. I can say that he's writing a book. He's still as sharp as a whistle. I mean, you talk to him, it's like it's almost like you speaking to the same person.
How is he now?
77.
He's 77 right now, and he's writing a book.
77.
And what Pewee was talking about, I think there's a couple of things that I think is denying him and the fear all these presidents have had in Liberia about you see what happened in Ivory Coast right now, right? Ouattara played a major role in getting him released in the name of reconciliation, but guess what? Gbagbo running for president.
Yeah.
You know, in fact, they try stopping. In fact, the constitutional court just banned Gbagbo. And so there's this huge constitutional thing going on in Ivory Coast right now, and I think there is a fear with the political class in Liberia that, like, just what I said, if you just imagine Taylor coming back to Liberia, just imagine the consequences. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen.
But Ben, I don't think
run again.
Ben, you see the Taylor thing?
He can influence the election though.
You see Taylor get a judge. We are. A lot of people that support we never saw we kick football.
Yeah.
But they heard this thing, they heard this name. You know what I mean? So just to it will be like 1993 when Taylor never coming from Bangado Maria.
Yeah. So you won't believe it. If Taylor should come Liberia now and you think he can influence the next election?
Of course. What are you talking about, Tommy? The man is sitting in jail. You didn't see what happened in 2017?
Everybody
It I to come to the country and say, tell the people. Say,
so, Tommy, you got to understand something. And like Pewee said earlier, I think Pewee was spot on, and even Siafa was spot on. You got to understand the MPP was the first major grassroots political party in Liberia history. I mean, I'm talking about in a competitive democratic process, right? Because the True Win Party was dominant, but there was not a competitive democratic process during the True Win Party years. The MPP, if you go to Liberia today, if you go in the deepest part of the interior and talk to those chiefs and talk to those elders, they will show you the MPP ID cards. They will show you the MPP ID cards today. There is no look at the influence of Taylor across the political spectrum in the country. Just think about where the political landscape is right now. For the last 20 years. There have been proteges and attachments of Taylor that have continuously, even up to this government, that continuously are in the higher seats in the country. Look at the national legislature. Some of the people who are in the national legislature today, who's sitting down in the UN, who's sitting down at the UN today as ambassador? Isn't it Louis Brown? Just think about his influence. Who was just the vice president of Liberia? So I think there's all of those things that are happening. But I will say this though. If there was ever a time, I think he probably had a shot at possibly maybe even going to Africa and all of those things. It probably may be now. You have an administration in Washington that is not overly preoccupied with the Taylor thing and all of that. But I can tell you it's crazy what has happened. But Pewee was spot on. He wasn't escaping jail. What he said in that video, and Obasanjo, you'll be surprised to know Obasanjo is somebody to this day. President Obasanjo says it that he was under immense pressure.
So why can't he use influence now to help get him out?
I think they're all. There's so much I probably may not want to say, but I can tell you the issue it may not be from it's more of a Liberian thing at this point. That is how much I think I can say at this point. But the issue is more of a Liberian thing because any requests will have to come from Liberia.
Wow.
Yeah. Any requests will have to come from Liberia, but we'll see what happens, but I can
feel for him. The man who, I mean, this kind of brilliant man, smart man, spending the whole time in jail. All the guys that died, for this go dead, Sarah Musa, all of them died, right? All of them.
Yeah. I mean, that book would be, and that's why when we had the argument earlier. We had an argument earlier. All these guys don't want to read a book, but they want to tell folks his story. So sometimes I just stop listening to them. I mean, read a book, you know.
No, Taylor is writing a book, Yava. He's writing a book.
I mean, read a book.
Extensive.
We'll be ready to read it. Yeah.
It's extensive. He's even said to me, I know the conversation we had. He even said he has a permission to say, you know, because a lot of things are declassified now. You know, he was a U.S. asset, so a lot of things are declassified now, and he can, you know, he can put it. Even in that court case, even during that case, there were certain things he couldn't say.
He couldn't say that.
I mean, he went as far as saying certain things. But I think if you even watch those videos that Pewee, they wanted a video Pewee. If you watch there's series of them on YouTube, you know, there's a whole page on YouTube. And you watch it, he was very measured in some of the things that he was saying when it came to the US, involvement. Because it, you know, everybody knows what,
I mean, the guy was powerful, man.
Because we got to know the whole thing from, because you know, guys, like tomorrow be a historic day in Liberia, Tomalin. You remember, you know, the war started Christmas Eve,
July 2nd, yes,
1989. July 2nd, 1990. That went Memorial 10 upside down from Pinsley Relay.
Yes.
Yep. July 2nd, 1990. That was a terrible day because some people are going to work and they couldn't come back home.
Yes.
But because Ben
everything, my man. The man tell you step by step.
Because Ben, that Saturday night, that was June 30th, that the net current went in Liberia. June 30th. We never had stable current since that night. That Saturday night.
Yeah.
Sunday went to Bonja that July 1st.
But let me ask you a question, Siava. Do you think if the Americans have allowed, because clearly Taylor has just said it, do you think if the Americans have allowed Taylor to take the country in 1990, you think we have spared? And I think even Hank Cohen said it. I don't know, is Hank Cohen still alive? The former assistant secretary.
I think he's probably old. Oh yeah,
probably very old, right? Hank Cohen.
It would have spared hundreds of thousands.
It would have spared. And Hank Cohen believed that it was a fundamental mistake on the part of the first Bush administration by stopping.
But you know how the ability to take what?
Yes, the man went to LU. It was the U.S. They were the US that told him to stop. They said they were going to get Doe out. And you remember, if you watch Liberia's America's Stepchild, there's a documentary called Liberia America's Stepchild, right? Hank Cohen explains it, that it was Bob Gates, the former Secretary of Defense, who was, I believe, National Security Advisor.
No, it wasn't Bob. The Security Advisor was Brent Schwarzkopf.
But Bob Gates was something. I think he was something else. He was either defense or something.
I think Bob Gates was CIA.
CIA, right? Yes. And he said it was Bob Gates because Hank Cohen were already in the region. They was arranging for a plane to go to pick up Doe. And then he got the call from the White House to say, leave.
Who is it? With my secret outside.
He said, "Well, his family moved from real letters." And he's like, "Oh, okay."
Oh, but is that what I drew?
I was living 72nd that morning. I got pushed back. I had to go to Soul Clinic.
The woman know all the details.
They don't talk to me. They can't tell what you're doing at the home.
No, but that's why I'm asking the question, because Hank, I think I agree with Hank Cohen when he said the country would have been spared. The country would have been spared, and I think Taylor would have been a different president. Actually, I think he would have been a whole different president because he was not going to continuously be in that.
No, but Ben, Museveni said Taylor was dancing around the mansion. Or he said Taylor was taking the mansion because every day Taylor would take the mansion. He couldn't take it, but he keep dancing around the mansion. So
no, but I'm telling you, Dominic, they stopped at the University of Liberia because the Americans he said it. It's even in the Pewee, am I wrong? It's in the testimony.
Yeah.
He said he was told, he was informed by Washington not to move onto the mansion because they were about to get Doe out. And Hank Cohen even corroborated the story and said that he was in the region. He was just waiting for the go ahead from Washington to have the plane go to Monrovia to get Doe out. And he got a call from the White House saying that they were not willing to take responsibility on what was going to happen next in Liberia. And he, according to Hank Cohen, he felt that was a catastrophic mistake that was made.
But then how they said that? They said Doe refused.
Doe had agreed. From all indications. Now he did
want to carry 500 people on him, right? It's true.
Well, no, I mean that one. He didn't have 500 people in the mansion.
Let somebody write on paper.
Yeah, Doe had agreed. According to what Hank Cohen said, he said Doe had agreed. I think Doe was on his way to Togo. Yadema had agreed to host Doe, and even Charles Taylor has stated clearly that his original plan was that even if he had taken over, he would at some point, once things had stabilized, he was going to invite Doe back into the country.
Yo, man, you know, I handle differently.
He said he was going to invite Doe back into the country.
I mean, that was, let's say, come this July. I mean,
it was a lightning. I mean, those boys move at a lightning speed. Because to what, 6 to 8 months?
That because Tomalin, you remember?
You're talking about July 1989, right? 1990 July. It was about 6 months.
I mean, our freshman at the university we started our freshman year in 1990. We didn't even finish the semester.
Mm-hmm.
You know, went to school one day. The bus went to Fender. The bus didn't go to Fender. He came back. So we're just hanging around campus. Yeah, I told the president was Dr. Yekesin. They did announce the closure university. We hung around. We go there. Student center. You drink beer. You play cards. You go home. That's what we're doing. But you remember that one time during the war, they got a picture that Ellen visited Taylor.
Yeah, she even writes it in her book.
Oh, really?
It's in This Child Will Be Great. She visited Taylor across the line.
Yeah, she visited Taylor in Nima. So I mean, so there's somewhere along the way the way it fell apart. You know what I mean? Because what she did at BBC interview.
You know when Taylor became president, he offered Ellen Social Security. Yes. Both of them have confirmed it to me. What Taylor said, he offered her Social Security. You remember there was a film when Taylor became president. Ellen visited Taylor when he became president at the mansion. Famous picture in his presidential papers where the two of them talked. Right, they were talking. It was when he offered her to be head of the Social Security, and Ellen told me she said she literally told he said, yeah, he wants to steal all the money for me to take care of the people or something like that. You know, the two of them just didn't. The people know what they got between them. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, we're looking forward to the book. I mean, so somebody making comments that you guys supporting, we're not celebrating Taylor, we're talking history. You know,
don't mind.
So,
I guess talking.
So now you got
history. You got to understand your history. The thing about, and we have to get to a point as Liberians. It's the same conversation that I was having today with somebody, Tomalin and guys. We have to get to a point as Liberians where we understand that there are no angels in this world. No. Every country has its own checkered past. It has its own checkered individuals, but these people are a part of our story. Yeah. And if we continue to sit back and act like, it's like what happened today, right? With the burial today, people were saying, so and so. But at the end of the day, this is a part of the Liberian story. This is the history that has to be told so that future generations don't make the mistakes again. Yeah. That was Musu says she see my face. You can see my face right incognito. But I'm telling you guys, I think there is a need, and that's one of the things that's killing us, Siafa. And I would challenge somebody like you, Siafa, where you have a lot of these things, you have a lot of knowledge. Yeah. You too need to write.
Seriously,
you need to write. Let me tell you. You know what I have decided to do? Let me tell you what I started doing, Siafa. Instead of actually writing or typing, I have a tape recorder. I have these portable tape recorder that's on Sunday, sometimes Sunday. Once certain things come in my head, I just narrate it. Because I do intend to write a book. I do. I do intend to write a book. I think for somebody like myself, I have extensive experience and attachment.
Because Ben, you are personally, the man.
Yeah, President Taylor. I mean, I just thought the man.
But you know something. Look, yeah.
Like research on doing other people can say this. But me, I follow most of the activities.
But Pewee, you're right. You gotta be students of history. And that's you know the other thing. If I come in one second, you know that's the reason why we have a lot of loud talking heads now.
Yep.
Who just talk and they don't know what they're talking.
Exactly.
Right?
And
because Facebook has made it easy.
Yeah.
You know, everybody is a pundit. Everybody is a historian. They don't have any idea. Look, I tell people all the time. That's why every time. By the way, I'm getting ready to head to Liberia in a few weeks, not days. I can't give my time. I'm going to visit President Sally. Every time I get a chance to sit with these leaders, I pick their brain. Because again, like I said, these leaders are walking encyclopedias, right? Imagine, you know how many people, you know how much of a privilege it is to sit with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and how say her and ask her,
minister 1979.
You know.
And
you know, to ask her a specific thing, you know how important it is to sit with if you get a chance to talk to Charles Taylor, you to pick his brain. Where he need another person who just died. What is probably named Emmanuel Bouya? He used to do that thing where he used to go on his show. You know, I'm just sorry he never did he even write a book? Did he ever write a book?
Look,
he said he was writing.
Look, guys, look. Sometimes that's what we need to do. They have this pops here. I think in Maryland, but he retired. Dr. Dunn, like the Dunn worked at the mansion. I think when the cool king, who either deputy minister of state or your minister of civil presidential affairs, you know, so you're in the office of the president. So I mean, you can't get any closer to power than that. So the people you talk to, you know, with all those things that were happening, with the rest, riot and things. I mean, what was being discussed in the office of the president? You know, these are first-hand information. You know what I mean? He got a book out there. Well, I won't read that book.
You know, maybe what we need to do, we need to try to reach out to some of these historians and maybe have a conversation with them, right?
Yeah, somebody told me, Mark told me about.
We need to do that. We need to have a conversation with Dr. Patrick Burrows.
Dr. Patrick Burrows.
Patrick Burrows, Edward Dunn.
Who else again?
You know, I mean, even somebody like Sam Jackson. Right?
Sam Jackson. Even
people let him.
Even Dr.
Tipotech. He's
like today, right? I had no idea, but I got to verify the story good now. I was talking to somebody from the Tower family, and the person told me, he said this person took 3 bullets for Tower. I mean, but I know Ben and say.
I mean, yeah, man. You would not tell
I would verify it. But see what happens, when we're talking in on chat room, they say, oh, so especially my man Kev say, oh, I lying. But then when I was
Kevin say you lying. Kev say you need to verify the story.
Yeah, no, but before he said it, right?
You got to many questions to bring people on show.
By the time I look, then CFI confirm it. Then Tilia said,
I confirm the name. I confirm the name.
CFI didn't confirm the story. He confirmed the Blama name.
Then Tilia said,
don't call the name, Ben.
I said yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Then I said yes. But then because the person causing, I just told me, say the major guy last shot taking from in your body. So now them Mariah and say we're verifying for it because
I mean, listen, it may be true. I'm not going to sit here and say that it wasn't true. I just say we need to, you know.
I'll verify it.
Yeah, I mean,
and maybe we need to talk to him more.
They make him show medical record. You can show the medical record if you want to.
I was shocked that that Tower had a son of that. I mean, with that name, I was shocked.
Have you guys seen the last 60 minutes documentary, Native Sons?
No, I gotta watch that one.
You haven't seen that? Oh, you gotta watch that. The last 60 minute documentary on William R. Talbot then. Where they interview A.B. Talbot. I think it's called Native Sons of the Land or something. It was done in 1979.
Wow. Right. So A.B. the one where A.B. talking about voodoo and all that thing?
Why he talking about he wants to rule Africa?
Yeah, what you doing all that voodoo talking there?
Yeah, he was talking something about the gods of the sun.
Yeah,
and he was riding his horse.
yeah, I seen that thing years ago.
Yeah,
more than
but
10
it's
years
a
ago.
very powerful. It's called Native Sons. I think Native Sons. It's a 60 minutes. It was done through 60 minutes, and then they have The Wealth of Liberia by E. Roy Francis.
Yeah, I seen that one.
There's a lot. There's a lot. We just need to dig out there. If you go to the Library of Congress, if you go to the Harvard Library, if you even go to, I think they say even there's a university in Minnesota that has a lot of records when it comes to Liberia. People don't like to and we need to encourage people to dig deeper.
When you go to University of Indiana, the digitize.
Yes,
These are the Torgbean papers. I sent one to Tomalin, the digitize, the one from the late Romeo Horton.
Can you send those to me, please?
Yeah, I said Romeo Horton. You'll be surprised. The whole
Romeo Horton was such a
African. He was a genius, financial
genius. I knew him very well.
Yeah, I thought he started most of the banks in Africa.
In fact,
the one in Togo right now, the ECOWAS Investment Bank.
Romeo Horton was special economic advisor to Charles Taylor. Yeah. People don't know that. He and Eli Celebi then the one that did the central bank.
Bank. You know how looking out there, right? Comparing the cabinets. Taylor had one of the best cabinets.
Of course.
Here's some of the cabinet. The man, look, foreign affairs. He had this guy there, money. He had Evelyn Kanaka, education. He had war planning.
He had Lamin Kawa. He had Lamin Kawa.
I mean, the man had I find out the man had a crack cabinet.
The Taylor cabinet was solid.
No joke.
Look, the biggest fall was the transition from being MPF head to President Republic of Liberia. That transition was rocky.
He was always on the defensive. And obviously the relationship with the United States did not help. He was always on the defensive, but I thought he had a very crack cabinet. Even the revenue code that we use today, maybe they just made some modifications here and there, but it came from the Taylor administration. Yeah. The central bank, the NOCAL that we're talking about today, the first NOCAL law of 2002 was Taylor. It was Taylor's vision when the Halliburton tried to come in there and to do it. It was Taylor who put his foot down and said he wasn't going to settle for the deal like that. The Firestone thing,
I mean, we need to inform the population, because look, now because you're Ben, in the country, when you see leaders, one of the questions I ask them, what kind of book do you read? Because I know your mind. I know your mind. What kind of book you read? What they ask you, have you read about any former president? What president you think you will take your star? So then we know your thought process. You know what I mean? But even some of the people who are cabinet ministers don't even know the history of the country well.
Yeah, and during the hearing, one thing I followed what Taylor said. Taylor even tried to explain the whole thing about those American, the settlers that came from here. He explained a kind of story as to how his mother and father met. Right? His father, his father was an elite. His father was one of the children, one of the slaves that left from there. But his mother was just uneducated country girl that came to live with these big boys and all that. But then Taylor told his lawyer that his father went and he messed around with my mother, and he wanted to. Then the people said no, but his mother said no. If you did this, you're gonna marry her. And they insisted. So he explained a lot of different trends to how the whole thing came about.
Oh, Taylor probably knew what Nelson,
yeah?
He ain't following what Nelson Taylor?
Yeah. Nelson. Yeah, Nelson.
I don't know what brother. I know what the guys name. What the hell?
So some of them are dead. I don't know who else living you. Most of them dead though.
I come
Bob died.
Bob dead.
Bob died during the war.
How about Nelson?
Nelson died during the war.
How about Bob?
No, Bob is still alive, I think.
Okay.
I don't know if he's still alive.
But beyond Bob, there's another guy. He was not too sunny man.
Vivian Coe?
Eh?
Vivian Coe?
Taylor look like not Vivian Coe. The one I rather look at Taylor.
They have one called
You ever heard the one Titi? He used to have an era red, running red like era there.
Uncle Jason.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that Ben family,
Yeah,
family.
he
That's
died.
Ben
He died.
Is that right?
Yeah.
He called him Uncle Jason.
Yeah, people
Yeah,
say that.
Jason died.
He-
His last one of his older sister, Edna, his older sister right now is very old. She's not doing too well.
Yeah, man. Sis, I know.
Yeah,
I
she's
knew
very,
what.
very old. In fact, when
Yeah.
I spoke to him,
Yeah, that's
that was
another.
what-
That's another sister.
Ben, what's the Edna?
she's in Liberia. In fact, when I spoke to him, that was one of the things that were really worrying him because he kept telling me,
Oh, she older than him.
yeah, she's older. She's close to 90 now, I think.
Yeah, because I know Edna very well.
That's the other sister that I was married to Kobe Johnson.
That
Thelma?
No, not Thelma.
Thelma.
No, but
I wanted the other sister too. I was a big sister.
Edna.
I know I'm married to Kobe.
I know Thelma married to the Ugandan men that died.
Ugandan and then Atasi.
La Latina part.
But Edna is senior to Taylor.
Yeah, she's older than him.
Because Taylor's sister Thelma were neighbors on tomorrow. Let her house here.
So I mean, Edna should be in her 80s now.
Yeah, she's pushing 90 now.
Yeah. It got and then since Jubia she was living in Kuwait there. She was married to my man Opapa, yeah.
Bob Taylor, I don't know if he's still alive or so.
Yeah, I don't know. I will find out. The last time. Oh no, I don't know. I don't want to say the man died. Ain't died. I need to find out.
Looks like I heard something like that Bob Taylor died.
One of your daughter at foreign ministry, assistant minister.
Yeah, Charlene.
Charlene.
Charlene, yeah.
Oh, that girl with that Taylor daughter over there.
Oh, you can see
her. Charlene has always been, been a political one. She used to do child broadcast.
She ran for office in 17 before.
Yeah, she ran what did you wear in?
District 5.
But Ben, what they get? What Savior Zoe Taylor? They the one who married Snow. What's she at?
She's in Liberia. She's in Liberia. She's still involved with the MPP.
For true, eh?
Yeah. So Zoe is, if I not Zoe get it, MPP the headquarters, the house.
Yeah.
The 14, the old Taylor house and 14 now that house there.
Hey, MPP. Hey. National Patriotic Party.
And then you got White Flower. We used to go play tennis at White Flower, drink iced tea with the president. You know, I'm in 17-year-old. 17-year-old used to be playing tennis with the president. I want to put it get this felt, they will okay me. And I be telling them, you know how many nights we used to sit. I used to sit after finishing playing tennis with the president. We sit in the, the president. If you go to White Flower, if you're driving, you just look at the top of White Flower. It has a little tower. It looks like a water tower.
Yeah, yes.
But it's not no water tower. It's just a place that he used to sit. It's a small sitting area. After that, in the evening maybe around 10, 11 o'clock, he finished taking his shower. He get dressed. He come up there. He sit down.
He's all he's wearing the bazan gown.
Yeah, we just talk. We talk for hours, and he just, I mean, look, he. I think he was really. He had his. Listen, there's now an angel, far from one, but I think. I don't know if the circumstances are different. I'm trying to think.
Is it my treat women like what? Eggs, right?
Yeah, my man, don't talk. Oh, it's something wrong with you. Yeah. You see, told me that your problem. I told you. Yeah, don't be talking. I would not be telling you my deal. Yeah.
It's giving me the egg.
And the man I used to let you but you've been
Hey, Charlie.
I was very young. I was 17 years old. What, 17, 18?
But me tell you one fun. Our immigration, so we're working immigration with Brian Law. So there's a guy who used to fly the Nigerian jet. So the man got a far wife, girlfriend wife. So he said, you want me to tell about all means. Somebody said, my man, did the president be there? Man want you to fly plane for him. You the man. He said, well, he beat me, I can fly a plane for the president. I be flying the president around. And they when I did, but Charlie, what the man did before he had a camera, you can see who comes to the place. So we know who are coming there. But then in meeting Pewee, he would ask, he said, who that guy? Tell me what I got good. We'll tell all Pewee history to get on him. So when the guy went up to the meeting now, they get a guy whole profile to it already or pirate him. So I said, wait, now, excuse me, you Pewee daughter? She said, yes. I said, well, I know your father. Your father, why is he right now? Why is he? So the Nigerian father to now, he laughing now. He said, yeah, the man of my wife back. So, he look. He said, me, I used to name. But when we talking about now, after that, we know, that's what they say. Immigration, you get out of the country quick. He said, I want to see the president. President, where?
You don't want that. You don't. Tell me about the immigration.
Yeah, get on the plane. Oh, no, the following week, she on the advanced thing going. Are they correct? They say on there. They warn you. They warn you when you can't jump in. Look, they have one place on Kerry Street. When they see your car there, then they will tint your car. Yeah, that means they give you Jeep now. The car tinted, then you go to Goldfinger, get your jewelry set. But man, Charlie, that was organized, but yeah.
I'm a video.
I he can speak. He said, "My government."
No, the man. I don't know how to even describe it. Right?
He said, "My government."
He has not had. He still has. His charisma is unmatched.
Oh, yeah. Robin White asked Taylor before he was saved. Robin White asked Taylor, "Said what made this good?" You're gonna lie, I mean, man. Said he tried across Africa to run a war, spoke to war leader and other thing. Taylor said, "I just read. Do too much reading."
They asked Taylor, "Said why are you at the meeting?" He said, "How we are going to a meeting?" When you got Dongan Yaro, who is son general, son governor of Monrovia, they're bombing my territory. he said, Dongan Yaro, he's very indisciplined. Let me let you know, but he's very indisciplined Nigerian general.
I remember when this was 1998. Because I remember I had just become youth advisor when he and Echo when he and Malu then started having problems, right?
Yeah.
And Echo wanted to restructure the army, and he said, "Well, if Echo want to restructure the army, it has to be under his command because the Constitution says that the president shall raise an army, right?"
Oh, what you
so he and Victor Malu kept going back and forth, and then there was this issue that happened that day, and I think Victor Malu ordered the plane to fly over his convoy. But that was the end of Victor Malu. That was the straw that broke the camel. The man that day. He said the next day the man had press conference that day. What the way flower the man came. The man played basketball and all. He played basketball that day. And he went during the press conference to go as we know. He said, "Well, I played basketball yesterday. I'm not really worried about what Victor Malu is doing. But I've spoken with President Sani Abacha, and the gown he wore for inauguration, Abacha gave it to him.
Yeah.
The Abacha gave him that gown he wore. He had built such a great relationship with Abacha. Yeah. And when Abacha died, he was distraught when Abacha died because he said Abacha brought peace to Liberia. Because when Abacha called him to Abuja, he said, "Mr. Taylor, what do I need to do to bring peace to Liberia?" He said, "Just make sure ECOMOG is neutral." He said, He said, "That has been the problem. Just make sure ECOMOG is neutral." He said, if I gave you my guarantee that ECOMOG will be neutral, will you go to Monrovia? He said, within a jiffy, you will see me in Monrovia. And he kept his promise. The day Taylor was coming to Monrovia,
when he arrived, they asked him
Taylor was coming to Monrovia in that Jeep.
He said, "Robin, a great moment in time in history."
And you know who are reporting, right? Charles Snetter from Radio Monrovia. Yes. Charles Snetter picked up the coverage. The coverage from Mount Barclay. Barclay. That's what Charles Snetter. The current in President Boakar's government. Charles Snetter picked up the coverage. He said, "I have never seen anything like this." He said, "Where the people I've been talking to folks from Banga. The highway from Banga to Monrovia is lined with people." Dog, that I myself have never seen. I don't know if anything. I think people said the only time that thing came close to it was when George Weah did that rally in 2005.
Yes.
But I don't know. There was never a period in time.
My man, Ben, I did, my man.
People came out like that.
I think on the after that, they said, "How do you feel today?" He said, "Robin, today marks a great moment in time in history." Man,
that convoy.
He cried. The man cried.
Yeah, he was crying. He said, "Can you imagine?" They said, "This is the Monrovia. This is the Monrovia that they say I shouldn't come to." I mean, people were coming from all of the woodwork, Jella ends.
But the day he entered I mean, it was not about the day he launched his the
campaign. Oh no, the campaign. That the day the people started saying, "You came my man, you came my power, I will vote for you."
The day he launched that campaign, Elizabeth.
I thought he arrived in a helicopter, right?
Yeah, and then people went and twisted at him and made it say, "Oh, the people say you came my man because the man forced them." I said, nobody forced those people.
My grandmother, my grandmother not new book, but she had rock in her lap.
People had a rock.
Yeah, those
and
there
were 14 people running for president.
Yeah, he was number 7.
He was number 7. Say when you come from up, where the rock stop,
they come from down. People like that man just because he's a very charismatic person.
But let me tell you something. One thing I asked him one time. I said, "How did you endear yourself to the people?" Obviously, as a rebel leader, and he said something. He said, "Look, Liberia. Liberia is such a. Liberians are so forgiving. Liberians are so accommodating and welcoming." The man said before he used to go tour. He said before he go tour, because he used to do these tours when he had Greater Liberia, right? Because he had MPRG when he was president. He said before he do the tours, let's say, okay, the president going on a tour, right? He send an advanced team. Let's say the president coming to Maryland, to Pennsylvania, Tomalin. You are the coordinator in Pennsylvania. The president, they say the people will send you money in advance. They will send you money in advance. My man, they say before the president arrived in a city or in a village, the people already having party. They now buy new clothes for all the town chiefs, everybody. So by the time the man arrived, then I forget it. So the people, I don't know, man.
About this one, they say Northwest Garguah Taylor. So I say, yeah. Oh, they know. Is anybody say Timothy Taylor? We treat you like I said. No, but Sefa, I used to be an anti-terror man during the war. I would live in my room. I'd be mad with the guys there. But during the trial, when he read it to this ground, man. Yeah, man, the guys to this ground. But Charlie.
Yeah, but it was crazy. But my man, I gotta run by. Just want to look at.
Okay, man.
Breeze with you.
So Tomalin, so who thought they were going to beat Charter in 1997?
Ellen. I voted for Ellen.
I mean, how?
I voted for the city hall. I voted for my first time voting.
But
Ellen didn't know she was winning.
But see, why I knew we were gonna beat gonna win. I was doing a rally. I mean,
the time the helicopter was flying.
Yeah. I mean,
Eddie Snow in the helicopter.
That time that Reba got there, in a jeep. I said they put it Uma. Is it Uma?
Everyone in the jeep. Yeah, I saw people sending me out.
Uma, when the papa, so this is what I was thinking. So Uma, everyone laughing at in the jeep. I said, let's not finish with it.
Eddie Snow in the helicopter.
Yeah, I mean, they just wanted to test it. She was just trying to test the system.
Elizabeth Blunt said she was saying on BBC, she was reporting. They started putting the MPP sticker on her. At a certain point, she just stopped.
Henry Andrew was reading the results.
No, but before election, right? He said
75%
election council. He said even the angel will not say Henry Andrew.
Yeah, he said the angel. Yeah, he said
that picture when he pointed his finger to Henry Andrew. The men were reading the result. My man, what?
Listen. And I said it the last on the show. A true leader should do. Yeah, all the kind of thing people trying to do is you come to arrest the other foreign minister and they go after them. We are into it that they may go after Cloud. We are right. We are not saying nothing. He will want to get his wife before he doesn't know. You have to start saying the warning to those people. You can be a leader, you'll be too soft.
But people,
Taylor.
Going after the former first lady. Former first lady is now custodian of public funds. I'm not defending anybody, but I don't know the rationale of going after the former first lady.
There's no reason to do that.
And then the worst part, they are committing crime openly.
Yes.
You have a sitting president that is running around saying Joseph Boca Foundation donating.
Yeah.
That's a corruption vehicle right there.
Yeah. But the unfortunate thing is the former president don't want to say nothing.
Yeah,
you got that kind of hell of a power from a president. You need to have some.
I mean, I'm not trying to defend anybody, but wait.
Say they won't go after the body land, and the body land should bring a foundation to help less privileged children in the country. They don't want to do that. They want to say or go after. I will see this and they don't say nothing. They want to embarrass the woman and they will start growing up to go away. Come on, let's ask them to put warning. Want to tell you you're black that whole Tottenham Boulevard won't.
I like okay, the former first lady, you got her in the news for orphanage. You the government, you got a document, you know how you know who owned the place.
Yeah, I think the person line now, they got too much, man.
Yeah, but I mean, what is that? What like so what you do? I mean, so what you will come and you will care her for questioning, and what? Let me tell you something. Any serious government will not touch that thing, especially that country when you got all this work you need to do, because you know what you think. Tomalin, we in year number 2. You're year number 2 almost finished. What happening? Nothing. It's not different from year number 1.
Yeah, not different from year. But
I'll tell you one of them. I said, look,
it will roll to year number 3.
I said, even if you bring light, you fix the road. If the poor lives are not impacted economically, they won't be feeling you. The poor got to see themselves working, they're making money, they get the business are thriving and everything. Other than that, they will feel that you are not doing nothing. And they say, oh no, one fix the road and they like our first 10, and second 10 with John is the other thing. I say,
the country is evenly divided. So I don't know how you think you can just twist it the other way. It's evenly divided. So let them focus on governing. But you know the problem with them? They celebrate everything. They get up in the morning, they drive to work on time, they will celebrate it. They go to a 12 o'clock program to the mansion where the president just commissioning one person. They will make a big news and bunch of pictures.
The president he been busy last few weeks, so I mean I see him being busy.
Oh yeah, don't worry. He got me go on vacation. He got me rest.
in July, right? Maybe in next year, that's somewhere.
So look today was Sintana Pavilion. That program has Sintana Pavilion. I keep asking people, how many person can Sintana Pavilion host?
The pavilion can take around maybe close to 500 or more.
500 or more. I just with a stationary seat.
Yeah, 500 or more. 500
the stationary seat. So I'm kind of old school because 86 inauguration was held at the pavilion. So you get 500 fixed seat. You put 103 people on the platform, the Senate and the lawmaker with the president, the vice president, and the chief justice. You have an inauguration. For some reason, I don't know why everything in the country has to be a rally. Through all the thing here, we don't have to attend inauguration unless I'm a government official. And so, yeah.
No, but the reason why leaders will want to change that, Stefan, is that let's say, for instance, it will come along like George. We have changed the face. George, we have to get to the stadium because he said it was a mass-based political institution. the massive. We can't get tired. We are the massive, so they took it over to the stadium. But the traditional home of us having the inauguration is on the Capitol Hill.
It's Capitol ground.
It's a Capitol Memorial Pavilion, I think.
No, that is not on the Capitol building ground.
Why you know it's gonna be here?
No, yes. Okay, people, but people guess what? No, people guess what?
It's a traditional era because
no, people, you're wrong. You're wrong. Tomalin sent people that video on the Torgbean years. The inauguration was held at the executive. It was
because I was the Congo board. And I don't want to say the full public divide again. I mean,
but what about Samuel Doe? Samuel Doe did it there. He did it in 86.
The two-way party, but the original era, it should be on the Capitol grounds because it's the home of the legislature. There should be a joint sitting of the legislature. You see, we've not, and I'm not saying it has not been that way, but it's been wrongly done. Right? Yeah. It should be there should be a joint sitting of the legislature before the inauguration can happen. So it should be on the grounds of the Capitol. So that's why when Ellen won, we tried to restore a proper democracy.
Yeah.
So Ellen, we did that. Inaugurated Ellen the first time, the second time. right?
But anyway, the first to do on that ground because nobody done on that ground before.
Yeah, but because Eddie felt that we're walking, we're not respecting the rule of law. We should change it and come back. But then we are saying no. He had the massive leader. So the massive leader took it.
Okay, SKD.
Took it to SKD. Yeah. Then when they beat the massive leader, Joe Walker took it back.
So let me ask you. You work at Foreign Affairs. The inauguration. Who's the owner of the inauguration? Is the sitting government, not the incoming government, right?
No. So that there will be there's a resolution that the sitting government and the incoming government play more role, but the sitting government is the one that will give you the number because that's why you have this joint.
Okay.
This joint technical meeting will be held and the board will sign. So both the sitting government and the outgoing government own it. So some of the outgoing government will set the budget, the sitting government will agree sometimes. Transparency, Europe, you name 10 or 15% from this side, 10-15% from the other side, they meet and plan the whole inauguration. But the coming government, it will have a lot of say. Therefore, you, the incoming president, you have to say some things. But what the sitting government want to do is to tell you the structure of things, provide the money, because at the time they control the price, right? To provide the money and do other things, put a logistic in place.
And what about the protocol? So what about the protocol is done by the state?
The protocol is done by the state. All these are done by the state. It will be done by the ministry. It will be done by
the transitioning, so they will do it. The chief of protocol of the Public Library will do it.
It's going to be done by but as that, the chair of that particular side of it will be basically the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the sitting Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Yeah.
The one that the sitting Minister of Foreign Affairs will draw all the line, will send the invitation out, both internal and external invitation, will structure the process. The order of precedence in terms of the sitting order of precedence will have to be structured by the protocol, the office of the chief of protocol of the Republic of Liberia. He will have to do all of those things. But yeah, the two governments will have to agree as to how they want to go about it. But I think that's the original ground, the ground of the capital building. There were inauguration should be held.
I miss this guy. I miss this guy, man. You are the best so far.
Adolphus During.
Yeah. I mean, those guys were
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker,
So during Lady Ambassador Charles Hansford, T. N. Eastman, my late uncle, and my late uncle, the late Ambassador James Freeman, they all were commissioned ambassador in 1968.
Okay.
Yeah, but all these things, all the guys their name, they were not only ambassador, but they were career diplomats.
They were career diplomats because some of them went to Fletcher, School of Law and Diplomacy.
Yeah, career
and that were the key. And
so you got different diplomat now.
Okay. Career diplomat. I want to roll in this DC diplomatic thing. I want to do master international diplomacy and cultural orientation.
You do it, man. You'll be good. You're already good.
I want to do that to see. I already got international relations, but I want to do international diplomacy and culture or something. So, but
those guys was like, he was on point, man.
He was great. He was a great.
I should tell you, that's a video. That's a video of him. It says inauguration at the barracks when Doe come back in the barracks. Yeah. When the video started, you see him looking at his watch. By the time he put his hand down, the combo was coming right in there. You remember Doe wore the khaki? You just see him looking at his watch today. Yeah, look at we are time as if in a bundle run where we are walkie-talkie. What you protocol you running? You look at the security woman.
No. That the new protocol.
He knew.
That was other place. So I like if you running with the president with walkie-talkie, so who's there to meet the president to make sure everything is intact?
And that's the mistake. That's the portion of things that people didn't understand the definite issue. But most of recent leaders didn't, because you need to bring those career protocol officers that will have to structure, because even in the order of the sitting capacity, the way those that will meet the leader, those that will shake and other things, they step the arrangement, who's going to come what, at what time, and you're right. But the reason why Finland did those things, they want to be just around the leader.
but people who
want to be around the leader.
We address it, you always say the protocol you go, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, and members of the legislature. They don't usually call it. Only sometimes the president want me to put 10 feet good. But from there, when you say,
but you see today they made a mistake at the program, the protocol blunder. They made the speaker to speak and the pro temp to speak.
I see. Okay, I saw Moraro. I see what Moraro wrote it for.
Yeah. Because the speaker is the head of that branch of government.
Yeah, he said, Mr. Speaker and members of the legislature. Then you go to the dean of the cabinet, the dean and members of the cabinet. Then you go to the doyen and member of the diplomatic corps. Then you go to the chief of staff and officers and member of the armed forces of Liberia.
Yeah, they blundered. They should not have allowed a pro tem to speak today.
Yeah.
Even introducing the president, right?
Yeah.
There's a way, we just try to overdo things in Liberia. When you introducing the president, you don't go explain, and so and so, and this and this, Your Excellency. Look, when the president is about to speak, in fact, who used to tell me this? We don't see Dennis and what his name, Ambassador Hensford.
Yeah.
And during those guys, when they say, because there's even a song, you know how they have Hail to the Chief in America?
Yeah.
That Hail to the Chief song. There's a song for Liberia. There's a song for the Liberian president.
Yeah. I know that song. Yeah.
When you hear that song, because right after that song, the national anthem is played. Right after that song. And when the president is getting ready to enter the palace of the executive mansion, it says, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of His Excellency, the President. Finish.
Yeah. No.
His Excellency or Her Excellency,
the Vice President. The Vice President is not Excellency.
The Vice President is honorable.
Honorable Vice President.
Is honorable.
Well, you're supposed to say Excellency. The Vice President, no, they put wrong.
It's honorable. And once the president walks into that palace of the executive mansion, first of all, by the time the president enters that palace, the doors are closed.
Doors are closed.
Nobody enter.
Nothing.
He stands at his sit. They finish that thing. By the time the president turns around and faces, after doing all the gesturing, if he wants to shake hands or she wants to shake hands, after doing all that, once they get to the table and turns facing the door, the AFL band is standing on the top of that balcony in the palace of the executive mansion. The national anthem comes on.
To
do.
They want for photos here.
Yeah, that one in America. Hail to the Chief.
Hail to the Chief. America.
That's Hail to the Chief. The Liberia on is the in fact, by the time you reach that the next thing you will hear is bum 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 bum.
Yeah, I hate it.
That's the way it goes. But now, everybody, His Excellency, Dr. George Manuel, we are His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Boyka. You don't call. In fact, exactly. Yeah. So that's why even on the president, a lot of people don't even know. Even the president letterhead. The president, when he signs on his letterhead, when you put the name of the president, you're not supposed to put president on the AO. Because the letterhead already on the seal has the president. So when the president signs, it just says Joseph Yuma Boakai Sr. Finish. He just signs it. Everybody know. Nobody else got that. Even nobody else. I've been seeing recently, I see ministers and all signing with green ink.
Yeah, and the coding and beyond that, the coding is
ministers are not signing with green ink. The president is the only person that signs with green ink within the government, in the executive, in the government. Ministers. I see some minister. I saw one letter different. I will not call the minister name, but I saw he signing with a green ink. I'm like, what is people? What is people when? What how can the president is the only person. Now the president letterhead is green paper.
Yeah.
Green paper. Nobody else uses green paper. You enter the president's office, his pad is there from the decks of the president. All those things. We need to really teach these
but even the president's already not. I mean, the protocol there weak. When the president, when you walk in, I kind of weak way, man. When they announce you, we're full, but even
the presidential standard. The presidential standard that on President Bokaka is wrong.
Yeah.
No, it's wrong. It doesn't have the 4 stars. It's supposed to be the seal, because before, Dole had a flag. Dole had the Liberian flag in the blue field, right? The presidential standard. But then originally it's always been. Then obviously when I think Taylor came, he brought it back to the original standard where you put the seal in the blue, because the blue background, the navy blue, the dark navy blue background is for the presidential standard. It is the seal with the 4 stars, 1 star in each corner. It flies on the president car. I was looking at President Boyka's car today.
Well, the car used to be a nice car. Let that car use it.
Nah, he Lexus, yeah. That is Lexus.
I want to bought for him.
That is bought, yeah. That is Lexus, yeah. Oh, but if you look at the presidential standard,
I know the Lexus. One
two,
right?
Two.
About 2.
2 identical. It's always gotta be 2.
Yeah, because I'm gonna say, but I don't know. For me, they also get those Lexus. They'll get 4. Then they get the kind of Chevy, those Suburban. I guess some like bulletproof, you get enough 4. Our dealer should be, and Taylor said it before. So like, I'm pull up to see that dealer look good.
No, that one, the president purchasing a vehicle to protect presidency.
Yeah, I didn't have no issue with that. I think people are making noise about it.
One set of vehicle, hold it out lesser. The president will be swapping.
You know how much for a Lexus? What is a Lexus? You know, my thing is like I said, you know,
the car tomorrow, that person will use the car. So what I mean,
yeah, he will use it. Yeah, and he's still using the presidential car that George Weah gave him. He's still using it.
That's why they carry his wedge. That's why they carry his wedge.
He carried those wedge exactly.
Yeah.
But like I said, I was noticing the standard today is wrong. It's wrong. It's not supposed to be that. You know, they're supposed to put the 4 stars on the presidential standard. You know, he's just the only thing that on it is the seal in the middle of the blue flag. You know.
But when they announce the arrival of the president, that kind of way. But probably when you're walking, that kind of way there.
I mean, but you got to understand, Joe Boyka is not. He's not agile.
Beyond that, he's a soft kind of a person.
He's a soft person. So that one for me.
He's soft. And another thing again, he's not charismatic.
Yeah, today I'm seeing how he.
But I will say he looks good though.
He looks very good.
I mean,
he looks healthy.
The man getting the best healthcare in Liberia.
That man getting his vitals check every morning to check his vitals, man.
He looks good. But you know, like I said, man, there's a lot of things that
man eating the right kind of food. It's salad, it's everything that
there's nothing wrong with the president being taken care of.
They baby Kovali fresh from the sea.
Yeah.
You know.
And eating portion size. The salad, everything eating salad with everything.
Yeah, you boy. What? I remember when we used to have president. I remember when the first time I met George Weah, in the mansion, the Lone Star. No, that when Sepp Blatter went Liberia. No, that was not Sepp Blatter. Lone Star. I think it was some Lone Star game they won, and President Taylor hosted a dinner for them on the 5th floor of the executive mansion, the presidential, the banquet hall. I mean, that place was just, I mean, I don't even know what to do with that floor, because on that 5th floor is where the First Lady office is also on that floor. That place, I mean, the cutleries, the you know, the plates, the glasses, I mean, just the mansion. I mean, that mansion was really, really put together. Yeah.
Mansion was built for a president. That's a presidential palace.
That mansion was put together.
But I mean, the mansion, we are left a good.
Yeah,
that mansion correct. We did a whole tour of the mansion.
That mansion was well put together. Even the president's office. When you go, I've been on the president's quarters. Charles used to stay at the president's. He used to stay in the mansion. He used to sleep there. He renovated the 6th floor. Renovated the 8th floor. You know, when you enter the president's quarter, forget it. Yeah, if the president open that door, you can't move right now.
Yeah, but Ben. Is there any way that you think you'd be fully protected in the executive mansion of president? Because they think we're talking about Samuel Doe, November 12th. Doe hadn't slept in the mansion and they're going to sleep in the girlfriend hall.
You are
going to get the money and be hiding.
Yeah. Pewee insisted that Doe capture. I told him not capture. I'm mine.
Yeah. The presidential palace is the most protected place in the country.
Yeah.
When you
how can I capture?
I wonder, do they still do it when the president leaves the country? Do they? Because we know when the president leaves the country, there's also bring the flag down from the mansion. The flag of the country is not supposed to be hoisted at the executive mansion. The president not in the country. In fact, I even know. Yeah, you know all those things. All those things, even the
You
capital.
guys, you got. Let me tell you my first disappointment in Liberia when I went there. You know that guest house in the mansion, when you coming from university. When I saw that place being office, I said no.
And I went PPCC,
Yeah, so I saw people. No, I saw that thing.
That
whole place at the executive mansion.
I don't know why they stay there. I saw that thing. I said, what?
That whole place at the guest house.
So what happened is that when President Sirleaf took over, they decided to decentralize most of or remove government offices from rented houses or private property and move them into government home. So President Sirleaf said they had a lot of structure there. Most of those structure that were even used by the XSS and now the EPF, then SSS, all behind the wall. That way you have to have the list office, the list, and then the PPCC, the exact place you're talking about. Then also the Ministry of Internal Affairs right behind the PPCC there. Right, so that was the intent of that. So she just try to do that and allow other government institutions.
Yeah, sure. Trying to save money.
Yeah. But then people, the best way to save money and develop the city was to take the money and go face the housing bank building on Ashman Street next to the Executive building. That's a government building and hosts multiple offices in there.
Really?
You know, she said you got to turn out Executive area to do like a real.
You need to do time. I say you need to go there and I say you're scared to walk. See, man, come back, man. Oh.
But let me tell you something.
Got to change it.
During the door time, when you go, you know where they got Club Monserrato or Anglers down there.
Yeah.
That road, that way they used to have Budget Bureau.
Yeah, Budget Bureau right back there.
The most I went, you stop the Budget Bureau, you come back. You go past Budget Bureau, start going down to that place. I'm going to catch you. You better have real reason of going down there. You'll be in serious trouble. They will not walk up a place down there. Budget Bureau was a cutoff point. When you walk past Budget Bureau, you better be a recognizable face going down there, or else you have question to answer.
Yeah, but now moving on, I don't think no Liberian leader even physically residing or permanently residing in the executive mansion.
Yeah, the only person that stayed
Taylor, yeah, since then. But if I can say, if I were the president of Liberia, I would reside there.
Yeah, I know why they let us.
I will be there.
Well, aren't in the residential area? Aren't in the renovated?
Not renovated.
It's just the office space there. So.
So the presidential area not renovated?
Nope.
No, it's just stopped at the office.
And they went to the describe that residential area in the court. The method that area is the safest place to be when you in.
It is.
When the president locked that place, nobody.
And so that's the
RPG second open that door.
And so that's the 1980 mystery. President Torgbean was in the residence.
Yeah, he opened the door.
They were shooting on the ground, and he called his security people. So what made him to open the door? You know what I mean?
Yeah. According to Taylor said when he called his security people, and nobody budged.
Even in Victoria Torgbean book.
So he was concerned.
No, because they are killed General really, and they are killed. I think Henry Moore or Ben, because they killed him more part that they do. He a picture of that with Major Gabriel Moore SS. They came. But if you president and you security man, you can stay in that house. You can stay in that place till daybreak, and which are why they put anyone. It would have been a different situation. But you open the door, then you're sitting dark. That's why I understand why you open the door.
And he didn't open the door. What he did, when he dressed, he
got dressed up and
he got dressed.
Yeah, he got dressed.
Who?
Torgbean.
But Torgbean came from someone on night. He came from a program on night, a concert.
He came from the
but he went to bed. He went to bed.
Yeah, Baptist. Yeah.
But the idea he opened that door, and
he shouldn't have opened it.
I
find it hard to believe
that people involved, man. People inside
but Tomalin, I find it hard to believe that Liberia, a serious country, you have these low-level non-commissioned officer walk up to the executive mansion and take out the president.
I mean,
low-level
non-commissioned officer. Everybody said it. The boss said there were external hands. So.
Yeah, I mean, like low, and that's why
we need to find Jeffrey. Well planned.
We need to find Jeffrey Batu.
That thing must have been well planned.
And then right after the coup, Major Jebo was wanted, and they killed him no matter what to leave Liberia.
Yeah, all gonna lie. They say, oh, is it then told that Penal say Penal kick the stick for him hand, and then Penal put it there for him. All gonna put it loud.
I drove 5 years. I'm gonna get a description of the president. Look what I can do that. Security. I can't.
I mean, and then these non-commissioned officers to go up to kill the president.
Yeah. I do know there is a chapel.
And then the next day you have Jebo wanted, and they killed. You remember you have a Major Jebo who are wanted.
Yeah, you announced they want to hit dead or alive.
Yeah, and they came to Mana River.
Yeah, you are a gorilla.
Yeah, so what's the connection with this guy being wanted the next day? You know what I mean? I mean, there's too many puzzles that's not connected.
I remember Towa was due to travel to attend Rhodesia. The peace deal between Joshua Nkomo and Robert Mugabe.
Mm-hmm. No, not Robert Nkomo. That was Ian Smith and Mugabe, because that was Rhodesia independent of Zimbabwe.
So he was travel, and then how he broke out that deal in Sunday. He on verge to win the Bell Peace Prize. The man was the president of the World Battery Alliance.
The man
chairman of
the Organization of African Union.
And the guy, William Arrow Toba Jr.
Man said that the one speech I heard, I think that the speech to Washington, the speech at Congress, when he said Liberia has a rendezvous with reconstruction and development.
My man,
I can't speak.
We speak extemporaneously.
And look, to be honest, there were fought in the country. I mean, we shouldn't kid ourselves. It wasn't a perfect society.
No, but if you are giving Toba a chance, the country.
I understand, Ben. But guess what? I come to a point.
We're being attacked by
but guess what? Because the man inherited a 27-year behavior that you can't change it. You can't change it in 5 years. Somebody 27-year behavior, you can't change it.
So I want to progressive myself in people because Toba engaging them. But
the progressive said they didn't do the coup.
But guess what? But guess what? You know they were idealistic, but they were not realistic. Name any other multi-party democracy that was existing in Africa at that time.
No.
Look, in fact,
there were none, because that was the war order then.
Sawyer went to Rhode Island one time. Sawyer said, "I think we made a mistake. We should not. We shall continue to deal with Brother Toba, because Toba was engaging with them.
But I mean, educated most of them.
Toba no even had time for them. Toba was Jack. You want to hear them?
I beg you. You think Toba will be president? So they be having Moja, be teaching at the university. You'll have Moja extra. You'll have Moja extra.
Also, you never die when the man was eating a crawfish grill and gets out.
And man get time. The other man they say the president says you want to fight for it. Fight for it.
You fight for it.
Fight for it.
William Vacanarap?
No, Vacanarap. The boy told a real good boy, yeah.
They say the government trying to pull in some pathology to perform autopsy on Clotus. They get very close here.
No, they got it.
Yeah, just saying the Liberia investigator headline for
no, they burying him.
But when the man died, why he died mysterious death?
Well, hey, family said,
the family against what the family opposed. Yeah, but I know what happened and what they want to do in this. Hey, Clotus.
Yeah, but then, so they come and do a toxicology, or they come and do a full autopsy.
I think it's a full autopsy. So they're trying to fly and bring in a pathologist from Ghana.
So Liberia have pathology again.
We have two of them, but I got to do well without them.
The last one knew that Barrow man.
He told me business law in college. That Moses, Isaac Moses.
Yeah, that Moses the last one knew that one was big here.
He used to go to class with no nothing here. He go to class. I said,
that the last one I knew.
He cannot know Pewee. What is that going to make us put the board writing in the board? I said, Papa, so writing so. Papa, teach you business law. You want to do law straight now? So you want me to do law straight? You will be excited at all.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, but I mean, it's sad, man. The young man passed away. I don't know, all these suspicious. So I know every death got to be suspicious.
Oh yeah,
yeah. The country we live in, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I tell somebody, I say, you guys walking around with diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol. Then you always say somebody wishing somebody.
Yeah.
I said the man wishing himself every day.
I was picking, right? I was picking out we put for TCA. We sent hospital today. He went because guy said,
something?
Yeah, I said on the motorbike in Nima. He said when I showed up what. So I said, why don't you tell me else? So we sent him to the hospital today. Went there. The days on blood work, X-rays. I think tomorrow you're going to do some more tests again. But you okay about transit to the man? But in chaos. I mean, like brother, you're gonna go to the hospital when you're sick, you know.
When I saw he fell. So
yeah, during the by-election, he had an accident. He had an accident with the motorbike in Nima.
All that time ago, and he tell nobody.
Yeah, I mean, we treated them. We treated them in Nima. We get on hospital in Nima, but then I recently before the boss said, the chief, the man showed up for real.
Yeah, but the good thing he did, he went to clinic.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Tomorrow, man, gentlemen.
Yeah. It'll be a nice night.
Okay. Your things will keep me up because I come and call Japan now. So
you gonna call Japan?
Yeah, for work. No, for work, Dominic, for work.
Okay.
Somebody pussy man keep on coming. See you guys on fan all now.
That Richard Tyler, that one, that troublemaker there.
Yeah, report know your whole background. But Pewee, this dude, man, the guy is a reservoir of history. The man can chronicle the team, my man, one by one. He gave it this the year. I say, yeah, the guy give it. So now on the show, when I bring something, I hit me with the fire. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, when people say, so I said, I come in, my low. I put it as correct. Now put it on in there. The man is good, man.
Yeah, we look forward to all we talk to myself.
Yeah, you take care. I said, man, where's George Poley?
George Poley in bro. Yeah, he won election, but the being if he did.
So the being one doesn't be here.
The being.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I think George Poley was Minister of State for Presidential Affairs in 1980.
Yeah. He was the first Minister of State.
Yeah, for President Affairs. Okay.
Yeah.
And he the one on the video say we got him.
It's the price. Yeah, this is the price.
The price.
And that guy went to Riggs and he was supported by Toba.
Yeah, in fact, he was a guest speaker for my student graduation, my 85. You're a guest speaker. Yeah. His team was responsibility to belong. Or he spoke on.
Yeah.
Dr. George E. Big Billy.
Yeah, he has some issue. Yeah, I think the flushing all of yeah.
Yeah, he did PhD in physical education.
Yeah.
Why this time in our brother I've been seeing on social media every day. Honorary degree got making use of making fall you know. One of the schools the school is just in them working.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about him to the guy. He said, Bobby, look, he raised the whole team on a page.
Yeah, but you go get some dubious thing, then you can't broadcast it.
Interesting control. Gentlemen, man, tomorrow, man.
Good night, man. Good one. Yeah.